Previously on GameHammer.
I'm 100% professional. Now hold still so I can begin.
You've learned nothing from this review. Nothing! I can't believe I got away from that mad doctor. Games will restore me. Oh no, I meant a good game. Sonic, you broke my heart. And now, the conclusion. I don't believe this. I don't believe this. Am I dead? Or is this just an out-of-body experience caused by the worst betrayal possible? A Sonic fan, betrayed by the games that she loves. What am I supposed to do now? I can't spend the rest of my life dead. I've got games to play.
Hello there.
Who said that?
Hello, I'm a monster.
What on earth? How are you talking to me? You're a stuffed toy.
Monsters are allowed to talk to ghosts. It's in the rule book.
Oh, I see what's going on here. I've gone crazy. All these terrible Sonic games have broken my mind. And now I'm hallucinating.
Oh, really? Would an hallucination be able to do this?
Hey, what was that for?
To snap you back to reality. Now, come on, we've got work to do. Come on, take a seat. We've got work to do.
Look, you've got to tell me what's going on here. I'm pretty much lost right now.
Yes, but that's no different to your usual state. You drift through life in a haze of obliviousness.
I do not.
It took you 30 years to realise I could talk.
Fair point.
Right, now we're both in agreement. So listen up. You've died of a broken heart because one of your favourite gaming characters was in a bad game, and apparently that's all it takes to off you because you're such a wuss.
You know, I used to like you, but now I'm not so sure.
Yeah, tell it to someone who cares. You've got 3 nights to put yourself back together, and the best way to do that is to play a game that doesn't suck. I've chosen one for you.
Is it Dizzy? I like Dizzy.
No, you've reviewed enough Dizzy games for now. Let's take a break. Check this one out. It's Scapegoat, an old text adventure from Level 9.
Scapegoat was the last text adventure created by Level 9 Computing, a British company that was essentially our answer to the US's Infocom. They created their own virtual machine, called A Machine, to run all their games on, in a similar manner to how Infocom built their Z Machine system. Level 9's was slightly more advanced in how it operated, however, which gave their games a bit of an edge over their American counterparts. By creating games using their A-code programming language and running them on a version of A Machine that was custom built for each system the games would be released on, Level 9 could port all of their games to new systems in a very short space of time. This meant that in the early days of the home computer market, Level 9 could bring all of their titles to a new computer at a lightning-fast pace, and they did. At one point, Level 9 was releasing a new game for the Amstrad CPC every single month, and they all sold really well. Scapegoat was the final game produced by Level 9 for the Amstrad CPC. In this one, you play as a murdered detective, and you have 3 nights to both avenge your death and bring the gang that murdered you to justice. You do this by making friends with the other ghosts in your graveyard, solving puzzles, and scaring the living daylights out of the gang that killed you. It's a tricky game with a lot of puzzles that require precise timing and forward planning. Oh man, I used to love this game as a kid. My best friend and I played it for an entire summer holiday when I was about 9. We tried our best, but I don't think we ever finished all of the puzzles. We got quite far, but I don't ever remember finishing it.
That's why you need to play it now. Finish the game and you get to return to life.
And if I don't finish it?
It's best not to ask.
Well, that's ominous.
I don't make the rules. Best get cracking though. You've got all 3 parts of this thing to complete, and only 3 nights to do it in.
Alright. Let's get to it. What the hell? Why can't I touch the keyboard?
Well, you are a ghost, dear. I thought that would have been obvious by this point.
Well, how am I supposed to play the game if I can't touch the keyboard?
Looks like you'll have to build up your ghost strength before you're strong enough to push down those keys.
Oh, right. So it's just like the first act of the game, where you have to actually try and pick up light things before you're strong enough to pick up the heavier things. I get it.
Good. Let's cue a training montage.
Oh, I'm knackered, man. That training montage took an awful lot out of me.
That's a shame, because you've still got the first part of the game to complete.
Oh,
Come on, no rest for the wicked.
hey, I'm not wicked.
Oh, really?
I'm not.
Whatever you say.
In the first act of Scapegoat, you are a newly dead spirit who's very weak compared to the other ghosts in the graveyard. This causes you a lot of problems because you have few powers to call upon in order to solve the many problems that lie ahead of you. So you're going to have to get some help if you're going to finish this part of the game. The game requires you to actually solve some puzzles that either raise your standing with the other ghosts in the graveyard or solve the problems that have been plaguing those ghosts. So to do that, you need to master all of the game's rather complex parser.
What's a parser?
I'm glad you asked. A parser is the technical term for a text-adventure game's list of recognized words and phrases. Basically, it's how well the game can parse English into commands that it recognizes, and then execute those commands.
So it's like how the game knows to tell you off for being childish if you sniff bums or kick ass and the like.
Oh, how delicately put. But yes, that is right. Level 9 games always had extensive parsers that could understand pretty complex commands, but by the time Scapegoat was released, they had this stuff down to a fine art. You can order NPCs to do commands. You can set up conditions for the NPCs to wait a specific amount of time, which is measured in how many commands you've input after you told them what to do, and you can type things like go north, get lamp, and light it, and the computer will know what you're talking about, plus many other things. The complexity of the parser is one of the things that kept my friends and I really enjoying and playing this game for so long. You've got to understand the way that the game works, sure, but if you're going to win, you've also got to understand that the game expects you to master all of this stuff, all of the complex parser, and to bend it to your will. And that will get you some puzzles solved.
So it's not just a case of solving a puzzle to collect a piece of treasure and then moving on?
Absolutely not. You've got to use the NPC ghosts and get them on your side, and then, with their help, solve all the puzzles through teamwork, and that means mastering the timing on the wait command, which is a very important one, as well as working out which NPCs are the strongest because only a few of the ghosts are able to lift and move certain objects in the game. In the first act, you need to be able to uncover the drugs that the murderers have stashed in the graveyard, knock down a wall, and open the door on a shed. This is all part of your quest to lead the police to the realization that you weren't simply killed in the line of duty. You'll also need to have perfect timing on the commands that you give to your fellow ghosts, because there are several occasions where every ghost has to issue a command at the same time. It's tricky to work this one out, but once you've done it, you'll feel great for achieving something that's far more complex than you would normally expect from a text adventure. The writing in this game is exceptional too. It's like playing a novel. With a lot of games from this era, text adventures anyway, you would get little more by way of description than you're in a cave, you're in a house. But with Scapegoat, you're given long, descriptive paragraphs that really draw you into the game's story. It's amazing.
It really is. I am rather enjoying this game.
Well, we finished the first part. Do you want to go on with the next one?
Yes, but let's add a touch of variety, shall we?
What do you mean?
For difference's sake, let's play Night 2 on the ZX Spectrum.
Scapegoat for the ZX Spectrum came on the same 3-inch disc as the Amstrad CPC version, which always amazed me as a kid, but delighted my friends because it meant that they could borrow the game when I was done with it. Many of my friends back in the 80s had Spectrums rather than Amstrads, and having a game that we could all pass around was therefore quite a novelty. The Spectrum version is almost exactly the same as the CPC version, as you would expect, given that they are both running the same A-code game on their own implementations of the A-machine system. As we talked about earlier, this is one of the major advantages of the Level 9 system. The only real difference is that the Spectrum uses lower colour graphics for its occasional pictures that the game will show to you, and these are so irrelevant to the game's story anyway that there's literally a command to turn them off if you want to just focus on the story.
Hang on a second, why aren't we in a graveyard anymore?
Ah, yes, that's the thing about Scapegoat. Each section of the game is set predominantly in a different location. In Act 2 here, you're off to a nearby house where the criminals who murdered you were caught in the act. This is where you really start to piece together the crime and get the police on your side. Your powers are growing in this act as well, so you have the ability to freeze and heat objects, as well as more power to lift and carry things. You're going to have to use these new powers, along with your mastery of getting NPCs to wait and carry out instructions, if you're going to complete the puzzles and help the police to solve your murder. The goal of this second act is to lay out all of the evidence that will show that you and your partner were both murdered, who did it, and where they all went. You've got to get the police to actually notice the evidence, though, which isn't the easiest of things.
I take it you can't just phone them?
No, you'll have to use more circumspect methods.
Like what?
Throwing a corpse down some stairs and setting fire to the house.
Ho ho ho! Show me.
Getting the corpse somewhere that the police will see it was the trickiest part of the game back when I was a kid. You can't pick it up, it's just far too heavy for you, even if you have your ghostly friend assist you. That's why you end up dealing with a long string of puzzles to both get access to the corpse, because the criminals didn't just leave it out in the open, and also to get it into the hallway where the emergency services will find it. Setting fire to the house, on the other hand, that wasn't hard at all. Apparently houses in adventure games were very flammable back in the 80s, and it's a wonder we all made it out of that decade alive when you think about it.
You launched a body through a burning building! This game is awesome!
Damn right it is. Whoever said text adventures were boring?
Let's play Night 3!
Alright.
Let's play it on PC.
Back when I was a kid, I always assumed that text adventures had died out when the 16-bit systems came along. They had been losing ground to advanced graphics and gameplay from the other genres for years by the time the 8-bit era was coming to a close, so I never went looking for what had long been my favourite genre of game when it came time to leave the CPC behind me. Despite that, text adventures continued to come along on the 16-bit systems, with Infocom, Rainbird, Melbourne House, and a plethora of other companies, plus a surprising amount of PD and shareware titles, all coming out for the 16-bit systems such as the PC. They were pretty good too, I have to admit. Scapegoat plays just as well on the 16-bit systems as it did on the 8-bits, and to be honest with you, the only noticeable difference is that the graphics on the occasional splash screen images are far nicer than they were on the other systems.
They are nice, yes. Do you get to set fire to any buildings in this third act?
Sadly not.
Aww.
But don't worry though, you get to haunt some people and scare the living daylights out of some criminals instead.
Ooh.
In Act 3, the police are on their way to the criminals' hideout, and you've got to keep these murderous scum from noticing until it's too late. This is harder than it sounds, because although 2 of the 3 criminals are playing cards, 1 is on lookout duty, so you'll have to keep your focus on him for most of this part of the game. You're on your own for this night because your ghostly friends can't travel this far away from the graveyard. That means you're going to have to go full poltergeist if you're going to win, which I will happily admit I'm absolutely fine with. It's time to go bump in the night and scare some murderers half to death.
Brilliant!
Your powers have increased again for this act, and now you can temporarily manifest as a spectre, which is great fun. The problem is, each trick you have up your sleeve will only work once, because the criminals get used to you very quickly. This can be quite frustrating when you first play the game because you'll be busy working out exactly what you can do, and when you do work it out, that's it. It won't work again unless you quit and start the section all over again.
That sounds a bit annoying.
It is a little, yeah, but that's one of the things that you have to remember about this kind of game. Text adventure creators often expected the players to actually have a notepad and pen right there next to the computer while they were playing. So it was expected, if not actually encouraged, for you to make notes and then to rely on those notes for repeat playing so you get further every little piece that you do.
So, it's like homework?
A little, yeah. Yeah.
I'll take your word for it.
Well, it's not the kind of game that suits everyone, I suppose. Personally, I like it.
Give me a nice shoot 'em up any day.
Each their own. Anyway, let's scare the crap out of these criminals and murderers and finish the game. There's a lot of character to the criminals in this third act. As with the other two parts, each set of characters will go about their business on a timed basis. After a certain amount of turns have elapsed, characters will say and do certain things, which makes the game feel far more real than many other adventure games. It's possible to watch the criminals playing cards and just enjoy what they say to one another as the card game progresses. I recommend that you don't do that, however, although if you're like me, you probably will watch it all the way through on one playthrough, then come back to play the game properly.
Why shouldn't people just watch the card game if the dialogue is so good?
Well, aside from the fact that the criminals will spot the police coming and escape, there's also a priest, and he's busy trying to do an exorcism on you. And if he finishes that before you make sure the criminals are caught, they never will be.
Oh, so there's a time limit.
Yeah, that's why you need to keep the criminals occupied, solve all the little puzzles along the way, and get them all caught by the police before the exorcism is completed, and then you go off to the afterlife.
That's not a bad game, really.
Yeah, I've always enjoyed it, and it was nice to finally finish it.
So is your faith in games restored?
You know what? I think it is.
Good. Now let's get you back into your body before it starts to stink the place up. IBM Apple II Commodore Max sends this retro nerd back.
What are you doing? That doesn't even rhyme. What's going on? What? I'm not drinking again. Hang on. I don't drink. How did I get here? It worked? It worked. I'm alive again. Oh, my games. My lovely games. I'll never leave you again.
You bloody nerd.
You can talk?
Of course I can talk. We spent the last half an hour talking, don't you remember? I brought you back to life.
That was real?
Of course it was real. What did you think it was?
I thought I dreamt it.
Well, you didn't, so get used to it. And while you're here, let's play some more games. You've got quite a backlog, you know.
Don't I know it. Let's get these daily reviews going again.
What shall we start with?
Oh, I think I've got the perfect game. And it's loaded up, ready to go.
Hit it.
Oh, it's good to be back here in the office after what seems like quite a long time away. And because we've had such a big break in the series, I thought it would be a good way of getting us back into the swing of things if I asked you, the viewers, what you would like to see on the show. And the moment that you got your heads out of the gutter for long enough, I asked you what kind of games you would like to see on the show. We got quite a few responses to that, so I thought the best way to handle this is to have a week of viewer-suggested game reviews. And because there were so many, we've had to collate them down, so I got in a glamorous assistant to assist me on that, because that's what assistants do. So anyway, can we all put our hands together and welcome Miss Huggles? Miss Huggles, do you have our first review for us? Okay, what have we got? Mr. President, I have your son. If you ever want to... Miss Huggles, I think you've given me the wrong note here. Okay, has this one got the right game on it? Can I have the note back? I think it was less intimidating. I can't believe my life has gone so badly as to have to play this bloody thing. What did I do in a previous life to make this my punishment? Have I not done good deeds? Have I not always tried my hardest? Why should I have to be punished by playing bloody crazy bloody frog bloody racer?
The sooner you start, the sooner you can finish.
That's easy for her to say. She doesn't have to play the bloody thing.
Oh, shut up and play it.
The first thing I noticed about Crazy Frog Racer is that it actually has a rather catchy title tune. This is not something I was expecting. For a cheap licensed cash-in title, I was expecting the minimum amount of effort to have been put into this, as it might be possible to get away with. Maybe I judged it too harshly too quickly. We'll have to wait and see. To be fair though, the game is based on the Crazy Frog, also known as the Annoying Thing, from a series of adverts at the turn of the century, back when adverts for ringtones on mobile phones was a reasonably big thing, because mobile phones were the hip new gadget and everyone wanted theirs to be unique. The frog was spectacularly popular for reasons I will never understand, because look at him! Why would anyone flock to this creature? I mean seriously, why? Were we all just suffering from an extended hangover from the Millennium celebrations? Your guess is as good as mine. Anyway, he featured in a few music videos, the most notable being a remix of Beverly Hills Cop's theme tune called Axel F. The video featured the frog being chased through a city by a big red robot and serves as the inspiration for today's game. This is where the first odd choice of the game hits you. On the title screen, you'll notice an option to check out the game's entire range of music via the jukebox screen. In here, you'll find a wide range of rather good electronic music. It's all quite catchy, and I wouldn't mind having all of this stuff on a CD in my car if truth be told. There's just one thing missing from the lineup though. Can you guess where it is? That's right, there is no Axel F tune in this game. So the music that inspired the video, that inspired the game, is not in the game. This is gonna suck, isn't it? Well, colour me surprised, the game is actually decent. As gameplay goes, this is a clone of future races such as F-Zero and Wipeout, only with the Crazy Frog and the big red robot from the music video. They are joined by a wide range of wacky characters, all of whom have different stats which will suit different players' racing styles. Some are fast but don't have as good a rate of acceleration, while others have a lower top speed but a better ability to accelerate up to it. As you might expect, the Crazy Frog is the everyman character, with average stats across the board. Once you're into the game, you'll find that the graphics aren't anything spectacular, but the gameplay, well, that's actually decent enough. The controls work well and the difficulty curve is fairly shallow. It's easy to get out into first place, even if you make a few mistakes while speeding around the course and the opponents manage to catch up on you as a result. The only major problem I have with this game is the level design. The courses, they're terrible. They all take place on the same winding massive tracks, which means that every course looks the same and you'll quickly forget which one is which. This means that there's always that chance that there's a tight curve up ahead that you thought was on a different track to the one that you're playing, and you'll hit it head on, which ruins your winning streak. The power-ups, which are the usual Wipeout-esque fare of speed boosts and rockets, can help you get back into the game once that happens, but this doesn't take away from the fact that as the game is an average future vehicle racer with poorly designed tracks, it's really not worth your time to learn them. So there you go, Crazy Frog Racer. It's a below average future style car racing game, and that's thanks to its poor track design. Although it has decent controls and a good range of characters that could have seen it become a little fun budget racing game, those tracks ruin the experience and it's ultimately not worth playing. More time and effort should have been spent making some memorable courses rather than relying on coning off a few side roads on a winding mess of track. But at least it's over with. We've played it, we can now move on with our lives and never have to deal with this mess of a game again.
But what about the sequel?
They made a sequel.
Yeah, you gotta play the sequel.
They made a second game the year after the first one. It's clearly using the same game engine, and the main character roster hasn't changed, although you will be able to unlock more characters later if you decide to play the game for that long. Even the credits when you first boot the game up are the same. When I first put the disc in, I genuinely thought I'd bought the wrong game, but no, this really is the sequel. You can tell because the Axel F theme is actually in this game, and it plays on the title. So hey, at least they got that bit right this time. Pretty much all of the music from the first game is absent in this version though, possibly to make room on the disc for the music videos for Crazy Frog's two hit tunes, Axel F and Popcorn. Here we get to see the characters that inspired the original game, and it's nice, I suppose. Back in 2006, when you couldn't just jump on YouTube to watch this stuff, having the videos on the disc was a nice bonus feature. Now, however, it's not really worth your time because you can watch them in higher resolution on your phone. What we can all be happy about is the fact that the courses are different this time around. There's substantially more variation in the courses, and they're actually quite a lot more fun to play as a result. You've got the traditional city, as you would expect, because it is based on, it is based on the music video that have featured a city, and it is a racing game from the future, so, you know, future racer, you've got to have a city. But there are also other courses, and they're fun to try out as well. This means that each course is easy to tell apart, of course, because there's no confusion over whether this particular run of track in a city in the future, is that different to the other one? Or is it the same? You don't have that problem in this version because all of the courses are different, so there's no confusion over whether there's a sharp turn coming that could actually be on another track and you've just forgotten which one you're playing. So imagine that, a game that's a racing game where you can tell the tracks apart. It's madness. It's madness, I tell you. It'll never catch on. So it actually feels like they tried to make a complete game this time, which is a good thing. So there you have it, Crazy Frog Racer 2. It's probably the better of the two games. If you want some gameplay, that's probably not going to have you putting the controller down and giving up within the first 10 minutes of playing. While the original version has a better power-up and weapon system, the sequel has half-decent courses and more races which will extend the play time. Is either game worth picking up these days? Well, to be honest with you, probably not. Not unless you're really in it for irony's sake, or you're going for a complete PlayStation 2 collection, something like that. Then, yeah, if you can get it cheap enough, pick it up. But everyone else, I would say steer clear. The characters are decent enough, and the Crazy Frog isn't quite as obnoxious in the game as he is in the adverts, but that doesn't take away from the fact that these are budget cash-in products that don't really have any lasting appeal to them. There are many better racing games available, and I'd recommend those over these any day. So there we have it. Thank you for sticking with us through this one. I would actually admit I was surprised that I enjoyed the game as much as I did. It was one of those budget races that was either going to be truly terrible or just below average, and it came in at below average, so, you know, it's at the higher end of the scale. But it's really not one that I would go out of my way to recommend. If you see it, probably pass, to be honest with you. But anyway, that's really all we've got time for today, so thank you very much for watching. I hope you did like this, and if you did, remember to click that like button, share it with your friends so that they'll know game to avoid, basically, when they see it, and do subscribe for future videos because there will be more in the future. But until next time, I've been Zoe Kirk Robinson, you've been watching GameHammer, and I'll see you tomorrow. Ho, ho, ho! That's right, I've got 3 hoes for you, but I ain't no Santa. The big guy is off at the moment getting ready for his annual jaunt across the skies. So, while we wait for an overweight stranger to deliver the goods, as they say, let's take a look at the first of our 3 Christmas game reviews. What have we got for this year, Mr. Monster?
We've got Jazz Jackrabbit Holiday Hair 1995. It's an old PC game from the mid-90s, so it's nice and retro for you.
Oh, I love a bit of retro goodness. Let's get to it. In 1994, Epic Mega Games decided that anything a console could do, the PC could do better, and they set out to prove it in style. Consoles had been dominating the side-scrolling platformer market for years at this point, with the likes of Sonic the Hedgehog and, of course, the Super Mario Bros. Showing the computer gamers how platforming should really look and feel. In comparison, the titles available on the PC tended to be slower, less responsive, very much less colourful, and scroll in a far less smooth manner. The PC just couldn't compare. Or could it? It turned out that yes, it absolutely could. When the code was in the right hands, the PC could outshine any other platform, including the Amiga, which up to that point had been the dominant computer platform for computer games. The early 90s were a time of great change in the computer world. Wolfenstein 3D had shown the PC was capable of advanced games, and now in 1994, Jazz Jackrabbit had taken the formula of the Amiga's Zool and turned it into a powerhouse of PC gaming excellence. But that wasn't enough. Epic Mega Games wanted PC players to really latch on to Jazz Jackrabbit as an icon of PC gaming, and to do that, they came up with a brilliant marketing strategy. Create a small game and release it for free. Welcome to Holiday Hair 1995. Built using the game engine for Jazz Jackrabbit CD, the expanded CD-ROM version of the original game, Holiday Hair 1995 is an expansion on the Holiday Hair demo game from 1994, which was simply called Holiday Hair. The original Holiday Hair game featured 3 levels of Christmas mayhem, while this 1995 version expands on that with 2 extra levels, bringing the total to 5. As far as free games go in the 90s, that is pretty damn cool. The levels are themed around winter, snow and toys, and each level is big. You really can easily lose an hour or 2 playing this entire game, and once you're done with it, it will have been fun enough that you won't mind coming back to play the whole thing over and over again every now and again. The game is pretty tough in places, so you're going to have to manage your weapons wisely. While you have a blaster, and that will never run out of ammo, the other ones you have to pick up ammo dumps in order to use, and they are the more powerful ones that you can actually get through enemies with. The other thing is, enemies don't respawn if you leave an area and come back, but they do respawn if you lose a life and have to start again, so all of the tricky areas could become a meat grinder in hardly any time at all. Dying in the same area over and over again will deplete your lives and your patience in short order if you're not careful, so you'll need to keep your wits about you and your attention laser focused just to get by. You'll also want to look out for all of the secret areas hidden in each level, because they often contain extra lives, and if you're anything like me, you're going to need all the extra lives that you can get. I don't mind admitting that I lost a lot of lives and had to do a lot of replaying of levels in order to get through all of this for this review. Even though it is just 5 levels long, they're tough. And they're a challenge even for those of us who've been playing platformer games since childhood. The graphics are vivid, the gameplay is action-packed, the soundtrack is wonderful, and the controls are silky smooth. When Epic set out to show that the PC could compete against the consoles at their own game, they really didn't skimp on their efforts. If you had told me when I was younger that this was a console game, I would have believed you. It feels like this would be right at home on something like the Super Nintendo or the Mega Drive. It's the perfect PC platform game, and I don't say that lightly. The only downside to the game is its frenetic pace. For most of the time, the game runs at a lovely speed even on this DOSBox version that I downloaded from Good Old Games, but if you're not careful, Jazz will rush off at a speed that would make Sonic the Hedgehog tell him to slow down. When the game starts moving faster than a smackhead's gyro in this manner, death is never far behind. You will hit something and you will die. I get what they were going for with this. It really is great to see the PC running at such a red-hot pace, but when you're playing, that speed just isn't worth risking. I recommend you go at a slower pace and keep the game enjoyable. Jazz Jackrabbit and its Holiday Hair special game that we're looking at here is one of those games that comes along only once every now and again and completely changes how you look at things. Back when this was released, I'd been playing games that didn't look or play an awful lot different to the games that I'd been playing on my Amstrad CPC, and I've been gaming on the PC via my Mega PC for 2 years by the time I saw this. It's just one of those things. This came along and blew everything else away. Nothing compared. The PC was an excellent platform, but it took a lot of time before the graphics and sound chips were available that allowed people to actually code for it in a way that unleashed its full potential. And when they did, the games were super expensive compared to what I've been paying for CPC games, so I didn't get much of a chance to see them. Now I realise that not everyone enjoys playing this type of game on a keyboard. They much prefer to game with a controller in their hands, and to be fair, that is understandable in many respects. Thankfully you can configure DOSBox to let you use a controller just fine these days, so you won't feel like you have to miss out. But for those of us who grew up with a keyboard in our hands, you'll be right at home with this game. But whichever side of gaming you come from, I cannot recommend Jazz Jackrabbit Holiday Hair 1995 enough. It really is a fantastic game. It's really enjoyable, it's not too long, so even if you're not brilliant at this kind of game, you'll get through it at a reasonable pace and you won't have to spend more than a couple of hours on it. And It's fast, it's brilliant to look at, it sounds great, and it's just good fun. Get it, play it, enjoy it. But that's really all I've got for you today, so thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you tomorrow for another game. See you then. It's Christmas Eve, that time of the year where we all come together in the feeling of goodwill. It's when families sit down in front of the TV in the living room and all complain that Christmas television just isn't as good as it was when their parents were young. But not here. Not here in the game room. This here is a monument to the history of gaming. And at this time of year, that can only mean one thing. It's time to take a look at some religious games. The first thing you notice about Larry Boy and the Bad Apple is that nowhere on this inlay does it say that it's a religious game. When I first bought this as an import from Italy, because apparently you can't get it here in the UK, which is a bit weird, because it plays entirely in English, but when I got this, I genuinely didn't know that this was a Christian game. It says nothing about it. It looks like it's probably some sort of vegetable-based superhero thing, a bit like Shopkins, only for kids that like the Marvel films. What's even stranger is that even when you're playing the game, it keeps its religious message out of focus for the majority of the time. In fact, I can only think of 2 points in the story when God is even mentioned, and the characters act more like demonstrations of Christian values than preachers trying to drum a message into the player. So does this mean it's actually going to be good? Let's find out.
Once I'm finished with them, I'll be the one in control.
Not so fast, Bad Apple!
When you first load this game up, few of us would fail to be impressed by the visuals. This game looks pretty good for a children's game. It looks exactly like an episode of the TV series that it's based on, to be honest with you, and that's really what you would want from a game of this kind. The game's storyline is based on the 29th episode of the VeggieTales TV show, which is a Christian animated series for young kids. You play as Larry Boy, a vegetable superhero who uncovers a dastardly plan by Bad Apple to take over the town of Bumbleberg. To that end, you must defeat Bad Apple's minions, rescue several of the hapless citizens of the town, and then take on the evil villain herself in a final boss battle that was actually rather impressive in its scale. Every now and then, you'll be treated to a cutscene that looks like it's storyboarded directly from the show, but rendered in the game's own engine. It works pretty well, and only 1 or 2 of these cutscenes have any religious references in them. To that end, this is a game that most kids wouldn't even realise was supposed to be giving them any kind of religious instruction. It looks like a regular game, it plays like a regular game, and it's very enjoyable even for a non-Christian such as myself. At its core, this is an action platforming game in a similar vein to Jak and Daxter, Hello Kitty Roller Rescue, or Mario 64, so you can expect a lot of platform jumping, fighting enemies, and collecting items to solve rudimentary puzzles. This game is very well designed, and if you're an experienced player of 3D platform games, you can expect to finish the whole thing in one sitting, without too much frustration. This is aimed at young children after all. But that doesn't mean there's no challenge here. The boss battles are interesting and each one is different. They pretty much come down to spotting their pattern and using the gaps in their defences in order to defeat them, but that's par for the course, and for an action platforming game you really do expect that, so I'm very happy with what we're presented with here. Some of the jumps are a little bit tricky, and I don't mind admitting that I found some areas of the later levels a bit challenging, especially the areas where you have to navigate some very tight passageways while not being able to touch the floor. It's not the kind of challenge that I expected to see in a kids licensed game like this, but I was very glad to see it, and although there was a challenge, it wasn't overbearing, so I think a kid who plays this will not get overly frustrated by it. The controls are smooth, the reaction times that you need to deal with the puzzles and the enemies aren't bad, and the gameplay is pitched perfectly for the age range that it's going for. I would actually struggle to find anything bad to say about this game. It's surprisingly good fun. Even for an adult with a lot of gaming experience, there's a lot here to actually enjoy. Even the camera, which can make or break a 3D game like this, didn't actually hamper gameplay. There's a lot of polish to this game, and I'm really impressed. Once you've finished the game, which will take you about 6 to 8 hours, it's comparable in length to Hello Kitty Roller Rescue, or, for those of you who are a bit more mature, the average length of a single-player campaign in Call of Duty Modern Warfare, you might want to check out some of the mini-games. These feel an awful lot like tutorials or practice sessions for the various controls, which are masquerading as mini-games, but they are fun enough for a quick session here and there. They're varied, they play pretty well, and the overall design of them is pretty good. I wouldn't say that they kept my attention for all that long, but they were fun while they lasted. I didn't expect to actually like this game, I have to admit that. When I come to these reviews for kids' games, I try to review them from the point of view of what I would have wanted when I was coming to games at that kind of target age, so as young kids. And back then, when I was first getting into gaming, I wanted something that had a decent challenge, sure, but it didn't go out of its way to be too difficult. I wanted something that varied some gameplay every now and again, I wanted a bit of action, and above all else, I wanted it to be fun. Larry Boy and the Bad Apple fits the bill on all of those requirements. I was genuinely impressed by how well this game plays and how much love, care and attention has obviously gone into making it. For a game that I had to order from Italy just to get a hold of it, I wasn't expecting much. Normally when a game is only available in a small subset of the PAL territories, it ends up not being that good, otherwise it would have got a wider release. But this is one of those exceptions to the rule. If you find a copy of this game and you're into fun 3D platformers for your PlayStation 2, I can't recommend it enough. It's really good and worth giving a try. But that is really all we've got time for today, so thank you very much for watching, and I'm wishing you all a very, very Merry Christmas and all the best for the next year. I'll see you tomorrow. Santa baby, you're looking pretty grumpy to me. Santa baby, check your retro gaming, it's free indeed. So let's play Grumpy Santa on Specky. Created by Paul Jenkinson, he of the Spectrum Show fame, Grumpy Santa is a short game heavily inspired by Manic Miner. You play as a Santa who is very grumpy about having to collect the 4 pieces of each present that some evil snowmen and nasty elves have stolen. Santa is grumpy about this because he just wants to get out there and deliver his presents, not go on a scavenger hunt. I kind of get where he's coming from, but at the same time I understand why Mrs. Claus is wanting to do what she tells him to do, because who really wants some nasty elves to get away with stealing some presents?
You know they're not real, right?
I'm not taking any chances, not after you turned out to be alive.
Oh, come on, live a little.
See, that's why I'm not taking any chances. I want to live a lot, not just a little. So the game was written in 3 days as a challenge. Paul is a rather experienced Spectrum game designer with a surprisingly large number of titles under his belt, so even though this game was put together in such a short space of time, it really does play well and it's a lot of fun to boot. I found the levels all to be well designed, easy to work out, and just challenging enough to keep you enjoying the game without slipping over into frustration territory. The design is definitely taking heavy influence from Manic Miner, but if I'm honest, there's enough here to make it feel like its own game. The colours are bold, the animation is decent, and the graphics work really well, because they're really well drawn. I can't fault it, I really can't. Everything just works, and it all works well. It's a lot of fun to play, and I keep finding myself coming back to play it a little bit more every now and then. If I could change anything about the game, it would probably be the colour of the Santa. Now, I realise that putting multiple colours onto a sprite on the Spectrum isn't easy, and I understand that drawing Santa in a bold white makes him stand out very nicely against the rest of the screen, but I can't help feeling that he'd look a bit better in his traditional red. That really is my only comment about the game though, because the rest of it is a lot of fun. It's a short game, I'll grant you that, but when the gameplay doesn't change a lot from screen to screen, keeping it short means it doesn't outstay its welcome. And if I'm honest with you, I wouldn't have felt badly done by if I picked this up for about $1.99 on a budget label back in the 80s or early 90s. It's a fun little game that's enjoyable to play, and I really do like it. But that really is all I've got time for today. So thank you so much for joining me here on Christmas Day. I hope you've had a very Merry Christmas and that you'll continue to have a very Merry Christmas along with your friends and family. And I'll see you tomorrow.
Merry Christmas!
Absolutely. Eat, drink, and be merry. Merry Christmas. It's Boxing Day, that day of the year where everyone is hungover. The fridge is full of leftovers because, for some reason, we all convince ourselves that every member of our family requires their own banquet for Christmas dinner, and the only people out on the streets are those poor buggers who feel the need to brave the cold and the wet in the shops for things that they absolutely cannot wait one more day for. Don't you just love the aftermath of Christmas? Boxing Day for me as a kid was the best day of the year because it's when all of the visiting relatives is over with. We get to sit down and enjoy the gifts that we've been given on Christmas. Back when I was a kid, Christmas Day meant going to my grandparents' house, and that's where we would all hang out as a family all day. And we were only allowed to take one new toy with us every time that we went there. So Christmas Day was a case of one toy, and Boxing Day was when you got to enjoy everything. That was a proper Christmas for me. So it's just how it is, and now Boxing Day has a special place in my heart. Ah, memories. But that's not what we're here for, is it? Because it's Boxing Day, and on GameHammer Classic Gaming, here in the GameHammer Game Room, Boxing Day can only mean one thing. We've got to play a boxing game. And this term, we're going to have a look at 3D boxing on the Amstrad CPC. This was one of my dad's favourite games on the Amstrad CPC. He would play it all the time when I was a kid. Personally, I was more into martial arts, so if I had a choice, we would play Way of the Exploding Fist. And this was what my dad always wanted to play. Personally, it never really gelled with me that much. I mean, I played it, but never really gelled. So today, let's take another look at it. When you first load the game up, the first thing that hits you is the excellent title tune. It makes great use of the CPC's sound chip, and for such an early title, because this came out less than a year after the CPC 464 was first launched, the title track was far superior to a lot of the older tunes of the time. The second thing that hits you is that the title of the game is a complete lie. There is nothing 3D about this game. The sprites are very nicely drawn, I'll grant you that, and the game looks wonderful overall, but none of this can get away from the fact that this is an entirely 2D game with pre-drawn 2D sprites that don't scale as they go up and down the ring. The boxing ring is drawn in 2-point perspective, and although it is fairly rudimentary, it does get the job done. The problem is that without sprite scaling, the things being depicted on the screen make no sense when you look at them for more than a few seconds. Are the boxes shrinking when they get nearer the camera, or is the ring built to fool you into thinking it's getting bigger as it comes toward you when it's really getting smaller? That's the only way to explain the boxes staying the same size no matter where they are. Speaking of the boxes, they are well drawn and the large sprites are a delight to see on the CPC. It's often the case that you don't get a big sprite on a CPC because that kind of thing happens to take a lot of CPU cycles to process. But yeah, they look really good here. They take up a decent amount of screen real estate and the animations are pretty good, or at least good enough to get the job done. Your character can perform quite a variety of moves, all of which are pulled off by pressing the fire button at the same time as pushing a certain joystick direction, because the game appears to be joystick only, or at least I couldn't get anything to work on the keyboard. You can do head jabs, low jabs, block, uppercut, and a standard jab. There may be other moves as well, but I found it quite tricky to actually make a move work at first. It takes a little time to get used to the controls and their demand for precision timing in order to pull the moves off. You'll also need to be at the right distance from your opponent to make each move connect, so an uppercut requires you to be very close, while a lower jab needs a bit more space between you and the other boxer. As you can imagine, this means that an awful lot of skill is required to play this game well, and it's something that you do actually have to learn. My dad could beat pretty much every single opponent in the game back when he used to play this a lot on the family CPC, but I could never get past the second opponent on most days. Now I've come back to it for this review, I can't even get that far. The first guy keeps kicking my ass. I think this is because of the difference in recovery speeds between you and the other boxer. While you're both not punching 7 shades of crap out of each other, you will recover a little bit of your energy. In the top corners of the screen are the energy bars, which any fan of fighting games will be familiar with at this point. Getting hit depletes the bar, and the strength of the various moves in the game have different damage values when they connect, so there's a little bit of tactics here too. Sometimes you'll want to sacrifice a big damage move for being able to get in some quick jabs before your opponent makes you fall back to recover some strength of your own, while at the other times it's worth risking being hit a little bit more in order to land a high damage move and potentially get that knockout blow. The only problem is, you recover energy far slower than the other guy does, so while you're getting a little bit of your bar back, it's quite easy to see his bar filling back up at breakneck speed. This means a bout can easily switch from being a complete walkover to you getting knocked on your backside. Personally, I find that a bit frustrating. I realise I could get a bit better at this with practice, and there's certainly enough of a good game here to make that an enjoyable way to pass a few hours, but I can't help thinking it would be much better if I didn't have to. If instead of a super fast recovery, the other guy got his energy back at more of a reasonable speed compared to how I get my energy back, that would make it more of a fair game. It would make it a lot more enjoyable to play as well. At the end of the day, 3D boxing is a classic sports title for the Amstrad CPC. It looks great, it moves at a fair, smooth pace, and the range of moves is a delight to see. There are a few downsides to the game, most of which could be solved fairly simply with a few tweaks, but when looked at as a whole package, there's a lot more good here than bad. I can certainly see why my dad used to enjoy playing it, and if you're a retro sports fan, I think you'll probably find enough here to enjoy it as well. But that's really all I've got time for today, so thank you very much for watching. I hope you had an excellent Christmas, and I'm wishing you all the best for a happy new year. I'll see you again tomorrow. Hello everyone, and welcome back to another episode of GameHammer. It's the first one of 2020, and we are on a mission today. That mission is to find out which game was the best game of 1986. Now, there are some rules in how we do this. For a start, the games have to come from one of the top 3 8-bit systems. So that's the Commodore 64, the ZX Spectrum, and the Amstrad CPC. I know people asked from last year's video, would we be covering the Acorn Electron, the BBC Master, and things like that? Perhaps, but not this year. We're focusing on the 3 core systems. So, how do we decide which ones are the games of the year from those systems? It's very, very simple. Each system gets 1 magazine, and from that magazine, we check the charts. Any game that was at the top of the charts for 2 or more months in 1986 qualifies for a contention as the greatest game on that system. So, we'll end up with a few games from each system, hopefully a few games from each system anyway. If there's only one, then, my goodness, that's a pretty good way of deciding which was the best on that system. But we'll take those games and then we'll compete them head-to-head with one another. So, all of the games that got to the top of the charts for 2 or more months from the Commodore will compete with all the other games that got to the top of the chart for 2 or more months from the Commodore. Same with the Spectrum, same with the Amstrad. One of those from each system will come out the top, and that game will be that system's contender for best game of 1986. That's the end of first round. Second round, we put all of the contenders head-to-head with one another. Which one will come out tops? That will be the best game of 1986. So, since the Commodore 64 won in the 1985 video, and we decided that Elite on Commodore 64 was the best game of 1985, we're going to start the 1986 contest by looking at the Commodore. Let's see what it's got. So we'll use 1 magazine for each system that we're going to be looking at, and for the Commodore 64 there can be only 1 choice of magazine. When you think Commodore 64 magazines, you think Zap 64. There's no contest. So let's check out which games topped the Zap 64 charts in 1986. Well, the year starts out with Summer Games 2, a game that I still can't work out why it would get to the top of the charts at all, since it's annoying and it's a joystick waggling nightmare. Perhaps 80s kids didn't mind a bit of repetitive strain injury? I don't know. Anyway, it was only at the top for 1 month because Paradroid sent it packing. Paradroid managed to hold on to the top spot for 5 months before Uridium took over, and Uridium was there for 3 months, followed by 1 month of Ghost and Goblins, then Leaderboard sat at number 1 for the final 2 months of the year. That means that we have Paradroid, Uridium, and Leaderboard all competing to be the Commodore 64's contender for Game of the Year 1986, which we'll go through. Let's take a look at all 3 of them and find out. Paradroid is the kind of game that I would have loved playing back in the 80s. It's a fun action-adventure game where you guide a droid through a spaceship, attacking other droids in order to clear the ship out and make it safe. You can interact with computers for updates and whatnot, you can take over other droids and control those, which is useful if your own droid is damaged, and there are multiple levels on the ship to explore. Everything is controlled via a simple one-button interface on the joystick, and only the joystick. There are no keyboard controls here. Pressing the fire button without pushing the stick in any direction sets you into takeover mode, so that you can attempt to take over other droids. This also lets you interact with computers. Pushing the stick in a direction and pressing fire will shoot, which is the most common mode that you'll be using because those other droids aren't going to blow themselves up. This is trickier than it sounds though, because the droids will move quickly and they also fire back, so watch out. Finally, you access lifts by standing on them and pressing the fire button, then pushing up or down on the joystick while the fire button is held down. This lets you select the floor that you want to go to. If all of that seems a little bit complicated and too much to remember right from the start, well, don't worry about it. You'll get the hang of it very quickly and it soon becomes almost instinctive. That is brilliant design right there. Graphically, this is nothing to write home about. The sprites work decently enough for telling you what's going on, and the screen is certainly colourful, more so than you would expect from a modern game set on a spaceship, that's for sure. The sound is also quite basic, and I wasn't a fan of the incessant hissing, but, again, it's not too big a problem. So, Paradroid is a little bit basic in its sound effects, as well as its looks, and it's definitely quite blocky, but it does get the job done, and it lets you focus on the gameplay, which should always be the most important part of any game. Thankfully, there's a lot of excellent gameplay here, and I really enjoyed this one, and I can see why it got the top spot in the charts. This game is a delight, and it could easily become a personal favourite of mine for the Commodore 64. I covered Uridium in a very early episode of GameHammer, episode 6 in fact, back in 2015. This is a fantastic side-scrolling shoot-'em-up with its own unique twist on the genre. The Commodore 64 version is clearly the development version of the game, and it has a lot of lovely tweaks that the version on my beloved CPC just doesn't have, such as extra colours and faster speed. Unfortunately, the speed is what lets this version of the game down. Uridium requires lightning-fast reflexes at times, and when you're on the Commodore version, those times are more like all the time. The game is ridiculously fast, to the point where it becomes a memory test for recalling the positions of the parts of the ship that you can crash into. If you're willing to put the time in to learn the layouts on each level, then there's a lot of good fun here. But for me, I will always gravitate toward the CPC version over the C64 version because the blistering speed on the Commodore original makes the game less enjoyable for me. Having said that, Uridium is still a fantastic game with a lot of appeal to it. If you're a shoot-'em-up fan, you'll find a lot to love with this game. I've always enjoyed a round of golf on a computer. My dad and I were big fans of Lynx Golf on the PC back in the 90s, and we still enjoy a game or two together of Tiger Woods on the Wii whenever we get the chance. So I came to Leaderboard with the hope of enjoying a decent golf game. Thankfully, that is what I got. This may not be the game that's the fastest to render the course. In fact, it's so slow that it's like watching an old text-adventure game draw and fill some vector graphics, because that really is what's going on here. The controls can also be a bit difficult to get the hang of as well, especially when you get close to the hole and start finding out that it's far easier to thwack the ball into the sea than land it where you want to. The sound effects are good, especially the sound when you finally get the ball in the hole. The game is also very colourful and very responsive when you're moving your target reticule and selecting the club that you want. So there are good points and bad points, but thankfully the good points do outweigh the bad. It isn't quite Lynx Golf, but it's not far off, and I enjoyed it. So, for our first System of the Year, we have 3 solid games to choose from. Given that I'm a massive fan of Uridium, I half expected that game to walk it over the others, especially when there's yet another sports game in the mix on the Commodore. I'm happy to say that that wasn't the case in the end, however, because all three games turned out to be top-notch titles, and this ended up being quite a tough choice. Uridium and Paradroid ended up being the front-runners for the Commodore 64 game of choice here, but Leaderboard wasn't that far behind. They are all solid games, and they'll give immense amounts of replay value, but in the end, it's the speed and the need to memorize the layout of each part of each ship that meant that Uridium just couldn't cut it against Paradroid. When you get hit in Paradroid, you know it's because it's your fault. When you get hit in Uridium, it should be the same feeling because you were in control after all. But what it ends up actually feeling like is frustration over the fact that some parts of the spaceship are higher up than others, so you can't pass over them, but they're all the same colour, so it's not always obvious. So Paradroid has to take the prize, because its level design is far more refined. Well done, Paradroid, you go through to round 2 as the Commodore's champion for 1986. So, the Commodore 64 came along with Paradroid as its contender. That's a pretty damn good game. I really enjoyed playing that. But then again, I also enjoyed playing Uridium and Leaderboard. That was a tough choice. It really was a tough choice. However, we have got our contender for the Commodore. So, it goes through to round 2. What can we say about the ZX Spectrum that hasn't already been said? Well, I think most people would regard it as one of the greatest phenomenons in home computing ever. So many people got their start in the games industry on the ZX Spectrum. Big companies for the industry started out on the Spectrum. You had people like Rare, who started out as Ultimate Play the Game on the Spectrum. And people like that, they just built up their careers from a computer that was designed for the lowest price possible. It was the introduction system that went far more than just introducing people to home computers. But what will its game be? So, we best have a look at the Spectrum's contenders. Let's get into it. When it comes to the Spectrum, we have to use Crash as the magazine of record for the game's charts. There is no contest. It is the magazine for the ZX Spectrum at this point in the computer's life. So let's get straight into it. What did Crash say were the top games of 1986 on the good old Specky? Well, the year starts out strong for the Spectrum. Way of the Exploding Fist sits at the top for 2 months, closely followed by 2 months of Elite. Then Commando takes over for a whopping 4 months, before being knocked off the top spot for a month of Quasatron, but Commando isn't out of the running because it's back for another month at number 1 right after that, making it the record breaker for this year at 5 months at the top. After that, the year ends with 2 months of Ghosts and Goblins. So for the Spectrum, we have 4 contenders this year: Way of the Exploding Fist, Elite, Commando, and Ghosts and Goblins. Wow, what a set to choose from. They are all great. But only one can go through to the next round, so we better get cracking to find out which it'll be. Let's begin. We discussed The Way of the Exploding Fist in the 1985 video where we took a look at the Amstrad CPC version, so a lot of what I'm going to say about this game was covered then. It was a personal favourite game of mine when I was growing up, and my dad played it incessantly for days when he first bought it. I enjoyed the variety of moves that you could attempt, and the steadily increasing challenge from round to round was pitched just perfect to keep you coming back for more. But that was all the Amstrad CPC version. How does the Spectrum version hold up? Surprisingly well, to be honest. Okay, the background colours are a little bit garish, especially during the first few rounds of the game. That archway really sticks out and kind of pulls your attention off the characters, if I'm honest. Aside from that, plus the annoying beeper tune that just doesn't work for me, it all plays pretty well. You can still cheap move your way to victory in the early stages by waiting for your opponent to close on you and then kicking him in the balls. You can still maneuver easily and spin your character around to face the opponent by half completing a roundhouse kick, and you still have to time your moves perfectly because hit distance is still a thing, which means the game is far more strategic than some will give it credit for. This is Way of the Exploding Fist, one of the premier one-on-one tournament fighters of the 80s, and it's all present on the Spectrum. It's a fantastic game, and I love it. What can I say about Elite that I haven't already said in the Best Game of 1985 video when we covered the Commodore 64 version? To be honest, not a lot. This is Elite, the grandfather of the 3D open-world game. You can go anywhere, fight anything, do anything. The galaxy is yours for the taking, and it would not surprise me one bit if it turned out that some people bought a Spectrum just to play this game, then continued playing it right up to the modern day. It's that good. When I first encountered Elite, it was on the PC in the form of the fully shaded, no wireframe graphics here, Elite Plus. So that's the version that I always end up comparing other versions of Elite to. I know I shouldn't, I should really be focused on the wireframe original, but aside from the change in the rendering model, there's very little difference to the games, so if we can put that aside for a moment, I think we can really get into how well this port works out. I'm happy to say that Elite plays just as well on the Spectrum as it did on the PC. Okay, the graphics are pretty much monochrome, but that doesn't change the immersive gameplay and the fun that you'll have with the game when you get into it. The controls are responsive, although I did notice that I couldn't always fire while turning, which made combat a little bit more tricky than I'm used to. The default key bindings are also in a bit of a weird place, but you'll quickly get the hang of them if you check the instructions and put a bit of practice in, which is the kind of thing that you need to do for a game of this kind. It is very much like a fight simulator in space, so you've got to really get into the mindset of knowing where the keys are. The game looks great, and the wireframe graphics really work well here on the Spectrum. This is Elite. There's no doubt about it, and it's all excellently put together on the little old rubber-keyed computer. I rather enjoyed playing this one. I reviewed Commando very recently here on GameHammer, and it remains one of my all-time favourite arcade games. It was a big favourite from the early days of my CPC gaming, and I still enjoy it today. The Spectrum port of Commando is very well done. Okay, the graphics are quite basic, but they get the job done, and you can see clearly what everything is supposed to be, so I don't have a problem with them. The game runs very nicely, and the controls work very well. There's a hell of a lot to like with this one. It's fast, it's fun, and it's just a damn good game. Commando is an absolute classic both in the arcade and on the Spectrum. Everything from the arcade has been replicated here on the Spectrum, so you get the proper experience even if it is a low-colour version. I cannot fault this one. It's fun. If you have a Spectrum, give Commando a play. I first encountered Ghosts and Goblins on the Spectrum sometime around 1988, when my cousin showed me it on his 48K Spectrum, and we had a brilliant day trying to get through the game. We never did, but we enjoyed what we did play. It was a fun game then, and it's a fun game now, even though my skills at playing it have sadly not improved. Graphically, this is a big step away from the vibrant colours of the arcade original, and the animation at the start of the game is completely lacking a background, so it's not entirely clear what's going on. I also thought there was a problem with my keyboard when I first started playing the game for this review, because it wasn't obvious that you'd start the game standing right behind a gravestone, so you needed to jump as your first action. This leads to the game's major downside. The foreground graphics are the same colour as the background graphics, which means it's not always clear what's going on or what counts as an obstacle. Now, I realise that this is because otherwise you'd have a lot of colour clash. It is a Spectrum after all, but sometimes you've just got to accept that colour clash is a necessity in order to distinguish things. Now, I will admit it won't detract from the game too much, especially once you know the levels a bit better, but it's a big stumbling block when you first start playing. Gameplay-wise, all the fun and playability of the arcade original is here on the Spectrum. It's a really fun game, with all the quirks and all the difficulties from the original staying intact during the port to the rubber-keyed 8-bit behemoth. I really enjoyed playing this one, and I can see myself coming back to it from time to time for another try as well. Wow, this was a difficult category to decide on. The Spectrum has presented us with 4 absolute classics. We have amazing, immersive, open-world gameplay in Elite. We have a fantastic one-on-one fighting game in Way of the Exploding Fist. We have 2 arcade classics in Commando and Ghosts and Goblins. So which do I choose? This is going to be a tough one, and I'm going to have to be harsh in order to make a decision. Well, the controls in Elite were just a little bit unresponsive, which meant that combat wasn't as fluid as I'd have liked it to have been in this port. Meanwhile, it wasn't always clear what was going on in Ghosts and Goblins, especially that gravestone preventing movement right at the start of the game. These are minor quibbles, but on the whole, when you have 4 absolute gems to choose from, you've got to make harsh decisions. These minor faults put these 2 top games out of the running at this time. In any other year, they would be contenders for the top prize. But the Spectrum brought its A game for 1986, so they've got to go. That leaves us with Commando and Way of the Exploding Fist. Well, I adore both games, and they are very distinct from one another, but Way of the Exploding Fist has that thing where you can spam the same move and get through to round 5 without breaking a sweat. So maybe it doesn't quite have the same gameplay and skill requirements to compete with Commando. It's still a top-class game, don't get me wrong, but Commando just edges it out by actually requiring skill right from the very start of the game. So the Spectrum's winner for 1986 has to be Commando. From 4 absolute gems of games, it manages to take the top spot by having fluid controls and needing you to actually have some skill to complete it. Well done, Commando. You go through to the next round. Wow, 4 games to contend with there. That was quite a tricky decision at the end, because the Spectrum just brings so many good games into the mix. And, wow, we had a bigger, tough choice than even with the Commodore. So, we finally got it down to Commando, but to be honest with you, pretty much any of them could have taken this top spot. It was a real hard choice, but Commando came through, and it goes through to round 2, which leaves us with our final system. And I think we all know, I adore the Amstrad CPC. It was the bronze medalist, the third runner. It was a system that most people like to say, oh, was it really that good, or was it just a beefed up Spectrum with delusions of grandeur? Well, to be honest with you, it was a great system, and it had some great games. So let's have a look at what the Amstrad has to offer. The Amstrad CPC gives us more trouble this year, just like it did last year. As with Zap in 1985, Amstrad Action starts out providing charts based on readers' opinions rather than sales. This isn't actually a bad thing from our point of view, because it means that good games do still have a great chance of hitting the top spot. But the problem is, Amstrad Action didn't publish a chart in their December 1986 issue, so we only have 11 months worth of charts to play with. Oh well, we'll have to make do. What were the top-selling games in 1986 for the Amstrad CPC? Well, we begin the year in style with Sorcery, quickly followed by Way of the Exploding Fist, a game that featured heavily in the 1985 Best Game video. Then it's the turn of Yi Ar Kung Fu. All 3 games only got 1 month each at the top, so they're automatically going to be pushed out of the running. Why? Because the rest of the year was dominated by 2 games. Elite, which spent 4 months at the top of the chart, and Get Dexter, which spent the remaining 4 months in the number 1 spot. So which will go through to the second round? Which Amstrad CPC game will be our contender in the System vs. System playoffs? Let's have a look at both Elite and Get Dexter to find out. Elite passed me by on the Amstrad CPC back in the 80s. I didn't know the game existed, and when it was mentioned here and there in magazines, it didn't come across as my kind of game. Oh, how wrong I was, as my experiences on the PC would later show me. Amstrad Action even had Elite on the cover tape at one point, although it was on the issue directly after the one I stopped reading at, because I was moving away from the CPC in favour of the PC and I stopped picking up the magazines. It was like I was destined never to play this game. Well, all that has changed now, because here we are. Was it worth the wait? Can my beloved CPC produce a version of Elite that stands up to all the other versions I've played over the years? As it turns out, yes. Yes, it can. This is a version of Elite that, as I recall from interviews, was either coded by or overseen by the original creators Ian Bell and David Braben, and you can see that from the start. The music is here, and it's great. It's using the CPC's multi-channel sound chip to emulate stereo sound very nicely, which really helps to draw you into the game world. The colours are vibrant, and they look fantastic too. Everything is colour-coded, so spaceships and space dock all stand out against the stars, the planets, and the lasers. This is all fantastic, and it makes understanding what is going on so much easier. The game also moves at a decent pace too, and the issue of turning while firing, or vice versa, that we saw on the Spectrum is nowhere to be found on here. This is a game that is highly polished for Amstrad's severely underrated machine, and it shows. The only downsides are that the stars don't disappear when a ship or station is in view, so it can look like the star field is actually dirt on your windscreen, which isn't great, and there are some noticeable slowdown points when there are a lot of ships in the vicinity, for example. Aside from these small quibbles, Elite on the CPC is a perfect port of the original. Now for our second Amstrad game, we have to leave the UK behind and travel across the sea to France. Those of you who are familiar with the CPC scene will know that Amstrad absolutely dominated the market in France during the CPC's lifetime, and as a result, many of the best games on the system came out of French software houses. Get Dexter is one of those games. This is an isometric view arcade adventure with a similar vein to the famous Batman, which we reviewed here on GameHammer several years ago. Unlike Batman, which was written first and foremost for the ZX Spectrum, Get Dexter is pure CPC. The code is optimized for Amstrad's take on the Z80 machine, and we can see that from the perfectly fluid gameplay, the wonderfully vibrant graphics, and the fact that the game doesn't seem to slow down whatsoever when you're playing it, for me at least. Because this is a graphic adventure game, you won't complete it on your first try. You'll probably wander around getting your bearings like I did, but when you get into it, there's a deep game here with a lot to it that will keep you coming back for more. I cannot fault this game, I really can't. I adored games like this as a kid, and if I'd ever had a chance to get my hands on Get Dexter back in the CPC's heyday, you can be sure it would have become a personal favourite. As it is, I'll just have to make up for lost time now. After the ZX Spectrum landed us with 4 contenders, the CPC has only brought us 2 to choose from. The first is an Amstrad port of one of the greatest games ever created, and the other is an arcade adventure game with visuals that show just what the CPC was capable of when put in the hands of people who actually know what they're doing with the machine. This is going to be another tough call. So, Elite is as close to a perfect port of a classic game as you're going to get. It really is. It looks wonderful, it sounds wonderful, and it mostly plays wonderfully too. The only downsides are the ones that I mentioned earlier, that the stars look like they're on top of the space stations and vehicles, while there is noticeable slowdown if there are multiple ships in the area. Get Dexter, on the other hand, is a game built for the CPC from the ground up, and it shows in every pixel. It's smooth, it's vibrant, it shows the CPC off to its full extent. As a result, I have to hand this one to Get Dexter, which goes through to round 2 as the CPC's champion for 1986. Congratulations, Get Dexter. Wow, that was a surprise. Only 2 games to contend with, which was a big surprise for me because I always remember the Amstrad as having quite a changeover of titles at its number 1 spot, but not quite at that speed. So to only have 2 games that got to the top and stayed there for more than a month, that's a surprise. But we came through. We had Elite, a classic, an absolute classic game, and Get Dexter, a classic, an absolute classic game. It was a tough decision to put Get Dexter through to the next round. So, now that we have our 3 contenders for round 2, we best put them head to head. So here we are in round 2. We began this contest with 9 games to look at, and now we've whittled it down to 3. For the Commodore 64, we have Paradroid. For the ZX Spectrum, we have Commando. And for the Amstrad CPC, we have Get Dexter. These are 3 very different games, each of which had a tough time beating the competition on their respective machines. When it comes to 1986, we really were all spoilt for choice, no matter which computer we owned. There is still the matter of choosing a winner, however, so let's get down to it. Paradroid is a wonderful, fast-paced game with a lot of hidden depth to it. There are tactics to consider, different ways to complete each level of the ship, and thus win the game. It looks pretty good, but it could have looked better. The C64 certainly could have looked better than this, we all know it. And to be honest with you, the sound on Paradroid is a letdown for the game when we reach this higher level in the contest. That buzzing really did get on my nerves, I have to admit that. Nevertheless, Paradroid is a brilliant game to play, and I highly recommend you give it a try. When it comes to the ZX Spectrum games, Commando had a very hard time beating its rivals this year. It really was the toughest category to judge. Nevertheless, we have a smooth game to play with good music, decent graphics, and brilliant gameplay. The game is immensely difficult, I'll grant you that, but it's a classic, and it replicates the whole of the arcade game's feel and gameplay. It is brilliant. Then we have Get Dexter, which was one of those games that Amstrad users could hold up as a prime example of what the humble CPC could actually do when the programmer has skills and time to get the job done properly. This is a difficult game, sure, and the isometric style isn't to everyone's liking, but it looks great, it sounds great, and it plays great. If you're into isometric adventure games, this one is tough to beat. But which one is going to be the winner? Which one will take the coveted title of GameHammer Best Game of 1986? Well, Paradroid made a strong start with its excellent gameplay, but that constant hissing sound really does start to grate on you quickly. If you add to this the drab colours and the blocky graphics, which the C64 could definitely do better at, then this is a tough one to put out there as a prime game of the year. It's really good, but it's not first place material. Paradroid takes the bronze. Commando is one of those games that I come back to time and time again, but I have to admit I don't come back to it on the Spectrum. As good as this game is, the Spectrum version is really tough, as are most incarnations of the game, I'll give you that, and I do find myself questioning whether I would favour this game over the other two that we have on offer here. For a quick burst of action, I would definitely load this up over Paradroid, and that's why I took the silver. But there can really only be one winner this year. There is one game that absolutely shows off the machine it's running on at its finest, and that's Get Dexter. The game is tough, sure, but that's the genre that it's in, and once you get to grips with what you're doing in the game, it becomes a fantastic adventure with a lot to see, a lot to hear, and a lot to do. It's Amstrad CPC gaming at its finest, and that's why this year, Get Dexter on the Amstrad CPC takes the gold. And there we have it. Get Dexter comes through as the number one game of 1986. I don't think most of us would have come into this thinking, wow, the Amstrad is going to trump this. But it did. That game, it just typifies what it means to play an Amstrad game. It's colourful, it's vibrant, it moves quick, because the Amstrad could throw those sprites around if it was coded properly. It looks great, it's presented so well, and it's just great fun. But that doesn't mean that the other contenders weren't good. This was far, far tighter a decision than I ever expected coming into this. But I think we've made the right choice. But anyway, if you pick any of those three contenders, or in fact, any of the games that we've talked about today, you're going to have a good day when you're playing that. So I think, in the end, everyone is a winner. But the Amstrad, it won a little bit more. Anyway, that's all we've got time for today, so thank you so much for watching. I hope you did like this, and if you did, remember to click that like button, share this with your friends so that they'll know some good games when they see them, and do subscribe for future videos because there will be more in the future. But until next time, I've been Zoe Kirk Robinson, you've been watching GameHammer, and I'll see you tomorrow. So yeah, that's my confession.
Thank you for sharing. Does anyone else want to speak? How about you, Zoe?
Okay, yeah. Hi everyone, my name is Zoe.
Hi, Zoe.
And I have something to confess. Until today, I had never played golf. Look, I'm not proud of this, okay? It's not something I'm going to put on my CV, but it's the truth. Golf is just not something I ever got round to playing. But it's a classic. That may be so, but here's the thing. It has a stupid name. I'd never seen an arcade of it. And there weren't many home computer ports, certainly not for systems that I knew. And as a result, I've just got no nostalgic connection to it. Nobody you knew had an Atari? Or a Commodore? Or a BBC? Grief, no. Atari's before my time. How old do you think I am? And when a friend finally pulled one out of his dad's attic and we got to see one, the only game I ever played on it was Combat. The Commodore and BBC computers were way too expensive for anyone that I knew to have had one. We all had Spectrums, or Amstrads in my case, because my parents didn't want me hogging the television all the time. The first time I saw a Commodore 64 in the flesh, I was 10 years old.
Okay, fair enough. So what did you think of golf when you finally decided to give it a try as a fully grown adult who's had access to classic games via emulator for over 20 years?
I'm sensing a bit of judgment in your tone here.
You're supposed to.
Well, it's pretty good, I suppose. I mean, It's a bit generic, but what it does well, and I will respect it for the things that it did bring to the industry. It was the first game to feature multiple levels, and the first to use what are essentially mini-games as different levels in order to tell a story. You begin in Earth's atmosphere with a modified version of Space Invaders. The Gorf fleet is attempting to penetrate the Earth's defensive shield, and you've got to shoot them all down. When that's done, you leave the atmosphere, which is presented in-game as the blue background sliding down the screen, and you take the battle to the Gorf fleet in space. Here, it's a highly modified form of Galaxians, where some of the ships fire lasers. My advice? Kill those first. It makes the level so much easier. Then you play a cut-down version of Galaxians itself, which is the second of the straight-up rip-off levels. The original game is superior and certainly more difficult to play, but this level isn't too bad, so we can let it go and move on. Next, you have to destroy wave upon wave of rotating enemies in a cut-down knockoff of Tempest or games similar to Tempest. This is either the easiest level in the game or the worst, depending on how quickly you work out that staying in the middle of the screen and just firing rapidly will kill most of the enemies. The final level sees you square off against the enemy mothership, which has its own protective shield. Blast a couple of holes in that and then blow that ship to pieces to secure your victory. It's a simple level, but it's also one of the best. Then the game repeats on a slightly higher difficulty level, and you just keep going until you eventually run out of lives. And that's Golf. It's not exactly something to write home about, is it? It's a bit generic, rips off a few things, but I'll give it its due where due is due. I can see why it became kind of a classic, and I do like its multi-level approach because of what came after it. But as a game itself, I can take it or leave it. I really can.
I'm surprised about that. What with it originally being a Star Trek tie-in game? I know you like Star Trek. You hardly shut up about it at most meetings.
Yeah, but let's be honest. There's not much Star Trek left in this game, is there? I can't see much of it, because the license was dropped fairly early in development.
The ship still looks like the Enterprise.
No, it doesn't. I've seen that theory many times. It's been thrown around year after year. But let's be honest. The ship in Golf is the ship from Galaxians with the serial numbers sanded off.
It's still the Enterprise.
Only because so many ships in arcade games from the time looked like the Enterprise, including the ship from Galaxians. But still, okay, we can accept that, and it would go a long way to explaining why so much of this game is derivative. Because let's face it, guys, so many games that had an official licensed tie-in were derivative of other, better games. That's true, but since we're on the subject, what do you think about the home computer versions? I've never tried them either. Shall we start with the Atari? The first thing you notice about the Atari port is how well it plays. The controls are smooth and the gameplay is perfectly replicated. This is a delight to play, and I can honestly see myself tracking a copy of this version down when I eventually add an Atari 2600 to my collection.
You don't have an Atari in your collection?
Not yet, no. I'm waiting for the right one to come along at the right price. But I thought you were a collector. How can you be a collector without an Atari? Very easily. Do you want to hear about this game or not? Yes, please. Okay then. The second thing you notice about the Atari port is that it's lacking the Galaxians level. Atari, the company, had the exclusive rights to Galaxians on home consoles and computers, so getting a copy of that level into a home port of Golf just wasn't going to happen. As a result, there are only 4 levels in this game before the game loops around. It's not a deal breaker if you're looking for a copy of this game to actually play at home, but it is worth noting, especially if the Galaxians level is your favourite, because it's not there. For the most part, the game is replicated very well on Atari's limited console. The graphics look decent for the time, the sound is superb. I mean, the 2600 does space battle noises and explosions really well after all, and it is a very fun game to play. The only major downside to this version is the fact that the mothership doesn't have a force field around it, which makes killing it far too easy. Instead, it has 2 small and easily shot down enemy craft. Anyway, the Atari port of this is very good, and I do like it, and I'd recommend if there are fans of Atari who haven't played it, they track a version down. But that said, it's not the best version.
Let's talk about the Commodore 64 port.
There were two ports of Golf to Commodore's machines, one to the VIC-20, which was cut down in terms of both the missing level and the fact that the game plays in a smaller window on the screen because the VIC-20 doesn't have a lot of memory, and that's one way to conserve it. The other version is on the Commodore 64, and it is fantastic. The graphics are blocky, as is typical for the C64. It natively looks like someone has taken a 4:3 aspect ratio picture and stretched it to 16:9, and that can be a bit of an off-putting thing at first, but do stick with it, because the gameplay is smooth, like the Atari 2600 version. The graphics are decent enough once you get past the horizontal stretching, and the colours, well, they're pretty nice. The sound is good as well, and everything just feels perfectly suited to the machine. This is a wonderful port. It even has the force field around the mothership. If it wasn't for the lack of the Galaxians level, this would feel like as close to an arcade-perfect port to Commodore's old beige box as you could possibly hope to get. I've never been a big fan of the Commodore 64, I have to admit that. I was an Amstrad fan at first, I saw the Spectrum, hardly ever saw a Commodore, so I don't have the nostalgia that some people do. Having said that, respect where respect is due. The Commodore 64 version is fantastic. It's probably the best version, in fact. But it could have been better, and to see how it could have been better, we've got to take a look at the BBC version. The BBC port does one thing the Commodore missed out on. It gets the graphics right. Okay, they are a hell of a lot smaller than they were in the C64, and that can make the gameplay a little bit more annoying, because you spend a fair amount of time on your playtime wishing you could see what was going on a bit better. But the colours are brilliant, and the designs, well, they're just lovely. The sound is also rather excellent, which is a good thing because the BBC lacks a volume control, so you're going to be hearing these sounds an awful lot whether you want to or not. As with the other ports, the Galaxians level is missing, and so is the force field around the mothership. This seems to be a common occurrence. This means you don't get the same arcade-like experience as you would on the Commodore 64. There's also a reasonable amount of jerkiness on the BBC version that you don't get on the C64. So while this version looks the best, the C64 still pips it in terms of gameplay, and to be fair, that is what's most important. So in the end, the BBC version is great to look at, and it's pretty good to play. The Atari 2600 version is pretty great to play, but not all that good to look at, and the C64 version is the best because it manages to be the closest thing to the arcade original, while also being the most fun to play. That's one of the brilliant things about looking at these old computers, because each one was different. It's not like now where they're essentially all just PCs in boxes. Back then, each computer had its own strengths and weaknesses, and if the programs were up to snuff, when they made a game and converted it over different systems, they played to each system's strengths, which makes it really good to compare them and see what did what best and how others could have potentially improved it. It's such a shame that we can't stretch Golf out with its comparisons further by looking at the CPC and Spectrum versions, since actually they didn't get official ports. Why was that? Well, that's a story for another day. Previously on GameHammer. What? Play Laser Warp? I am the master. Oh, it starts so epically. Alright, apparently we're not getting to the end of this. It's such a shame that we can't stretch Golf out with its comparisons further by looking at the CPC and Spectrum versions, since actually they didn't get official ports. Why was that? And now the conclusion. That's right, Dizzy, you defeat that evil wizard, who's curiously named after the guy who taught most 80s game developers how to code on the Z80. What? Hey, yeah, hey, what's going on? I was finally about to win!
Master, you failed to defeat me 5 years ago. Your failure has powered me through the galaxy. Now I am here to destroy the Earth, and it's all your fault.
I didn't fail, I just didn't play long enough to win. But if that's how he wants to play it, well, 2 can play at that game.
No, they can't. This is a one-player game.
Shut up, the master. I'm gonna beat you, and I'm going to do it on the Amstrad and the Spectrum. This is a battle that will require skill and wits like never before. I've seen his minions and how they operate, and my reflexes will have to be at their peak if I'm going to defeat him. So first, we have the whirling dervishes. They are slow moving when in a group, but speed up when alone. They hunt in small packs and have very simple left to right movement. They will be easy to defeat. The thing is, this level is here to lure you into a false sense of security. It's incredibly simple, but if you let your concentration lapse, you can very quickly find yourself running low on lives, so stay focused and get past it. Then you face the hardest level in the game, and I'm not joking about that. There are fast-moving blockades that will target exactly where you are on the screen. Meanwhile, the enemies you need to hit simply fly left to right and vice versa. The trick here is to target where the enemy is going to be before the next blockade moves onto the screen. That way, your shots won't slam into a blockade before you have a chance to shoot down the enemy. It sounds easier than it is. This is the level where you're going to be most likely to lose a few lives, but keep at it, and you'll get the hang of it eventually. This is also the first point where it becomes clear which game Laser Warp is based on. In the early days of home computing, there were many games that were either inspired by arcade classics or outright ripping them off. Laser Warp is no exception, because Laser Warp is the CPC's answer to Golf. Now, I'll admit that it's not easy to see at first, but bear with me and you'll see it, because Laser Warp isn't a direct rip-off of Golf. It's more like it's inspired by it and it's taken it in a different direction, but the influences are still there. For example, let's look at this level from Golf on the Atari 2600. Here, we have trapezoidal craft flying diagonally toward the player's ship. These enemy craft are getting in the way of the player's attack on their target. Now here's Laser Warp, where trapezoidal craft are flying diagonally toward the player's ship and getting in the way of their targeting of the enemy. The gameplay mechanics are very, very similar. Now, I'm not saying it's a complete rip-off, I'm just saying the influence is very clear. And that's not the end of it either. The main influence is laid bare on level 9, which is the final level before the game loops back to the start and increases in difficulty, the same way Golf does, but then again, the same way a lot of arcade games of the time did. So let's take a look. Here we see the main enemy hiding behind a force field. In order to be able to shoot the enemy, you have to penetrate that force field. Meanwhile, other enemies are getting in your way, trying to stop you penetrating the force field. Basically, Laser Warp is combining the force field from Golf with the enemy ships from the force fieldless home ports of Golf. It's the best of both worlds, and it makes for a really, really great level. In the previous episode, we raised the question of why Golf was never officially ported to the Amstrad CPC and the ZX Spectrum, when I think about it. The simplest answer is that Golf arrived in the arcades in 1982, and the ZX Spectrum also arrived in 1982. So by the time the Spectrum was starting to build up a decent market for commercial games, Golf was old news. The Amstrad CPC didn't arrive on the scene until 1984, and that's 2 years after Golf had debuted, which, of course, by that time there was even less call for ports of the game, and the market had moved on. Golf doesn't have the pulling power of arcades like Pac-Man, Space Invaders, or any of the newer games that had hit the arcades since it arrived. As a result, the best we got on the Z80 powered machines was Laser Warp. To be honest, I don't think we missed out. Laser Warp is a fun game, even if its difficulty curve is more like a roller coaster ride than a straight progression.
Fool! You have defeated me once, but I still live. Just as happens in the game, defeating me is only the end of the beginning. The Amstrad isn't the only world that I inhabit.
I know that, you moron! I already told you I'd defeat you on the Spectrum as well, so prepare for more battles!
That's not even grammatically correct!
I don't care! Prepare for more battles. They're coming now! The Spectrum version is quite different to the latest CPC port of Laser Warp. For one thing, it's a far more fast-paced combat game with more enemies on screen and more space between the enemies. The CPC's incarnation, to be honest with you, is quite a cramped affair, with hardly any space between the large sprites. Here on the Spectrum, it's a bit more open, and you would be forgiven for thinking that it would give you a bit more breathing room. It doesn't. The individual levels are pretty much the same as the CPC's version, and the enemies are pretty similar too. It's a similar difficulty curve as well, so once you've played one version of Laser Warp, you have a good idea of what you're going to face in the other version. It's still a fun game with varied enemies and a weird difficulty progression that some will enjoy and others will hate. So is it worth playing both versions? Yes. Absolutely, because the Spectrum version shows its Gorf influences a lot clearer than the CPC version does. This is level 9. Again, it's the level where you defeat the Master. But look at that and tell me that this game isn't based on Gorf. You can't, can you? The Spectrum version lays its influences bare. That doesn't stop it from being a great game, of course, and it certainly doesn't stop finally destroying the Master from being a very satisfying experience, even if the game as a whole is noticeably easier than the latest CPC version.
No! You cannot defeat me that easily! I am the Master! I will conquer and destroy the Earth!
Seriously? Have you seen this place right now?
No, I've been too busy fighting you! What's happened?
Dude, the entire planet is covered in a plague. Don't you watch the news?
As a rule, no. Journalism sucks these days. Everyone is pushing an agenda rather than actually reporting the news.
Well, it still helps to keep abreast of current events. Otherwise you end up landing your invasion fleet in a plague, like you did. Watch.
Welcome back to On TV News. It's week 9 of lockdown and the studios are still closed due to the virus, so I have to present the news from inside a cupboard. My agent is going to hear about this. I'm not kidding.
What? Oh no! Oh, right, everyone, pack up. We're leaving. I don't want this planet anymore. It's got germs on it. Smell your laser, you germ-ridden wusses.
Well, it's not exactly an ending on a par with War of the Worlds, is it? But I'll take it. And now the conclusion. Didn't we just get rid of these Space Invaders?
Well, they're still here, so I'm going to say no.
I'm pretty sure these are different invaders.
Well, either way, they're going to really regret trying to invade this virus-infested hellhole. To the battlements!
We don't have any battlements.
To the game room, then. I can't believe we have to do Space Invaders yet again, but here we go. Space Invaders Invasion Day, also known as Space Raiders outside of Europe, because here in Europe, Space Raiders is a brand of budget crisps, and that just would have been too awesome for us. It's a remake of the original Space Invaders game. Set in the modern day and featuring 3 playable characters, each with their own cinematics and backstories, this game feels like a budget release from a company like Midas or Phoenix. But it isn't. It's from Taito, the creators of the original game. This is gonna suck, isn't it? Oh dear. Still, if we're gonna defeat these invaders, best beat this game. There are 6 levels to this game and they all play the same, with only the backgrounds and aliens changing. This helps the game to retain its Space Invaders heritage while also telling a story of sorts. You begin on Earth fighting aliens in a street. It's very much a simple 3D reinterpretation of the original Space Invaders, something that you could have seen on any platform these days because so many developers have tried their hand at this sort of game. the occasional power-ups appear, and you'll probably need to use one or two here and there just to get through the wave upon wave of enemies. But if I'm honest, the game isn't exactly difficult. I completed this game in 95 minutes, and that's including the length of time it takes to watch the cutscenes and the end credits, and I completed it on my first try. I'm not the best gamer in the world either. If you've played Space Invaders before, you already know how to beat the game. The biggest stumbling block on your road to victory is not enemy AI, or even the crude level designs, although there is a bit of both in here. It's actually boredom. Each level is the same as the last. Defeat wave upon wave of enemies that move in traditional Space Invaders style, then fight a boss. Then rinse and repeat, occasionally stopping to admire the design of the aliens. Which actually can be pretty good. I know, I'm surprised as you are, but it's true. Then, when you get to the final boss and the game suddenly changes a little bit, you'll get quite disappointed because the earlier bosses are much better designs. And that's it. The cutscenes roll, and they are different for each of the three characters, I'll give it that. You can play as all of them and see something a bit different, so it gives it a little bit of replay value, but it's not actually that great when you actually play it. The acting isn't brilliant, the plots for each character are as basic as they come, and it just doesn't feel like an ending so much as it's just giving up. The game has some potential. A 3D Space Invaders game isn't a bad idea in and of itself. It's just that the game never gets anywhere near realising that potential. The best thing I can say about it is it's short. You can play it in about an hour and a half, and it brings a couple of new ideas to the franchise, but far fewer than actually needed to keep it going. It's basically a placeholder for a better game, and that better game never came. Right, let's finish this. Okay, you alien bastards, listen up. Leave now, or I'll shoot you.
I don't think so.
Have it your way. The original game was a classic, but you never developed past it. Invasion Day could have been amazing. You had the chance to take the franchise in a new direction. I know people criticise you for doing just that at the time, but the truth is, you didn't do it at all. You did the same game again, only with a little bit of 3D. You rested on your laurels and created a boring pile of crap. The biggest enemy in your game was my own bloody patience. Now get off my planet and don't come back until you make a game that's bloody decent. I expected more, to be honest. That kind of sums up this game, doesn't it? Oh well, they can't all be classics. It's 2020, the year of perfect vision, so I guess I won't be needing these anymore. Let's play some games. I guess some things never change.
Are you being stupid again?
Oh, obviously, yeah, of course I am.
Well, stop it. We've got work to do. I have got it on good authority that channels which regularly introduce new consoles to their reviews have a chance at hitting a larger market. So I need you to start reviewing something that you haven't reviewed before.
Like what? We've reviewed every console and handheld that I've ever had. We've even reviewed a Tiger Electronics LCD game. You can't scrape the bottom of the barrel any more than I've scraped it.
This is a problem. Okay, I've got it. We'll review a system and all of its games all at once.
You're insane.
No, I'm not. I've never even been to Paris.
Insane, not insane.
What's the difference?
Oh, forget it.
Done. Now go and review this Enjoypad.
Do I have to?
Yes, and stop grimacing. You might find you enjoy it.
Oh my goodness, please never make puns again.
I cannot agree to that. Now get to it, time is wasting.
I can't believe I'm taking orders from a monster.
I heard that.
You weren't meant to. This is the N-Joypad. It's a cheap Famicom clone that I found at a charity shop a while back, but you could probably still get it on the internet because, let's face it, on the internet this stuff never goes out of date. Now, you've already seen what this thing can do from my review of Binary Land on the MSX and the Nintendo and this thing last year. And I have to admit, I was actually quite surprised at how well this thing works. It's one of those systems that really shouldn't work as well as it does, but manages to surprisingly hold its own quite well. It's also one of those rare Famiclone systems that doesn't work on cartridges or some kind of built-in ROM system where you turn it on and it's immediately there with everything. Instead, it uses discs. You put them in here because it's basically a PlayStation 1 clone. But the discs, they don't hold any data. When you open the disc tray, you can see that there's no laser inside to read the discs. Instead, there are these 3 buttons that can be pressed down. The number of buttons that get pressed tells the N-Joypad which disc is inserted into the machine, and thus which of its 3 inbuilt ROM chips it should run. There is apparently a 4th button, or at least a system like a 4th button, where if you open it up and press a button inside the system, it will completely bypass the disc gimmick, which means that you can play any of the 59 built-in games at any time. You can go straight to your favourites, which is useful if you ever lose the disc. And yes, I do mean it when I say favourites, because some of the titles, as we'll see in this review on this system, are actually surprisingly good fun to play. But let's not get too bogged down straight away. Let's have a look and see how this little machine actually came into existence. The N-Joypad is a product of Advanced Bright Limited, or ABL for short. This is a Hong Kong company which is known for its wide variety of rip-off consoles, such as the Console TV, the Console TV Challenge, and the Arcade TV game set. The N-Joypad is their inevitable weird console that doesn't quite fit the usual mould, as it uses the discs that I mentioned earlier instead of plug-in cartridges. What's interesting about ABL's clone system though is that, unlike many Famiclone systems which will just rip off Nintendo or Namco or people like that, this actually has a few games on it that are from third-party developers in China. It's like Opposite Day or something. We've got a pirate system that is from a part of China that's ripping off developments in China. They're eating themselves these days. But does that mean that they're bad? Well, funnily enough, some of those games that are on here from the Chinese developers are actually pretty good fun as well. They hold up against some of Nintendo and Namco and everyone else's main system games. But the thing we have to ask ourselves is, does any of that excuse this system being a pirate system? Well, of course it doesn't. But at least it gives us something interesting today to take a look at. The controller, like the console itself, is made from reasonably sturdy plastic, and it'll stand up to repeated use, which is nice, but it also feels incredibly light, as if there's only the bare minimum amount of stuff inside it. I wouldn't want to drop the controller or the console, because I'm pretty sure they'd smash the tiny sharp pieces if you did, but if you're careful with it, it'll probably last quite well. The controller is also very, very small. It's like a PlayStation DualShock controller if you look at it, or maybe a third-party version of that. But it's tiny, as if it got shrunk in the wash or something. I mean, I've got a DualShock 2 here, and look at the comparison. They look almost about the same size, but if I put it in front, you kind of see that it is a little bit smaller, like it's shrunk in the wash. Also, the DualShock has really, really nice responsive controls. This has clicky, not quite as responsive as you'd want buttons. They will work, and it'll work decently enough that you can play the games, but it's not the top-notch quality. However, having said all of that, I have seen worse controllers, so it gets a pass. It's not the best, but certainly not the worst. I have pretty small hands, and this is only barely comfortable enough to use. If you're big enough that the Duke or the Dreamcast controller is pretty good in your hands, well, you're going to struggle with the N-Joypad. Also, this has the standard thing on Famiclones that are trying to hide what they are. We have 4 buttons here, but the Famicom only has 2, so we have A and B. We also have X and Y. Now, I don't care that they're called X and Y, they're A and B, so at least you get to double up. So if one of them breaks, and unfortunately with some of these clone consoles, you know that's probably going to happen at some point, at least you've got to double up, you know? So anyway, I think we've talked about it enough. Shall we try the games?
Please do. That's why you're here after all.
Let's do it. The first disc is the Intelligence Games series. Now, if you're thinking that means it's going to be full of puzzle games with the occasional educational title, well, you'd be half right in that case. Some of these are puzzles, and some of them are action-adventure games. Basically, you're taught right from the start that the disc titles only barely have an indication of what might be on there, so it's best to ignore them. Now, let's begin with Game 1. So the first game is called Fun Click, which is a direct rip-off of Union Bond's NES game Poke Click. At this point, I'm sure you already have 2 questions. 1. Does this game have anything to do with Pokemon? Well, I'm sorry to disappoint you, but no, it does not. And 2. Why does the title screen make it look like this game is called Fun Flick with 2 L's? And the answer to that one is because the guy who did the title screen didn't really do it very well. Way to English, guys. That should be CL, not double L. This is not Welsh. It's not a th sound. It's a cl sound. Anyway, the game looks a lot like your standard Match 3 game, such as Bejeweled, or its Amstrad CPC clone Betiled, which we did review on this show in the past, and it's definitely a one that's worth checking out. Once you get past the surface though, Fun Click is a different sort of game, one that I'd expect is aimed more at children. This isn't a Match 3 game, it's a Match Any Multiple Greater Than 1 game, which makes it a hell of a lot easier than Bejeweled, and also ruins the point of playing it. Because you only have to match 2 or more items together instead of 3 or more, there's absolutely no gameplay to this entire thing. There's no strategy, there's no need to forward plan, and there's no need to play. It's a dull game that won't even entertain very young children for long. As the opening act for the system, it's a terrible one. So, let's move on pretty quick. Now here's a fun one. If you've ever played one of those tile sliding games, such as Chip's Challenge, you will know immediately what to do in Box World, which is a clone of Box World by Niche Code, because apparently sometimes pirates aren't even going to bother hiding the name of the game that they've ripped off. You have to arrange the boxes on the red dots in as few moves as possible. There's only one proper solution to every single screen, and it's so easy to prevent yourself from winning thanks to one improperly moved box, so the game is far harder than it seems. Unfortunately, the controls on the N-Joypad's cheap-ass controller aren't always great, so it is all too easy to accidentally make more than one move in any direction, and this leads to quite a few unsolvable stages, which for me isn't all that great. Still, the game is a lot of fun and it's so replayable that I was willing to come back to it time and time again. I highly recommend this one if you're into puzzle games. Next up, we have matching, but don't worry, this isn't one of those old PSAs about not playing with matches. It's a pirate copy of Memory Puzzle by Nice Code again. And if you're thinking that this is going to be one of those games about turning cards over and then trying to score a match, then you would be right. If you have a young child in the house and you want them to improve their short-term memory, give them a game like this to try. It might actually help, and it's decent enough to keep them occupied, provided they're old enough to hold a controller, and also young enough to not get immediately bored by this simple concept. Just turn the sound down, okay? Since the sound on this game is atrocious. I'm not joking either. Running your fingers down a blackboard would be a better noise. This is the most basic of games. It's a memory test involving 16 randomly sorted cards, and it gives you 8 pairs to match up because of the 16 cards. So you click on a card and it briefly turns over so you can see what it is. Then you have to find its duplicate. It's a game that I'm sure we've all played before, and it's a game that won't hold most of our attentions. If you can get them all within 30 seconds, and you will, because there's only so many places there can be, then you will win. If you win, you have 2 choices. Play again, or reset the console to choose a different game. I suggest you do the latter. So what's next on this disc of pirated pleasures? Strange Pop Pop? This can't be right, but it is. This is Strange Pop Pop, and I really wish I was making that name up. But no, that's genuinely what they called this. Originally it was retailed by Nice Code on the Famicom as Magic Bubble, but let's face it, this is Tetris. Tetris with bubbles and a waterfall theme. There's little that can be said about Tetris that hasn't already been said. It's practically the best game you can play on a handheld, and it works pretty well on consoles as well. It's one of my favourite games, in fact, and I could play a good version of Tetris all day and not get bored. Sadly, this version is not a good version of Tetris. Not only is the music awful, but the controller makes moving the blocks difficult, and it's all too easy to accidentally misplace a shape or have the drop function stick when you've dropped a piece. So the next one comes just flying straight down the screen without warning. When that happens, you're left with a frustrating mess of pieces that look awful because all of these graphics suck. If you want to play Tetris, choose one of the million other versions. If this is your only version, well, I suppose you can get used to it, but I personally wouldn't want to have to. So next up we have Warrior Chase, which gets us halfway through the first disc. This one is a bit weird. The original game is Ninja-kun Maiju no Boken, and it seems to be a game about jumping up platforms, killing monsters on the way. Most of the monsters will shoot at you the second that they see you, so you're best off killing them from behind if you can manage it. This is especially important with the white helmet creatures, because they will fire projectiles faster than you can, which means that you really need to get them when they can't fire back, otherwise you're toast. It's actually not a bad game, and the cheap controller on the Enjoypad doesn't get in the way of the gameplay, so I recommend you give this one a try. It's not brilliant, but it's far from terrible. But now we come to the first absolute gem on Disc 1, and actually one of the best titles in the entire Enjoypad range. This is Burger Build, and as you can probably tell just by looking at it, the game is an unashamed pirate copy of Namco's classic arcade game, Burger Time. It plays fantastically, it looks great, and the controls work really well despite the flaws of the Enjoypad's cheap and quite clunky controller. I have to admit that I am terrible at the game and I can't even get off level 1, but I do keep coming back to play it anyway because I adore playing Burger Time. Even here on this clone console, it's a real treat. So we've just had a classic arcade manufacturer mercilessly pirated. It must be time that our cloning chums gave Nintendo a try, I suppose. So the next game is Right Move, but Famicom owners will know it better as Gomoku Narabe Renju. And this vaguely translates as 5 pearls in a row. Japanese players will immediately recognise this game as it's very popular over there, and it's usually referred to simply as Renju, which basically translates as pearls, referring to the playing pieces. This is a game involving laying down 5 coloured dots in a row without your opponent getting a dot on either end of your row. That's harder than it sounds as well. Each player places 1 pearl on the game board per turn, and you can try and arrange the pearls to get 5 in a row in any direction, including vertically, horizontally, and diagonally. If both players are paying attention, you'll usually end the game with a draw. If you're playing as well as I am, the computer will always win. Sometimes the simplest games give you the most fun. When I first loaded this up, I was expecting it to be a rendition of Othello, but it really isn't, although it does look similar. Don't worry though if you've never played this classic game, because you'll pick up the rules even if you're unfamiliar. You'll pick them up pretty quick. And once you have worked out what you're doing, it's actually a fair amount of fun. It's a decent video game version of a traditional board game, and if you're into that sort of thing here, which I am, because I am a sucker for old-style traditional board games, then you'll have a lot of fun. I quite enjoyed it. Even, to be honest, I am terrible at winning in the game itself. It's just one of those things. Now we get straight into another great title, originally released as Magic Jewelry by Huang Xinwei. It's here on the Enjoypad as Abacus. Basically, it's a variant on the Match Multiples Falling Blocks game that would eventually coalesce into Sega's Columns. I love Columns, so as you can imagine, I love this game as well. There's only one problem with Abacus though, and that's the fact that the symbols are taken directly from playing cards. Now that might not seem too bad at first, but the thing is, the resolution on these old 8-bit games isn't that great, and they included both the clubs and the spades, which end up looking far too similar to one another for their own good. In a game that requires split-second timing to match shapes, the spades and clubs become difficult to distinguish at the same speed as the rest of the blocks, and that means missed opportunities. If one of those had been in grey instead of black, this would have made the game far easier on the eye and far more fun to play. As it stands, it's still a pretty fun game, and I've lost many an hour to playing it, so I'll still recommend you give it a try, even with those flaws. Now we come to the final game on the first disc. This is a game that was released in Japan and in Europe, but not in the US. because Nintendo of America back then had a rule against religious imagery in its games. It's also one of the absolute best games on the N-Joypad, and a firm favourite for me on the NES as well, which, to be fair, would not be unsurprising because it's the same game. But which game is it? Well, it's Devil World. Or to give it its N-Joypad title, Underworld. Too dramatic? Nintendo's Devil World is a game that I'll freely admit I didn't know about until I picked it up on the N-Joypad, but now that I've played this pirate version, I've also played the original NES title, and I'll definitely track down a copy of my own when I eventually add an NES to my gaming museum. Featured here as Underworld, you play as a small green dragon thing, and your goal varies between levels, but what doesn't vary is how quickly you can find yourself trapped by the moving borders. On some levels, you need to collect Bibles and stuff them into holes in a block, while on other levels you need to grab a crucifix and then go and pick up some dots like your Pac-Man. You'll also control very much like Pac-Man, because once you start moving in a direction, you won't stop unless you hit something or press the D-pad to change direction, which is why I'm pressing all these buttons. As I mentioned earlier, the border keeps moving, which quickly reveals that the levels are actually very small, but they tessellate and wrap around, which makes for some very interesting mazes. You've got to be careful if you go near the edge of the screen though, because if the level scroll changes direction, and it will, you can get yourself squashed when a side of the maze starts to scroll off the screen. There are enemies in the maze as well, as if there wasn't enough to be getting on with already. Sometimes you can shoot a fireball at them, sometimes you can't. On the crucifix levels, you can only fireball enemies when you're holding a crucifix and you've gobbled up some dots, but there are plenty of both, so you should be okay in that respect. All in all, this may well be the best game on the disc. It's either this or Burger Time, and I highly recommend it. Underworld, or Devil World to give it its original title, is a fantastic maze game that you really should try out. Here on the N-Joypad, the cheapish controller isn't a problem for playing this, and it's a lot of fun. And that's all there is on this first disc. It's the smallest selection of titles, and many of them simply don't have anything to do with the purported theme of intelligence. There are some great fun games on here though, as well as some not so great ones, so it really is a mixed bag. On the whole, the guys at ABL really do know how to pirate some good games. This first disc was quite interesting, so how will the other two discs hold up? Well, there's only one way to find out. First on the new disc is UFO Race, a very dark, very unpleasant looking space-themed version of Nintendo's F1 race. This sucks. This sucks a lot. You press A to accelerate and B to brake, while the D-pad moves you left and right across the course. The D-pad also switches gears by using the up and down buttons, so expect to accidentally do that a fair amount while you're playing, unless your fingers are very tiny. It's one of the most basic styles of racing game that you can imagine, and it won't hold your attention. Also, the game begins on what would really just be Stage 2 in the original game, because apparently changing the name and switching up which race you start on is enough effort to not get caught stealing. It really feels like this was a quick and dirty ROM hack rather than a proper attempt to make a different version of a fun game. And the fact that score is spelled scrow isn't doing anything to change that impression. If you're into very early racing games, give this one a try. If you're not, skip it. So for our next game, we go from a crappy racer to another racer. Now, I'll be the first to admit that racing games have a hard time differentiating themselves from one another because of the limitations of actually depicting a real-world motorsport, but there are ways to change up how to represent the game on the screen, how you handle the controls, that kind of thing. Can this game manage that? Well, let's take a look and find out. Yes, it can. Obstacle Race, originally known as Zippy Race from Shoot 'em Up Masters IRM, is a far more interesting game than UFO Race ever managed to be. You drive a motorbike down branching roads, attempting to pass by obstacles on your journey from the back of the race to the front, hence Obstacle Race, I suppose. There are many cars that you have to pass along the way, and some of them will outright attempt to run you off the road, so you've got to keep your wits about you. Despite its basic look and rudimentary controls, which are basically the same as the previous game, this is a very fun game, and I found myself enjoying it quite a bit. The Enjoypad's controller works just fine here, which is a nice bonus as well. So what's next? My goodness! It's not a racing game! But it is another game that hasn't had its title changed, although given the subject matter it would be difficult to come up with another name for it that actually made sense. If you played Nintendo's Baseball, you know what to expect here from Baseball. It's a decent enough baseball game, and it's certainly as good, if not better, than World Series Baseball on the CPC, which was my go-to game if I wanted to play baseball on my computer. Wow, how many times did I just say baseball? The controls are decent enough, the graphics aren't that great, but they do get the job done, and while there's hardly any sound, it doesn't actually get in the way. All in all, this is not a bad version of baseball on a console. And if you're into retro sports games, this might be one to take a look at. Now we come to Futurecopter, which is a clone of Battle City by Namco. You play as a helicopter who is tasked with kicking the arses of all of the other helicopters on the screen. There are 50 screens built into the game, and a construction kit built in so that you can make more if you fancy it. In the original game, you play as a tank, but in this ROM hack, they've changed that to a helicopter. It goes a long way to explaining why you can pass underneath girders in your flying machine, but you can't cross over water. If you'd have thought that pirates of all people would have been aware of what can and can't traverse water, but maybe that's giving these guys too much credit, I don't know. To be honest though, the shape of the sprite is not important. What's important is the quality of the game, and to give it its due, this is a decent game that's definitely worth taking a look at. The controls are good, despite the cheapness of the Enjoypad controllers, and it's a lot of fun to play a quick round or two. I doubt it has any long-term appeal, and I certainly couldn't see myself sitting down to play all 50 stages in one go, but I do enjoy this one, and I think it's a game that I could see myself coming back to for a quick blast here and there in the future. Next, we have Diamond, which is a copy of Nice Code's Diamond. It's another one of those games where even the title wasn't changed to hide where this came from. This is an Arkanoid clone with a difference. Instead of simply destroying all the blocks on the screen, you have to destroy enough blocks to make it to the diamond that will be stuck somewhere amongst the blocks. This can be easier said than done, of course. I've never been the biggest fan of Arkanoid or Breakout style games on a digital controller because these games really need the finesse of an analog input. But even with this drawback, I have to admit that this is a pretty good game. I had a lot of fun with it. The power-ups are pretty limited though. You have one that expands the paddle, one that shrinks it, and one that makes the ball stick to it. If there are more, I didn't find them, but I'll give it to the original designers that even these are enough to make the game interesting. It's one you'll enjoy coming back to if you like Arkanoid style games. The Enjoypad controller doesn't work too badly given the limitations of a digital controller, so overall I'm actually quite happy with what I have here. The music is catchy too, which is a definite bonus. Now, no console is complete without a tennis game. It's one of those situations that we always just expect in life, you know? You've got some graphics on a screen and you've got a controller to move those graphics around, so naturally you're going to try to play a game of tennis. Pong did it, Nintendo did it, Sega did it, everyone does it. And when it comes to the Enjoypad, the fact that Nintendo did it seals the deal. As you'll already be expecting by now, Tennis on the Enjoypad is a complete rip-off of Tennis by Nintendo. All the replaced graphics are terribly drawn because, hey, why exert any effort, right? And they absolutely make no sense. Why are caterpillars watching and umpiring a game of tennis? Why are all the insects the same size as all the humans? Are we playing tennis or are we watching some guy's LSD trip gone wrong? What is going on in this game? The sound effects aren't exactly great either, but at its core, this is still Nintendo's original tennis from the Famicom and the NES, and that means that it's still a very playable game of tennis. The controls do take a little getting used to, but there is a decent variety of moves, and there's certainly enough to this rendition of tennis to keep you occupied if you decide to give it a go. I personally still prefer Pete Sampras Tennis on the Mega Drive, or even the Wii Sports version of tennis, but this is still a decent enough 8-bit rendition of the game, so I'll give it a pass. Planetary Pool, which is a hack of Pony Canyon's Lunar Pool, has an atrocious soundtrack, but decent graphics, and a computer player that will absolutely kick your ass if you let it get onto the table. Don't let it get on the table. Despite all that, it's a decent game of pool and I enjoyed it quite a bit. As with all of the older pool games, it's presented in a top-down view with angular controls. So you choose which direction to aim the ball in, but that's about it. You won't be doing trick shots here, just playing a straight game of pool. And to add a little bit of extra skill to the game over mastering basic trigonometry, the power meter is constantly going up and down, so you have to time when you choose to make your shot with quite a bit of precision. It can take a few tries to really get to grips with the controls because of the power meter thing, and also because the crosshair for your aiming appears to be rendered underneath the balls, which means it sometimes disappears. But aside from these minor issues, there is a lot of retro fun to this pool game. How's that? Hang on, that's cricket, isn't it? Next up we have Climbing Club, which you'll know better as Nintendo's Ice Climber. The controls are a bit clunky on this one, and to be honest with you, I'm not a big fan of Ice Climber in the first place, so maybe this just isn't the game for me. However, the graphics in this version are, well, let's just say ridiculous. What is that main character sprite supposed to be? Is it an alien or a badly drawn blue monkey? I just can't tell. And the sound is also terrible. To be honest, this one just doesn't click with me. I really just don't like it. Next game. Bird Brain is a ROM hack of Toshiba EMI's Bird Week, and it's very basic. You play as a small bird who has to collect butterflies to feed its 2 chicks. If you get hit by another bird, you lose a life. If you feed the chicks enough, they turn into bigger birds and fly away. When all the chicks have flown away, you move on to the next level. That's all there is to it. The controls take a few tries to get used to because you'll need to be positioned in exactly the right spot and facing in exactly the right direction in order to feed the chicks. Once you've got that worked out though, the game loses most of its challenge. Collecting the butterflies can be frustrating at times because the movement patterns and directions of the butterflies are random, and so are the patterns of the enemy birds. But there's so little going on here that your biggest challenge is not actually having your mind wander while you play. It's not a bad game, but it's far from being a great game. Give it a try. If you fancy it, it might be enjoyable enough for you for a few minutes of playtime. Wow, this next game manages to violate 2 copyrights at once. It's Need for Speed, but it's not the Need for Speed that you're thinking of. Instead, this is a ROM hack of Spy Hunter, and it plays pretty well. Which, to be honest with you, you'd expect since it's Spy Hunter on a Nintendo, and Spy Hunter on Nintendo was pretty good. I never really got Spy Hunter as a concept back when the 8-bits ruled the roost, and if I'm honest, I still don't. But despite that, this seems like a very decent rendition of the game, and it plays just fine on the N-Joypad's clunky controller. It's a good game, it's just one of those ones where I just don't quite get it, but I can see that it's a good game, I can enjoy it well enough as it is. It's not really for me. If you're into Spy Hunter, this version will definitely be a fun game to play, but let's face it, if you're into Spy Hunter, you probably already have a copy of it anyway. Okay, can someone please explain this one to me because I just don't get it? This is Bumpity Bop, also known as Bump and Jump by Data East. You seem to be driving along a road, trying to catch up with a truck of some sort, and everyone else is trying to run you off the road before you get there. If the other cars touch you, you'll pinwheel around the screen like you're a balloon with a hole in it. You have to stay on the road, which is red for some reason, and I just don't understand why, and you have to not touch any of the other areas of the screen. The road will change width at random, and also change direction. You can bump the other cars off the road in the same way that they'll do that to you, but it's risky because, as I said, they can and will bump you right back. This is a weird game, but it's decent fun at the same time. I don't really get what I'm supposed to be doing on it in terms of strategy and so forth, but I do enjoy playing it. No, you're not seeing things. This really is a game that we've already looked at earlier on this disc, and yes, it really is here again, on the same disc, just under a different name. What, you thought all of these games were going to be unique? Come on guys, you should know better than that. This is a pirate console. Of course they're not going to put effort in. This is In-N-Out Racer, which sounds both like a sexual euphemism and the fast-paced drive-thru at a burger joint. It's another ROM hack of Zippy Race by IRM, which we already saw earlier when it was under the name of Obstacle Race. Is this version any different? Well, the graphics are different. It also seems to be a little bit easier to progress, at least at first. Maybe this version of the game starts you on a lower level than the other one did, or maybe it's just that this ROM hack has made the obstacles a little bit more spaced out. Either way, it's a reasonable game if you're into the top-down racing style. The graphics suck though. I get that you're supposed to be racing through a woodland area, but let's face it, a green screen filled with 8-bit green just looks awful. Not really one for vomit-inducing graphics. Anyway, next up we have a copy of a copy, but that still doesn't make the piracy any better. This is Brush Roller from Huang Xinwei, and I'm probably mispronouncing that. It appears here on the end joypad as Monster Dash. It's a Pac-Man clone, where instead of eating dots, you have to cover the maze in a coat of paint. It's a really nice game, which is, unfortunately, let down by the clunky controls. There were several points during play where my character just wouldn't turn a corner, leading to my death, which is never what you want in a game. And this is one of those situations where the end joypad's controller isn't the problem. The end joypad has a bit of a clunky controller, which does actually get a little bit easier on the fingers once you've walked it in a bit, but when I'm pressing a button, it does actually respond to that button press. This game doesn't though, so it has to be something to do with the way it's coded. The soundtrack is also terrible as well. Even early Spectrum games would balk at this mess. When the controls are working and you've muted the sound, there is a lot to like here. The mazes aren't all that brilliant, but there are some legitimate inventive features in there. The mazes aren't all that brilliant, but there are some imaginative features in here, such as being able to use a large brush to destroy enemies for a small amount of time. It's also cool that the enemies will team up together and try to fence you in, which makes for a more tactical game than you might have already been expecting. So all in all, I actually do rather like this one, and even though the controls can be a right pain in the backside, I've still enjoyed playing it quite a bit. Next up we have Street Frenzy, which you may know better as City Connection from Jaleco, and I'm going to be straight with you, straight off. I have no idea what I'm supposed to be looking at when it comes to this game. At best guess, I'm playing as a biker who is driving along one of 3 floating platforms, or maybe driving on the grass. You don't want to drive on the grass though, because if you're caught down there by enemies, there's no way out. Monsters are in your way, and while you have the ability to shoot fireballs, because hey, why wouldn't someone who's sitting on top of the gas tank of their vehicle want to shoot fireballs, the monsters, they don't seem to be affected by them all that much. You can jump over the monsters, but you need to be really precise about it, because if you're not, you're screwed. You can pick up oil barrels, and the game is tracking how far you've driven, but aside from that, I just don't get it. The game is weird, and the soundtrack, well, it's just terrible. I can't recommend it. Okay, what else have we got? Excitebike by Nintendo is one of those games that pretty much everyone has at least heard of, if not already played. Well, if you haven't already played it, you can have it on the end joypad. Plug in Disc 2 and play Extreme Racer, because that's the ROM hack of Excitebike. Instead of being a motorbike champion though, you're now driving a drag race car from the early days of motorsports. You do the same jumps, and it looks like you're about the same size as the motorbike was in the original game, which makes me wonder just how your car is surviving some of these obstacles. The game is decent, and I do enjoy playing it, even if it did stretch credulity a bit with its change from bike to car. The controls work really well in this one, despite the clunkiness of the N-Joypad controller, and all in all, it's not a bad game. Next up we have Championship Golf, which is just regular old black box NES Golf from Nintendo, only with a really badly drawn golfer in place of Mario. It's a decent enough game, and the controls work just fine. As with many of these standard traditional sports games, there's really not a lot that can be said about Championship Golf. If you enjoy playing NES Golf, you'll enjoy playing Championship Golf because it's the same game. If you don't enjoy NES Golf, don't bother with this one, because it's the same game. Okay, now it's time for some bad boys from outer space to body slam the human race. Or at least, that's what I would be saying if this was still Bandai's Muscle. But it's not. The game's the same, but they've screwed up all of the graphics. Ever wanted to see a teddy bear wrestle a tiger while a pig and a hedgehog look on, ready to get tagged into this epic showdown? Well, now you can with Championship Wrestling. This game took Bandai's muscle wrestling game and turned it into a surreal animal fighting cage match that would be illegal anywhere except in a video game. Your moveset might be rather limited. I want to say it is limited, but I universally suck at wrestling games, so I may simply be unable to do any of the special move, and quite frankly, I have no idea what's going on with that power-up thing. Is he pulling stuffing out of the other wrestler, or is that supposed to be fire? I just don't know. The graphics are quite bad with this one. I also have no idea how to pin anyone in this game, or even know if you can pin anyone. But I did enjoy making my teddy bear launch himself off the ropes and body slam the tiger. That was fun. I don't normally like wrestling games because, let's face it, most of them are terrible, but this one's a reasonable one though. Well, my goodness! Jungle Trail is the cutest version of Lode Runner that I have ever seen. It's nicely done, the controls work just fine, and even the sound is nice with this one. I like it a lot. It's damn hard, but I like it a lot. There's very little else to say about this one, to be honest. Give it a try. If that last review was too short for you, don't worry. Having just one Lode Runner game on the disc was apparently just not enough for the pirates, so here's Arctic Hunt, also known as Championship Lode Runner, from Hudson Soft. Again, this is a really good game with excellent controls, and the Arctic theme the pirates have slapped onto this game actually fits it quite well. Championship Lode Runner, as the title may suggest, is a lot more difficult than the original one, with plenty of locations where you can get totally stuck. If that happens to you, your only option is to reset the game and try again. I found it rather challenging, but a lot of fun to play nevertheless. I can't say which I prefer, this one or the original Lode Runner. I think it's always going to come down to personal preference in the end. What I can say, however, is that they're both really good fun. The music isn't too bad, they look pretty good, and the controls work rather well. Both of them are actually definitely worth checking out. In a strange turn of events, American football here actually has a more relevant, normal-sounding title than the original game. This is a pirate clone of 10-Yard Fight, a NES game from IREM, and I'm sorry to say, it's the weakest on the disc by far. It's slow as all hell, and it just doesn't bear playing for more than a few minutes. Now, I'm not the biggest fan of American football ever. I have played a lot of American football games over the years, though. You might remember the multi-part review that I did of the Madden series, for example. But I can honestly say this isn't the worst American football game that I've ever played on a console. It's not even the worst version of the sport ever. Of course it's not, because that's the Amsoft version of American football for the Amstrad CPC 464. But if we limit ourselves just to consoles rather than computers, it is ranking near the worst one. I can't recommend playing this at all. There are better American football games on the NES that could have been swiped mercilessly to create this game. 10-Yard Fight isn't a good game. They should have gone for something like Tecmo Bowl or NFL Football. Those were good. Basically anything that isn't this clunky mess with its jerky movement and sluggish controls would have been much better. So this disc's contents, on the whole, stuck pretty much to what it says on the disc. Although when it says sports and adventure, it's going to be hard not to stick to that, because let's face it, if it's not a sports game, it's going to be adventure or puzzle, and they've already done puzzles, so there you are. I am a little bit concerned that at this point they've already doubled up on a game, so it does feel a little bit like they're starting to lose their grip, if you might say. So when it comes down to not being able to pirate 20 different games, I am starting to worry about what's going to be on disc 3. Shall we have a look at it? So here we are. The third and final disc in the set. This is the Action Games series, and it's the disc that you'll leave in the console the most. If you're not a fan of puzzle games, this is the one you're going to be playing with, because what can I say? Action games, it's what retro gaming is mostly about, isn't it? You plug it in, you sit down for a quick game, it's going to be probably an action game. So, shall we take a look and find out what is on this 30 game disc? The first of the 30 games on this disc is called Archery, which initially made me wonder why it was on here instead of on the sports disc. When I saw what the game actually was, I quickly understood why it wasn't on there. This isn't an archery game. It's Pooyan by Hudson Soft, a game that I actually adore. The game is simple to control, but it quickly becomes a frenetic, button-mashing bloodbath of arrows, slashed umbrellas, and utter chaos. I can't recommend this game highly enough. It is fantastic. Then we have Zero Gravity, which, funnily enough, requires gravity as an important game mechanic, because hey, who requires consistency? As you can see, this is quite clearly a reskin of Balloon Fight by Nintendo. You may also know this kind of bouncy battling game as a Joust clone, which is where I know these mechanics from, so again, this is pretty much a copy of a copy. Whichever version of this game you're playing though, it is a lot of fun, and I really do enjoy this one. The graphics are decent enough, and the gameplay is certainly spot on, as you would expect from a blatant ROM hack of a Nintendo game. The controls work well too. I definitely recommend this one. Guys, why is this baby walking on a tightrope? Why are there Pokemon trying to kill it? Is that baby Bonk from Bonk's Adventure? What is going on here? These questions and more will be ones that you ask yourself if you try Super Elf on the N-Joypad, also known as Circus Charlie on the Famicom. While the game looks good and controls well, I have to admit I find the concept of walking along a line and occasionally jumping over enemies with nothing else going on a bit dull. There are some other levels that change the gameplay a bit, such as the one where you are surfing underwater on a clamshell and occasionally you have to bounce off sponges, but the core concept of the game just doesn't work for me. It's not a bad game, it's just not a great game. Give it a try if you must, but I'm not going to recommend it. Have you ever wanted to see Kirby kick the crap out of a load of tiny creatures while spelling out some words? Well, now you can in Gold Digger, a sprite-swapped rip-off of Sunsoft's classic game Super Arabian. This one controls really well, and it has acceptable music too. It looks pretty good and it plays fantastically. I rather enjoy it, and if you're into slightly puzzle-based platformers, because you have to collect all of those letters in the right order, guys, well, you'll have a lot of fun with this one. Okay, here's one we've actually seen before. A year or so ago, I covered Binary Land in its own episode, and that was the first time that I introduced the N-Joypad console onto GameHammer. If you want to see a full, in-depth review of this game, you can take a look at that episode. For now though, and in the spirit of completeness, I'll just say that Marsman, which is what the N-Joypad pirate version of Binary Land is called, plays really well. It's just like the NES port of the original game, as you would expect, but here, the penguins have been replaced by a gay couple, and you start the game on the first bonus level. The game is fluid, and everything works just fine. The auto graphics are decent enough, and the graphical changes don't actually get in the way of the gameplay, or of you understanding what's going on. All in all, I can't fault it. It really is a lot of good fun, just like the real version on the NES. Ah, we finally get to see a vertically scrolling shooter! Sometimes I think it's amazing that so few of what was a huge genre in the arcades managed to make a proper impact on home consoles back in the day. Here's Mars, also known as Hudson Soft's classic Star Force. It's a fun, smooth and nicely controlled shoot 'em up that I absolutely adore. It's just a shame that every time you start the game, or die and start a game with a new life, you will be subjected to a tune that gets very, very old very, very quickly. Aside from that, it's fantastic. Ever wanted to play a game where some trolls stand under trees and occasionally punch each other in the face until one of them feels like he's had a bit too much of that, so he rolls away and stands under another tree and then they all start it again? Of course you have, and that's why you bought Urban Champion back in the day and then ABL stole it and turned it into this mess here. This is Spar. The game plays out pretty much how I just explained it. There are trees, there are trolls standing by those trees, and the trolls are beating each other up. Apparently some people live in the trees because there are windows in them, and occasionally someone will throw stuff down at the trolls like they're tossing water over some yowling feral cats to try and make them go away and let them get back to sleep. The game has 3 controls: move left, move right, and punch your opponent in the face. If you move away from the opponent at the right time while pressing the punch button, you will dodge their attack. You now know how to play this game, and I recommend you don't. It is exceptionally dull. Oh my goodness, what have they done to Pac-Man? This is a terrible, terrible version of the game. The hacked graphics are atrocious and don't fit with the spirit of the game whatsoever. The sound is pretty damn poor, and altering the game so that instead of collecting dots, you're a bug laying eggs? It just makes the game look really off-putting. The controls are awful in this version, thanks mostly to the poor quality of the N-Joypad's controller. Its D-pad just isn't up to the job, I'm sorry to say that, but it means that it's hard to control your bug as it moves around the maze. You can still play a game of Pac-Man on this, despite the numerous flaws, but I really don't recommend it. Pac-Man is available on pretty much every console and computer and mobile phone under the sun, so go and play one of those versions instead. Oh, and they didn't even take Pac-Man out of the cutscenes. This is a really botched job. Now, believe it or not, the next game I'm going to show you is from the guy who did SimCity. I mean, it's not his original game, it's been ripped off, but it's from the guy who did SimCity. And SimCity was important to me. It was a very integral part of my early days of PC gaming. So let's have a look at what this guy managed to do for home consoles. This is Helicopter Harry, a pirate version of Will Wright's Raid on Bungling Bay. It's a strategic war game that he developed shortly before putting together SimCity. In fact, Will Wright put a map editor together for Raid on Bungling Bay to form the levels for the game, and apparently he found that he actually preferred messing around with the map editor to actually playing the game he'd made it for. So he kept expanding and refining that editor, and eventually it turned into the classic city building simulation that we all know and love. So how does Raid play on the N-Joypad? Well, it's okay. The tile scrolling on the edges of the screen makes the game a bit of a flickering mess, and it'll probably cause some problems if you have epilepsy, so it's not exactly brilliant, but aside from that, yeah. Now, the helicopter can be difficult to steer, especially at high speeds, and I have no idea what I'm supposed to be bombing, because if this console actually came with instructions, I don't have them. Also, the music, yeah, it's atrocious. Aside from all that, though, I actually found myself enjoying the game. There are many flaws to it, but the freedom to just fly around and fire rockets at things was a lot of fun. I recommend giving this a try, for curiosity's sake if nothing else. Okay, let's move on. Now, this next game I'm going to show you is a vertically scrolling shoot 'em up, which is actually right up my street. But it does have a few gravity-based thrust mechanics to it, like Solar Jetman or Thrust. So I'm probably going to have a bit of trouble with it, because gravity-based momentum stuff, it's not really my wheelhouse, but let's give it a try. Jaleco's Exerion, which appears here under its pirate name of Flyby, because why not have a really, really unique name, you know? Actually plays rather well. I'm surprised because gravity thruster games like this require precision control, and that's not something that you can usually rely on from the N-Joypad controller, but it's here, and actually I did alright with it. It will take you a few minutes to properly get used to the controls, mostly because of the controller, and you will never get used to whatever that screeching noise is that passes for a title tune. But once you get into the game itself and get a hang of what you're doing, this is one of those gems that you'll keep coming back to for another try. Oh my goodness. This has been a long process so far, but don't worry, we are getting there. We're 10 down on disc 3 now, so there's only 20 games left. Let's see what's up next. This is Snack Attack, a collect-em-up action game where you have to avoid a guy who looks far too much like your guy for his own good. It's ridiculously easy to get confused at the start of a level about which of these characters you are, which is never an example of good game design. The game is a hack of Nuts and Milk by Hudson Soft, which is a game that I have to admit I've never heard of, and which sounds a bit strange. To be honest with you, I don't think I was missing out. Once you've worked out who you're playing as, your mission is to collect the items on the screen without falling too far or dropping into the water. Don't worry if this takes you a few tries to get the hang of, because the computer is just as confused about what's going on as you are, so you won't be at a disadvantage. When you've collected your items, a third character will appear inside the forest-covered hut that is somewhere on the screen, and they'll shout for help. Reach them to progress to the next level. Your controls are the D-pad for movement and every other button for jumping. The controls are decent enough and the music is bearable, so the game is definitely playable. It's just that it just didn't really gel with me, you know? But maybe it will for you. Everyone's preferences are different after all, so Yeah, give this one a try. It might be something that you'll enjoy. Chack and Pop from Taito, which is presented here as Bomb Drop, and to be honest, I don't know which has the worst name, is a weird puzzle game where you try to burst eggs, destroy monsters, and rescue a balloon that has the power to destroy the walls that your bombs can't. Yeah, you heard that right. A balloon that can destroy walls that a bomb can't. Only in video games would that make sense. The challenge comes from getting the bombs to land in just the right place. The eggs, monsters, or the cage that the balloon is inside must be within the bomb's blast radius, so that makes sense. That should all sound simple enough, yeah? But it turns out it's really not. The bombs will bounce around the level before settling and exploding, so there's a lot of trial and error involved here. You'll either be fine with trying to pinpoint the pixel that you need to stand on to get just the right shot, or you'll get frustrated and turn the game off. It's an either or situation, there's no in between. Personally, I enjoyed it, especially for a few minutes of gameplay here and there. I'll admit it is a bit of an oddity of a game, but it's definitely worth giving a try. Next up we have Dig Dug from Namco, only here it's called Down Deep because names don't have to make sense in Pirate Land. Still, it's not like Dig Dug was a good name in the first place, so perhaps we can give them a pass on this one. You play as a cross between the Red Angry Bird and Sonic the Hedgehog, because thinking up new characters is really hard, guys. Anyway, Angry Sonic here is tasked with deflating all the other living beings on the planet, and he's decided to do this one screen at a time. That way, the terror of the populace can be milked for all it's worth. Sorry, got a bit carried away there. But yeah, it's not a hard game. Dig Dug never was, after all. It's very playable, it plays nicely here despite the cheapness of the controller. So if you fancy giving this game a try, you'll find a lot here to like. Next up we have a hack of Sky Destroyer by Taito. It's called Propeller here and it's a lot of fun. The game is very much in the style of Space Harrier, with that rapidly scrolling ground immediately bringing Sega's classic to mind. It plays much the same as Space Harrier, only with fewer things to dodge, so I am actually really enjoying playing this one. Managing to hit anything can be quite tricky though, thanks to the fact that you have to aim slightly above where your propeller is, but the animation on the propeller makes it look an awful lot like it's your reticule for aiming, so the game is kinda leading you to focus on the wrong thing, which is a bit annoying. But if you try to get your mind off that, you'll find a really fun game here. My only real complaint about this one is the fact that you aren't playing on levels or stages, you're playing on wars. That might sound pedantic, but basically the game is suggesting that every time you complete a stage, you've ended an entire war by yourself. It's an interesting way of boosting the player's ego, but I'm not sure it's very realistic in the great scheme of things. If you're familiar with retro classics, the next game needs no introduction. Neighborhood Smash is one of those games where there are two things wrong with the title. There is no neighborhood, and nothing gets smashed. Instead, this is a ROM hack of Karateka, or Karateka, or however you want to pronounce it, and I'm kind of using ROM hack in the loosest sense of the word here. It's just Karateka, and if there are any changes to that game in here, I can't find them. The game controls really nicely, as you would expect, and it's a lot of fun once you've got the hang of it. Modern gamers will find this one a little slow and not quite as responsive as the fighting games that they're used to, but if you're prepared to take it as it comes, you'll have a lot of fun. It is a classic for a reason, and I really do quite like it. Enemy Assault, or Kojiku Yusai Macross to give it its original name, is a side-scrolling shoot-'em-up where the initial goal is to survive wave after wave of enemies who are assaulting your spaceship while you fly from outer space to some kind of base somewhere. When you get there, the secondary goal is to survive an intense assault on your sensors from the garish background that has no business being that busy because it makes spotting the enemies and their attacks far too difficult. This is a Namco game, so you know it's going to play well. Those guys really did know what they were doing on the Famicom and the NES. It's a lot of fun, I really have to admit that. I really do enjoy playing it, despite the fact that it looks like a Magic Eye puzzle and the second half of each level is basically unwatchable. Clue Clue Land from Nintendo arrives on the end joypad as Fish Fight, and to be honest with you, I just don't get it. You seem to be a fish that's trying to be the only living creature in a pond, which means you have to kill everything else that moves. You do this by moving constantly, only changing direction by swinging around water lilies like you're some kid at a play park, and attacking the other denizens of the pond using a wave attack. If other fish are unlucky enough to be caught up in your psychopathic wave of destruction, then they will turn into a cookie. Don't believe me? Take a closer look. See? It's a cookie. You then have to push this cookie to the edge of the pond before the enemy fish wakes up again, at which point it will be destroyed. Oh, and watch out for the portal to another dimension that's in the middle of the pond, because that's where the enemy fish come out of. So, are they actually invaders and you're defending your pond from them? Because if so, that changes things. They can swim over the portal without a problem, but if you touch it, you get sucked inside and die. It's a weird game, but it's fun enough in short bursts, and the controls work reasonably well on the N-Joypad controller, so there is that at least. Okay, it's time to get down to some monkey business, N-Joypad style. What's up? What's up? I don't know. What's up with this game? What's up with that title? What's up with this being a complete knockoff of Nintendo's famous Donkey Kong? What's up with it starting you on a later level so that you don't get to see the iconic levels that everyone remembers? What's up with these awful graphics? You play as a ridiculous pink ball with feet because designing new characters is clearly beyond the abilities of people who made these cheap ROM hacks. Donkey Kong has been turned into a green goblinoid monster, and the barrels are now Earth, because nothing needs to make sense in the wacky world of the N-Joypad. Basically, it's Donkey Kong, and it plays as well as you would expect that NES Donkey Kong would play. You'll enjoy it despite the atrocious graphics and the fact that the two levels everyone remembers the most are locked out so you can't play them. But here's the thing. They didn't just rip off this original Donkey Kong. I mean, why would they? Why would they stop there when they could have all of the Donkey Kongs all mangled up and served up here in horrible form for your graphic delights? I mean, what else could we have here? Let's see what else is in Pirate's store for the rest of the series, me hearties. Arr, Jim lad, I can do a very good pirate accent, so I can. Arr. I can't really, can I? Let's just get on with it. What the hell did they do to Donkey Kong Jr.? Why is the main character now some kind of burglar, yet he has all of the animations of a gorilla? Why is there a hat floating at the top of the screen, and why can't I pick that hat up? Who puts a hat in a game when you can't wear the hat? That is just madness. What were they thinking with this utter mess? But here's the thing. The game is still just as fun as ever, despite its major graphical flaws. The sound is acceptable if a bit repetitive, and I'm sure you could get past the stupid visuals that they've coated this game in. And then the sound would probably eventually get annoying while you played, but you could always turn it down. And the game is still Donkey Kong Jr. at heart, even if they're now calling it Rescue, instead of what it actually is. And now it's themed around a burglar stealing bags of money, so that he can reach a monkey, and somehow we are expected to think this all makes sense. Who am I rescuing? Am I rescuing the monkey? If so, why am I paying the monkey? Does the monkey need all of this money? Why? What does he need the money for? Come on. Is he trying to buy his way into a game that looks nicer? If so, good luck to him. Anyway, the game is worth playing unless you have the original NES version, in which case I recommend that you play that instead because it will make an awful lot more sense. And please, if you know why it's called Rescue, please do tell me. Now, if you thought 2 Donkey Kong games was enough, you were probably right. Nevertheless, here is Donkey Kong 3, another Nintendo game that has been mercilessly trashed in the name of padding out this console's library. Here they've called it Frogland, and even after the pirates have messed with it, it still has as much in common with Donkey Kong as the original version of this game did. I don't know what Nintendo were thinking when they put the original game together, but when I look at Donkey Kong, the first thing that comes to mind for me is definitely not a dude firing globs of goodness knows what at a gorilla that's hanging between 2 beehives. Graphically, this is the best of the Donkey Kong hacks on the console. It is a brilliant looking game with some real charm and character to it. The changes that have been made make little sense overall, but the look to the thing is wonderful. The soundtrack is decent enough as well, and it's really funny to hear the clump 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 of Donkey Kong smashing the ground when the spider lands if you lose a level. I don't know why, but that really does just make me chuckle. maybe the spider's wearing clogs or something like that, and that makes that amount of noise, or maybe I'm just overthinking this. Either way, it is a fun game, and you should definitely give it a try. Now, what Famiclone system would be complete without a hacked Mario game? None, that's what. And yes, that is a proper sentence, shut up. This is Jumper and Journey, which you'll know better as Nintendo's famous Mario Brothers game. No, not the Super Mario Brothers, the original Mario Brothers. The one where Mario is actually at least located in an area that you might expect to find a plumber. He's not doing standard plumber things, but at least he's actually gone to work for a change, so there is that. Well, in the original game, he's gone to work anyway. In this version, the guy in the bought-at-the-last-minute Mario cosplay costume is running around a forest of some description, beating worms unconscious and then jumping on them like a psycho. The game controls well, even if it doesn't look that good, and the core Mario Brothers game is still in there, so it's actually not a bad game to play. I enjoyed it, even if I didn't actually enjoy looking at it. Next up, we have Saucer Wars. Now, this is a game where you play as a flying saucer that's flying through a field of meringues in order to reach an army base. Don't believe me? Take a look. See, it's just as strange as I told you it would be. Along the way to the army base, you can either shoot a load of soldiers or capture them and transport them in your flying saucer using a transporter beam. Meanwhile, helicopters and enemy flying saucers will try to shoot you down. It sounds like people are teaming up on you there, doesn't it? The soldiers will try to shoot you down too if you give them half a chance, and those guys are packing bazookas, so watch out. This is a fun little game, which was originally released by Jaleco as Field Combat. The controls can be a little bit heavy, and there's a definite feeling of momentum being built up as you move, in a similar fashion to how Mario doesn't stop running the moment that you let go of the D-pad. This can take a little bit of getting used to, but it is worth it because the game is a decent amount of fun. One of the best side-scrolling arcade shoot-'em-ups of the early 80s was Defender, and here you have a Famicom port of its sequel, which is cunningly titled Defender 2, or at least it was when it was originally released, but now it's called Depths of Space, because the pirates simply can't leave a good thing alone. This is a fast-paced scrolling game that anyone who's familiar with Defender will be immediately at home with. It looks great, it plays great, and it sounds great. I cannot fault this game, it's excellent. The controls work really well with the N-Joypad's controller as well. There is nothing to complain about with this one. I love it. So we've just gone from an excellent side-scroller to a mediocre one. This game here is Convert Soldier, and it's also known as Formation Z by Jaleco. Let's take a look. It's a very basic run-and-gun game where you play as a soldier who has to take on wave after wave of enemy vessels, ranging from spaceships to tanks. You can move, aim, jump and shoot, and you'll need to do all four of those to stay alive. The graphics are basic, the sounds are basic, and the controls are, well, they're acceptable at a pinch. Although I'm not a fan of the fact that you can't aim backwards. This means that you get precisely one chance to hit each enemy, and if you don't do it, they might attack you, depending on how far through the level that you've got. It feels like there's very little going on the screen at any one time, and this is because the sprites are small enough to make the game feel empty. There are plenty of enemies to be getting on with, it's just that they are so small, it hardly makes a dent in the vast expanse of sky and ground around them. Making the enemies a little bit larger would not have hampered the game in any way. In fact, it would have made it feel like more was going on, and maybe it would have even got me invested in the action a bit. I have to say, I have little good to say about this one, to be honest with you. It's not a bad game, it's just lacking a lot of finesse. Swirl is HAL Laboratories' conversion of Millipede to the NES, with a military theme stuck onto it. It has all the brilliance of the original arcade game, and it plays incredibly well on the N-Joypad. The controls are smooth, the action is frenetic, and while the graphics can be a little bit blocky and ill-defined at times, what exactly are the moving things that look like pieces of blue-tinted road supposed to be? It doesn't actually detract from the fact that this is Millipede, one of the classic arcade games. Give it a try, it is brilliant. Okay, now, I'm gonna get honest with you here. I never really got Mappy. I played the original game, and when I came back to it, not long ago in fact, on the Namco arcade collections I've got, it just didn't feel like the game for me. And that's not to say that it's a bad game, because it isn't. It's just, It plays rather well, I just don't get it, it's just not the game for me. Breakout, despite the fact that it sounds like it's going to be a Breakout clone, is a ROM hack of Namco's Mappy for the NES, and once again, you play as a ball with legs because, well, those are easy for pirates to draw and animate. These graphics, well, they're reasonable if a little basic in places, and the sound is acceptable if a little bit distorted. The controls work well enough, and the original gameplay is all here, so as games go, this is a fun one and it plays pretty well. It's just not one of my favourites. Okay, we've had some pretty good titles on this disc so far, as well as a few clunkers, you're always going to get them, and some games I just didn't gel with. But now, we're down to the last 4, so we've got to ask ourselves, will this clone system go out with a bang, or will it simply wheeze over the finish line like a wet fart in a bag?
You're not good at this metaphor stuff, are you?
Shut it, Monster, I've just reviewed 55 games in a row, and my creativity is taking a pounding.
Well, maybe some more games will help to revive you. Let's get back to the reviews.
Soaring Warrior is Joust, just with worse graphics. It's quite hard to give Joust worse graphics, given that the game is really old and it looked weird already, but somehow these guys have managed it. Thankfully, all the gameplay is still here, and it's still just as much fun to play now as it ever was. I never really got Joust when I was a kid. It always seemed a bit weird to me and hard to control, but as the years have gone on, it has actually finally clicked in, and now I rather like it. It's quirky and it's fun, and it's definitely one that you can play and enjoy for quite a while. I can see myself coming back to this version fairly regularly, because even though there are no knights or ostriches anymore, it's still a daft little game that's a lot of fun to pass the time with. Our next game, and the third from last on the entire console, is Let Loose, but you may know it better as Nintendo's amazing port of their arcade classic Popeye. One of Nintendo's earliest classics, Popeye is a brilliant arcade action game where you dodge Bluto, collect items, and save the love of your life, Olive Oil. It's an absolute gem of an arcade game, and if you ever see a Popeye machine out in the wild, I highly recommend you give it a try. Now, Let Loose is a pretty clumsy ROM hack of Popeye. So clumsy, in fact, that when you grab a power-up, the classic Popeye theme tune still plays, and the icon for how many lives you have left is Popeye's head. But yeah, they put the new sprites in for the characters to try to hide which game they'd ripped off, and then couldn't be bothered going through with actually changing anything else, so their laziness rendered the entire process pointless. But hey, that's piracy for you. In this version, you play as a humanoid pig, and you have to dodge a tramp while a penguin throws things at you. It's highly surreal, but the game is still there, and it still has all of that classic Popeye fun to it, so after the initial surprise factor, it's actually a lot of fun to play. I absolutely love playing the Popeye arcade game, and even though this is actually the first time that I had the chance to play the NES version, I think it's another classic, and I'm going to have to track down a copy of it for my collection when I finally add a NES to the set. Now, if you ever ask anyone who knows me what my favourite retro arcade classic game is, they'll tell you it's Bosconian, because Bosconian is awesome and it needs more love. Sadly, the second to last game is not a port of Bosconian. I wish it was, but it's not. Instead, it's a port of my second most favourite classic arcade game, Galaxian. It doesn't matter how badly you screw over the graphics, and they really did. Galaxian is still Galaxian, and Galaxian is fantastic. I do have some questions about the graphics though, and by questions I mean, what the hell are these things supposed to be? They look like plants that are being shot at by a Romulan Doduridex-class warbird from Star Trek The Next Generation. Come on, tell me you don't see it. Seriously though, this is Galaxian. Despite what they've done to it, it's still a playable game here in ROM hack form, and it's just as good as it ever was on the NES. The Enjoypad's controller may be a bit clunky and stiff at times, but this game is so simple and so straightforward that you genuinely won't mind. A classic is still a classic no matter how badly they butcher the graphics. It's a good game. Give it a try. So it comes down to this. We have covered from this disc the gamut of NES and Famicom titles. We have seen on our screen absolute classics and absolute dross. We've seen surreal graphics, vomit-inducing colour clashes, all kinds of lazy attempts at hiding the fact that these things are piracy. But what could possibly be left in store for us on this disc for the final game, the 59th game in the set, the final one? Well, let's take a look at Village Protector. I should have known. No cheap knockoff system is complete without its own port of Space Invaders. It's practically a law that all consoles have to be able to play this classic arcade game, and I'm happy to say that this version works rather well on the N-Joypad. It's almost as if this cheap console is made for simple shooting games like this. The hacked graphics don't look too bad, and actually the little wooden tiki huts look pretty damn good in place of the Space Invaders' traditional green barricades. Aside from this change, the game is pretty much the same as it always has been. Well, aside from the fact that all of the Space Invaders icons that we all know and love have been changed. Well, of course they have, I had to hide it. But the bonus UFO is still there for you to blast away at, which actually means that this ROM hack is a much better option than some of the cheap home computer ports that I've reviewed in the past. And all in all, it's a simple game, but it is a classic. And the NES port was brilliant to start with, so you know you're in for a good gaming session when you load this one up. It's fantastic. Well, that's it. 59 games, everyone. 59. All of them stolen from somewhere else. And most of them are actually not bad. They're pretty good games. I have to admit that when I first picked up the N-Joypad console, I expected to find a lot of dross on it, I have to admit. But it turns out these are actually pretty good games. And yeah, the controller is a little bit clunky, but you can still play the games. They're still fun to play, and I've actually enjoyed this. So, would I recommend this console to you? I have to say no, because it's a pirate system. Would I recommend the games that they've ripped off? Absolutely. I mean, look at the scores we've given some of these things. 3 out of 5, 4 out of 5, 5 out of 5. There are some great games on here. Take it as a good guide to some NES classic titles and go for that. That has been a massive, massive undertaking doing this. 59 games on a system. I've had a lot of fun. I hope you have too. But all good things have to come to an end. So I've got to say thank you very much for watching. That is all we've got time for. But do remember to click that like button if you enjoyed it and leave a comment, because it does help the channel out a lot. But until next time, I've been Zoe Kirk Robinson. You've been watching GameHammer on the Knobmouse channel. Do remember to subscribe for future videos, because there will be more in the future. And I'll see you then. In the heart of Transylvania, in the Vampire Hall of Fame, there's no vampire zanier than Docula. This is a standard arcade platformer from the 8-bit era, and to be honest with you, there's not a lot to it. You play as Count Duckula and you have to find a mystic saxophone. Yeah. Hence the subtle name of the game's No Sax Please We're Egyptian. It's a saxophone that's in Egypt. Yeah. The quality of the pun pretty much matches the quality of the game, if I'm absolutely honest with you. The game is in monochrome on the Spectrum, which makes working out where you are on the screen really annoying at times. And thankfully I can only imagine how bad it was to play this on a CRT screen back in the 80s, because I never actually played it on a CRT screen back in the 80s. I avoided that problem, and I hope that you did too. But let's just imagine how it would have gone. Are you winning?
I have no idea. Is this thing tuned in properly?
How would I know? It's your TV.
I thought it was your TV. This is your house, isn't it?
I thought it was your house.
Let's get out of here and never speak of this again.
In order to be able to find the mystic sax, you need to be able to navigate the castle. Or is it a pyramid? I'm not entirely sure. I think it might be a pyramid now I'm thinking about it. But it means unlocking several doors and collecting a few items along the way. To unlock the doors, you need to find a load of keys, which are strewn around the castle, seemingly at random. The speed the game runs at is phenomenal. I will give it that. I'll grant it that much. But it's both a blessing and a curse. It's great that it runs at It's so annoying at times. It's great that it runs that fast, but it makes jumping across from the top set of stairs over to a platform very annoying. And it's also pretty frustrating that there's so little else to the game except for this platform jumping and occasionally managing to find some keys that you need while avoiding a couple of monsters, but mostly it's just wandering about. And to be honest with you, that's not good enough. It's a decent game, albeit with some severe colour limitations, but there's nothing else to it. The Amstrad CPC version fares just as badly, although it is a little slower, so you can at least get the sense that you're controlling the Count a bit more than just aiming him and hoping for the best. All in all, it could have been better, but it could have been an awful lot worse. And speaking of worse, I'm having to give it the side eye, because if you look at it full on, you will go mad from the revelation. Because I am not going to do 2 episodes about Count Duckula games. There's just no way that I could possibly inflict that on you. So, we have to now deal with the inevitable elephant in the room. So, let's just get into it. Welcome to the worst game that has ever been created. It's Count Duckula 2 on the Amstrad CPC. This is the game that Sinclair user readers voted the worst Spectrum game of all time. This is the game that Amstrad Action gave 3% to when they reviewed it because, and I quote, it loaded. This is the game that I once told Novabug wasn't a game, it was a letter of resignation that was accidentally published. It really is that bad. Some people have declared E.T. on the Atari 2600 to be the worst game ever made. They cite its confusing game design, the fact that it helped to trip Atari over the edge, and go into the massive farce that we all like to know and love as the video game crash of 1983. Of course, it was only in North America. The home computers and the cheap budget games in the UK did save it. But not this one. Oh my goodness, not this one. To those people who say that E.T. is the worst, I have only one thing to say. E.T. is a masterpiece compared to Count Duckula 2. This is a Target LCD game in computer form. It is atrocious. The Amstrad CPC could display 16 colours on screen at once just using BASIC. If you got the basic manual and followed the instructions, you could put 16 colours on screen at once and it would have no problems with it. And if you knew what you were doing, it could handle hundreds of colours all at once and it would do it well. Nevertheless, this game presents you with 2 colours and it moves about the speed of ass. It feels like it's running in uncompiled BASIC in a way that was written by someone who had never seen a computer before, let alone BASIC. Forcing someone to play this game should be a violation of the Geneva Convention. How alternative software thought this was acceptable quality to release is beyond me. It just goes to show the level of contempt that this publisher had for 8-bit gamers by the end of the 80s. But that's not even the worst part. It's so bad, guys. The worst part is that the game is almost playable. And I'm surprised, I shocked myself by saying that, but it's true. It's slow. It's buggy. The platforms that you're supposed to walk on just don't show any indication that they're about to disappear, and then you fall to your death, and you just have to guess at the timings if you want to try and get through. If you manage it, which is an exercise in patience more than actually an exercise of skill, then all you get at the end of the game is a text message saying that you can now go back to Earth to have a broccoli sandwich. And I am not joking, by the way, that is the end game screen. And to top it all off, guys, the Amstrad CPC version has a game-breaking bug in it. How they managed to take a game that's bad already and make it worse, I just don't know. But there is a game-breaking bug. You cannot jump off the top of the screen. Now that might sound a bit weird, but here's the thing. You need to be able to jump off the top of the screen in order to get through some sections. No one playtested this thing. No one. In some parts of the game, platforms are near the top of the game screen. To reach them, you will need to jump. Now that's perfectly fine on the Spectrum version, because Duckula will just partially disappear off the top of the game screen for a moment while you're jumping. Then it'll come back down onto the platform and you can continue to play. You can't do that on the Amstrad. Duckula will smack his head into the hard border at the top of the screen. So those sections that require you to jump to a high platform therefore become impossible to clear without the help of the world's crappiest superhero, Tremendous Terrence. When summoned, Terrence will fly across the screen, dragging Duckula to the end of the level. You only get a limited number of summons for him though, so you'd really better use them only on the broken levels if you want to get anywhere in this game. And that's what makes it so frustrating, guys. I grew up on Specky Pots. The Amstrad was the third fiddle in a lot of gaming senses. We knew that if we were going to get some games, once the proper established order was set up, we were going to get the dregs, because there were comparatively few of us. So if we were getting a port, it was from a Spectrum, which meant that the Specky version was done first, and if we were lucky and there was enough time for the coder to do it, he might add a few more colours. But the majority of the time it was a Specky port, so we knew we were going to get slower games. They might be slightly unresponsive. It was just the price you paid for having an Amstrad. The Amstrad was great, I adore it, but I know what the reality is. And we all did back then. So we expected some Specky ports, but this, it goes below and beyond our lowest expectations. This thing, it takes everything that was wrong with Specky ports from the time and it distills it down into an experience that is akin to drinking phlegm. And then it takes that experience, it mashes it into a cassette, and it charges you money to play it. But we're not even done yet, are we? Because this is a Specky port. We have to face the inevitable. There's a Spectrum version, and we have to play it. The Spectrum version is actually more playable. It's fast, it's relatively responsive, it's just as poorly constructed as the CPC version, which tells me that the CPC is just running unmodified Spectrum code, and that's why it's so atrociously slow, but it is at least playable on the Specky. Sadly, that doesn't mean it's any more enjoyable. While playing this version, it really drove home the fact that there's no game here. I wasn't joking when I compared it to a Tiger LCD game. It is that level of almost being a game, but not quite managing it. You can almost see what they were aiming for, but it's clear that they missed the mark. And it's awful. The game is actually so poorly written that at times you can see where the disappearing platform code doesn't actually work properly. Parts of the platform, they're still on screen because the code doesn't work to clear it all away. The game knows it's not there though, so don't make the mistake of trying to stand on that platform because it's a phantom and you'll fall to your death. And you will fall often. There are no two ways about it. This game, this duck, a creature that can fly, will die if he falls more than an inch or two below where you're standing. There's just no justifiable reason for that, other than to make the game marginally more difficult than walk from the left of the screen to the right of the screen, and it's just stupid, just like everything else in the game. But that pretty much sums this up, doesn't it? It's stupid, it's not properly thought out, and what is here doesn't work properly. It's a mess. It really is just a mess. But that's not even the worst part, is it? Of course it's not. This thing just keeps going. It's the big crap sandwich and we're all going to have to take a bite and then we're going to have to take another bite. Because even now we are not through with this mess. There is another version. We have to take a look at it too because in this version there's another level. What the hell? This is actually playable? Oh my goodness. On the Commodore 64, the game starts with a decent enough shooter level. It looks pretty good. It's fast. It's actually playable. And I'm actually genuinely surprised here. This is kind of fun. It's not the best shooter ever, but I've played a lot worse. So does that mean that the rest of the game's going to be good as well? No, sadly not. Oh well, it was a nice dream while it lasted. I mean, okay, sure, this is far more colourful, and yes, this is far more quick, and yes, it is far more responsive, but it's still the same flawed level design, it's still the same game that has next to no gameplay, it's still crap. Oh. The only good part of this game is the asteroid level, and it's right at the start, here on the Commodore 64. it's the part of the game's story that's actually explained in the inlay for all of the versions, including the Spectrum and CPC, but you don't get to play it on those. Which is a massive shame, really, because shoot 'em ups were actually games that were very good and very popular at the time, both on the CPC and on the Spectrum. So it's a shame that they're not here, because those computers could do a shooter well, especially a vertical scrolling one like this. So they took the best part, the part that would work the best on those machines, out of the ZX80 versions. And that's just really annoying, because essentially what they left us with was a bucket full of slop, and they were charging $1.99 a pop to play it. In the end, both Count Duckula games are incredibly flawed, just in different ways. There's some promise in the first game, but the way it executes the ideas that it has, they're just not brilliant. The game is reasonably quick, but the graphics make it difficult to enjoy it, and there's not a lot to it, even if you can get past all of that. For the sequel, even the few good qualities that the original game has have been stripped out. There's nothing good here. Even in the comparatively decent C64 version, it feels like an excessively cheap cash-in. And let's face it, that is exactly what it is. That's what it was created for, and there's really no love to it. Count Duckula is a great character. His TV show still holds up today. And the fact that they just left half of the second game out of the Amstrad and Spectrum version, where is it? It's not there. And it's testament to just how little care and attention was given to some of these licensed games back in the day, especially this one. It was chucked out on the cheap, it's got to have been, for, I don't know, getting a quick buck before people realised how bad it was and word spread. I don't know, but I can't recommend either of the games. The first one, it's moderately acceptable. It's monochrome, it shouldn't be, but it is, and it works too fast on the Spectrum, and then has no colours on the Amstrad, and neither of those is excusable. But the second one, there's nothing there to recommend at all. It's just a mess. So, my advice is, avoid. Count Duckula could have been great, but it's not, because it wasn't given the care and the respect that it needed. And that's all I've got time for today, so thank you so much guys for joining me. It's been a while since we had a GameHammer episode. I want to bring it back in 2021. It's just been one of those years. I think we can all agree that 2020 is a good excuse. So thank you very much for watching. I hope you have a great Christmas and a happy New Year. I'll see you next year. Roll on 2021. Let's just get in there straight away and make something better of it than these guys made of Count Duckula 2. See you later. Oh, hello there! Well, today, welcome back to the channel, we're going to be reviewing... I don't actually know. Mr. MP Monster, the channel's manager, he wouldn't exactly tell me what I was supposed to be reviewing today. He said it would give me a clue, and then he never did.
Heads up! Oh, you've got to be quicker than that for this game.
Oh, what the hell was that for?
It's your clue.
It's your open invitation for a slap.
Don't you get it?
You're the one who's gonna get it. Get it around your feckin' throat. Come here.
Okay, I can see we've got off on the wrong foot here. This was a clue to which game you're supposed to review today, that's all.
How is throwing Dizzy at me a clue?
I told you it was a bad clue.
It was a great clue. You just didn't do your part properly.
You're throwing egg at me. How is that a clue?
Oh, so close. I didn't throw it. I chucked it. I chuckied an egg.
You used our friend as a missile and gave me a headache.
Me too.
Oh, forget it. Just play Chucky Egg, will you? Good grief, you tried to inject a little pizzazz into the show and this is what you get for your trouble? It's ridiculous, it really is.
So this is a game where you collect eggs and avoid very large birds. I'm not sure what kind of birds they are, what they're supposed to actually be. I think they're Well, I'm going to take a guess that they aren't chickens because, well, they dwarf the guy. What do you think, Dizzy?
They're hens.
Really?
Yep, that's why you play as Henhouse Harry. They're hens.
But they're massive.
Maybe Harry is just really small.
The purpose of the game is to collect all the eggs on the level within the allotted time, so that you can progress to the next level. The eggs are arranged on a series of platforms that need to be accessed by either climbing ladders or dropping down from higher platforms. There are 40 unique levels, plus one that is a complete copy of an earlier level, giving 41 levels in total. Each level is progressively more difficult than the last, which gives a very nice difficulty curve to the game. It's a huge amount of fun to play, and I really do enjoy it, regardless of which version I'm playing.
Are all the different versions different to one another?
Yes and no. Let's have a look. This is the BBC version, which is the one I see the most when this game is discussed online. It's not the original, but it is one of the earliest ports, having been coded soon after the original author Nigel Alderton submitted the game to A&F Software for publishing. The BBC version looks a lot like the ZX Spectrum original, but it plays very differently. There are two variants of Chucky Egg, the realistic physics variants, such as the one on the BBC, and the unrealistic physics variants, such as the one on the ZX Spectrum.
What's the difference?
Well, the most notable difference is that on the Spectrum version, Harry will bounce off the sides of platforms more if he hits them hard enough, while on the BBC, it's somewhat less.
Does that change the gameplay much?
Surprisingly, yes. Being able to bounce Harry around the level means accessing certain platforms is much easier. On the BBC and other realistic physics variants, you need to plan your route through the level in order to access some of the tricky platforms and grab the eggs before the timer runs out. It's a quite strategic game as a result. But here on the Spectrum, you can ricochet around the level and open up new routes from place to place, which are simply not there in the other versions. I often found myself able to leap from one platform, bounce off the side of another, land on a third platform, and collect an egg in one rapid movement that would otherwise have taken me several precious seconds to reach. Not that there's a lack of bouncing around on the BBC version, of course, but on the Spectrum here, the enhanced bouncy physics means the game is far more fast-paced. Not that time will be a huge factor either way, of course. Alongside the eggs, there are a number of seed piles scattered around each level. The hens will stop to eat these, which can provide you with a much-needed respite from their pursuits if you find yourself in danger of being cornered. However, you can also collect these seeds yourself. Picking them up stops the timer for a short period and also give you some extra points, so if you find yourself in an area where you're actually starting to run out of time, that is a good strategy.
So it's another strategic moment. Either grab the seeds to keep the timer from going down, or leave them to keep the hens distracted while you grab the eggs.
Exactly, yes. At the start of the game, you will have enough time just to grab the seeds as you go, but on the later levels, that extra tactical consideration really does start to come into play.
I really like this game. It seems like a lot of fun, and although the graphics are quite basic, they work well for this kind of early arcade game.
I agree, yeah. Sadly, not all the versions look this nice, however. As with the Amstrad CPC version, the Commodore 64 version was a later port of the game, rather than being coded by the original author or the publishers back at the time when the source material was fresh in their minds. This resulted in the C64 getting a far more colourful and graphically enhanced version of the game. The hens now look more like actual hens rather than ostriches, which is a nice change, but Henhouse Harry really did get the short end of the stick for this one. He's now a squat, Mario-like character with a silly hat, rather than the blocky Manic Miner style yellow guy with a silly hat that we'd known up until this point. It's not a change that I'm all too happy with, if I'm absolutely honest. Your opinion will, of course, vary depending on which version you grew up with, and graphics don't make the game. It's still a very good port, but for me, this just doesn't look like Harry, and that's a bit of an issue, because it makes the game less enjoyable as a result, since I'm seeing this strange character running around, and he keeps pulling me out of the narrative, out of the game. It's just that little bit of a divide, you know? But whether you love it or hate it, the Commodore 64 sprite isn't anywhere near as bad as this one version that all of us 8-bit fans can rally against. So, prepare yourselves guys, because there's a visual onslaught coming. Here it is. It's time to endure the PC version. Ladies and gentlemen, I present a vision of hell. This is Chucky Egg on the PC, as you would have seen it if you were lucky enough to have a PC, but unlucky enough to have a CGA display. There are 3 graphics systems supported by the PC version of Chucky Egg, and I have to say, this is by far the worst. The colour choices are atrocious, and nobody in their right mind would ever wish this horror on even their worst enemies. Atrocious actually doesn't do it justice. So here's the EGA version instead. It's marginally better. Your eyes won't bleed out of your face quite as quickly when you play this version, but it's still not good. For a start, Henhouse Harry now has a tendency to have his face blend into the platforms above him, which is a design choice I can't even begin to fathom. Moreover, the gameplay is bad on both the EGA and CGA versions because the Hens and Harry blend into the background, making it more difficult to see where the enemies are and thus increasing your reaction time.
So what's the third graphics option? Is it any better than the others?
I don't know, Dizzy. It's the Tandy graphics option, and it requires a graphics card that's, if I remember correctly, it's very similar to the one that was on the PC Junior range of computers. But I don't have a Tandy graphics card accessible to me, and it's very difficult to emulate it properly using DOSBox, unless you know exactly how to set up the configuration files, so I wasn't able to check it out myself.
That's a shame.
Yeah, it really is. However, I will say, given that Tandy and EGA are both 16 colour modes, it's likely that they look pretty similar, so it wouldn't have been that much of an improvement on all things considered. In the end, Chucky Egg is one of those classic arcade-style computer games that really does need to be played at least once in your life. It's simple to pick up and get into, but its 40 levels, or 41 levels really, mean that you'll be playing for quite a while before you manage to beat it. Now, I won't tell you which version is an absolute must-play because, let's face it, all of the 8-bit versions are well worth your time, and which one you prefer will mostly be down to your personal preferences. For me, it's the BBC version that I come back to most, even though it's very similar to the one on my beloved Amstrad CPC. It's just the one that I grew up with because I played it the most when I was a kid. Well, I enjoyed that. Would you like a go, Dizzy?
No thanks. All that picking of eggs is giving me flashbacks to my first adventure.
Fair enough. Shall we go and teach the monster that it's not right to throw friends at one another?
Let's do it.
Lock and load.
Teenage Mutant Hero Turtles, Teenage Mutant Hero Turtles, Teenage Mutant Hero Turtles, the UK got a redubbed title tune. Here we have a Turtles handheld game. It's from Konami, bets on if it's lame. You stick batteries in the back, then turn it on, let's see if it's crap. Teenage Mutant Hero Turtles, Teenage Mutant Hero Turtles. Strangely enough, it's actually quite fun. With 3 game modes, it's not play once then done. But the sound is still quite bad, so press the mute, you'll be glad. Teenage Mutant Hero Turtles, Teenage Mutant Hero Turtles, Teenage Mutant Hero Turtles. Let's begin the review with no more rhymes.
Back in the early 90s, something very strange happened here in the UK. Hornby, a company that's known for mainly making model locomotives and train sets, teamed up with Konami, a company that's mostly known for making damn hard video games. Well, at least back in the day it was. Now it's pachinko machines. But back in the day, in the early 90s, it was damn hard video games. So why would Hornby team up with Konami? They seem very disparate. But what actually happened is they created something very, very special that I want to show you today. The Teenage Mutant Hero Turtles, because back then in the UK it was Hero Turtles, we weren't allowed to show things like ninjutsu or a set of nunchucks or anything like that. Oh, that would be just too dangerous. We couldn't possibly tell young children that ninjas existed, so instead we got the hero turtles. Because it was okay to have a giant turtle with swords on its back attacking robots and Shredder and aliens and all that. But we couldn't call them ninjas because then they would become dangerous. Swords, they're okay. Ninjas, oh, can't have that. But just as a comparison, here is the "You Just Died" sequence from the children's game show Nightmare. This was acceptable for broadcast on children's television. Calling a turtle a ninja was not. But this is what I really want to talk to you about, not the stupidity of saying we can have a guy with a sword but not a ninja. This is what I want to talk about, because this is something very special. This was developed and branded by Konami itself. It actually has Konami written right on it, but it wasn't marketed by Konami in the UK. Hornby sold it. Hornby marketed it. Why was that? Because at the time, Hornby were marketing LCD games, most likely in a move to remain relevant in a changing market, where kids weren't coming into the model railway hobby in a large number like they used to. But here's the thing, this isn't even the only Turtles LCD game that came out in the early 90s. While I was playing this, and loving it by the way, loving it so much that I've lost the battery pack off the back, so I have to hold it in like that. But loving this game, while I was playing this, Grandstand were developing their own Turtles LCD game. Released the year after Konami's first outing, Grandstand's Turtles game was a much chunkier game that featured a randomly generated maze to work your way through and multiple levels to play across. But sadly, that game is rare as hen's teeth these days. These are the ones that really stuck with the children's psyche, so these are the ones that you can pick up even now if you're looking on eBay. So while I would love to do a review of the Grandstand game, and eventually if I manage to get one of those in working condition, we will have a review, but for now we're going to stick with this. Now this isn't your standard LCD game where it's play once and then you're basically done, you've seen everything. This has 3 game modes, so let's take a look at it. The modes that it has basically correspond to easy, medium or hard difficulty setting. All 3 modes start off in the same way. You're on the top half of the screen where April is being held captive because it's a Turtles game from the 90s. April's going to be held captive, it's just how it is. There are 2 broken sewer pipes on that top part of the level and monsters are going to come out of those pipes. Some you can fight, but the spiked balls that roll along the floor, they just have to be jumped over to avoid them. And apparently, those spiked balls are supposed to be Shredder's shurikens. Really? Yeah, that's what the back of the packaging says. And that never really occurred to me while I was playing it. Still, the graphics are quite small on the screen, so it would be easy to miss that kind of subtlety, let's put it that way. Most of the graphics are pretty decent, I have to say. The turtle you play as is well drawn and the animations, for what they're worth, are decent enough. The mouses and the birds, which are apparently Flapjaws, a character that I do not remember from the show, they look pretty good, and April is well drawn too. It's just the shurikens that don't do it for me, I have to admit. They look like spiked balls from where I'm sat, and when I'm playing this thing, that is exactly what they seem to be. But graphics aren't what matters, let's be fair. How does the game play? Well, pretty well, I have to admit. Each mode is its own mini-game and they all present a decent level of challenge. In the first mode, all you have to do is fight off 10 of Shredder's minions, be they the weird bird creatures or the mouses, as they fly out of the sewer pipes. Once you've done that, the second stage opens up and you'll see an electric fence and a set of spinning blades appear in the lower half of the screen. Yes, that is an underwater section, and yes, that is an electric fence in the underwater section. Nobody said this game about mutant ninja turtles had to make sense. Anyway, you've got to get your timing absolutely right for this stage. Move quickly past the spinning blades to get through the electric fence when it shorts out. This lets you grab the key to unlock the chains holding April captive. Once you've got the key, time your exit so you can get past those rotating blades and get back to safety in one swift move. Then all you've got to do is climb out of the water and dodge or fight your way over to April to unlock her chains. Dodging gets you there quicker and safely. Fighting does have a slight risk of getting killed by the monsters if you time it wrong, but it does get you extra points, and points are really what you're going for in this kind of game. Once you've done that, congratulations, you've completed the game. You can play again, or you can move on to a higher difficulty. In the second mode, you have a similar situation, but now April is both chained up and inside a glass dome. Someone really doesn't want you getting to April and rescuing her today, do they? You'll need to fight 10 monsters again and set off the underwater section just like before in the first version. These monsters move much quicker in this game mode, however, so it's more difficult and you have to adjust your timing to get through it. When you do, you'll see the water section starts up, but there's no key this time. Instead, you'll have to collect an explosive. The technique for doing that is exactly the same as in Game 1, but this time you have to be really sharp and have your wits with you because everything has been speeded up, and also there's a time limit in this section now. So even though you are an aquatic creature, and remember, turtles are amphibious, they can breathe underwater if needs be, but this mutant ninja turtle has to hold his breath, so be careful, you've got only a limited amount of time. It's not logical, just go with it. Anyway, grab the explosives and get back to the surface. Then you have to fight your way over to April just as before, use the explosive to damage the glass dome, and then go back and get another explosive. You have to do this several times before the glass dome breaks. But once it's broken, you can head back down into the water and grab the key, just like in the first game mode. Then unlock April's chains. If you've managed all of that, congratulations, once again, you've just won the game. In the third game mode, it's very much like the second game mode, only now every single part of that is faster and you'll need to use more explosives. But other than that, it's very much the same. It's basically the second game mode, only harder. That's all it is. Easy, medium, hard. That's all it is. But it does give you that extra challenge, which means that this LCD game, unlike a lot of other LCD games, this one has replay value, a lot of replay value. I spent months trying to perfect my way through easy, medium and hard, because back then I loved the turtles, and to be honest with you, I still do. And this is still worth playing now because of that replay value. So having said all of that, you might have been taken aback by a couple of things with this Turtles LCD game. The first being that there actually is a victory condition. You don't see that in an awful lot of LCD games. So many of the Tiger ones, you're just going for a high score. The Star Trek The Next Generation game that we've reviewed before, apparently you can get to the planet that you're going for. If you use all of your power to use the warp drive, you can get to a planet and then go into a second stage where you fight on the planet. But the majority of games aren't like that, so this having a victory condition sets it apart from many of the other LCD games, and it is what makes it more like a traditional video game than a lot of the other handhelds that you'll have ever come across before. It has an easy, medium and hard mode, so it has the replay value, and that really does help to enhance this and put it a high step above the majority of old LCD games. The fact that this thing has a beginning, middle and end and actually tells a story is also quite a bonus. It's really good. And the other thing is, of course, you may have noticed from what I've been showing you on screen, this game is actually pretty good to play. Konami didn't cheap out when it came to this thing and how it's put together. There's a decent difficulty progression, the 3 game modes present an increasing challenge to keep you coming back for more, and most importantly, it feels like you can actually get better at it as you play. And you'll want to play as well because this is actually a lot of good fun. Is this the best LCD game ever made? I don't know. I haven't played all of the handheld LCD games out there, so I can't say for certain, but it is the one that I always kept coming back to as a kid. I had a fair few LCD games. My friends had a load of LCD games. We all came back to this one. This is a lot of fun, so out of the ones I've ever played, I think this one is the only one I would really ever want to come back to. This isn't actually my original one either. I played that so much it broke. I took it on holiday to France with me, and the heat while I was playing it, it just broke it. So I actually played one to death. Literally to death. It stopped working. I had to get another one off eBay. It's just one of those things. So that, above everything else, should be a mark of quality, and the fact is I cannot recommend this one highly enough. So there you go, Turtles, the LCD game, the original one from Konami, definitely worth having a look at. Anyway, that's all I've got time for today, so I hope you have enjoyed this. Thank you very much for watching. If you did, remember to click that like button and share it with your friends so that they'll know some good games when they see it. But until next time, I've been Zoe Kirk Robinson, you've been watching GameHammer, and I'll see you next time. Hockey games, they date back to the very beginning of home gaming. If your first generation console didn't carry an off-brand Pong game with 2 paddles per player, you demanded your money back. 2 paddles, a small gap in each side of the screen, and all the same mechanics of regular Pong? Well, that's all you needed to play hockey on your TV back at the dawn of gaming. The Magnavox Odyssey started this trend, and everyone who came after copied that model. If you were a hockey fan in the late 70s and you didn't want to go outside, this is how you played hockey at home. Nowadays, it's hard to come back to games this simple, but it's not impossible. If you have the patience to get yourself used to the old style of early analog sticks, it's still possible to enjoy a game of hockey on a first-generation console, even here in the 21st century. But that's only the beginning. 2 blocks smacking another block between gaps in other blocks, that can only get you so far. So, come along with me in this first part of a 2-part series where we're going to be looking at the history of hockey, computer and video games. So grab your hockey hats, hockey fans, and let's get to it. NHL Hockey on the Intellivision is the first licensed NHL hockey game, although you wouldn't know that if you're in most markets, since it was also released as just plain hockey. And to be fair, that's not a bad renaming choice, since if you read out the original name in full, it's National Hockey League Hockey, which is a bit of a mouthful, and it just sounds a bit silly. So, since it's also a year before the Atari 2600's ice hockey game, I think we'll start our review by grabbing our ridiculous, I mean, look at the shape of this. Is this a phone or what? We'll grab our ridiculous Intellivision controllers and taking a look at the first 16-bit hockey game. Wow, that's 16-bit? Yeah, take a look. That's the awesome power of the Intellivision. Now, the first thing you'll notice with this game is that it's 2-player only. That doesn't mean you can't give it a try and see how it feels, of course. It just means that we can't get the full benefit of the game without dragging in some other poor bugger to play this with me, and let's face it, that's not happening. So, the controls are surprisingly heavy, but for a game that's played on ice, there is a decent amount of momentum, which means that your character will continue to slide in the direction that you are moving if you take your finger off the direction control, which is good. But the strangest thing is, the character feels like they're gliding along treacle, not ice. They're so heavy that getting moving feels far too slow to be realistic. You get 2 options for hitting the puck. Pass, which is a low-powered hit, and shot, which is a high-powered hit. You'll need to use both to maintain proper control over the puck. The character will hit the puck in whichever direction you're aiming when you press the button, and I do mean whichever way you're aiming. This is an 8-way control game, so watch out for accidentally doing a diagonal shot. And you will, because this is the controller and it's so easy to accidentally press the wrong place. But it's almost impossible to score a goal, so maybe that doesn't really matter. The goalie is not player controlled. It's the Intellivision that's running this guy for both teams. So if you thought you could get a quick high-scoring game going by just playing the one player on a 2-player game, no, you're wrong. And I do mean the goalie is impossible to get past. I played for 15 minutes with no opponent and I couldn't score once. He'll save against anything, which ruins the game for me. If you can't use strategy to knock a goal in even with a rebound off the post, what's the point in playing? Thankfully, there was another Intellivision hockey game, and it's single player as well, which is great. It's an update to the NHL hockey game, and it fixes some of the bugs. But it also turns the rink into a rectangle instead of a rounded-edged rink, which is just stupid because it was rounded-edged in the original, and rinks are supposed to be rounded-edged, so why take 1 step forward and then 1 step back? It just doesn't make sense. Anyway, let's have a look at it. This is Slapshot, Super Pro Hockey, and it's the superior game by far. The heavy controls are still here, which is unfortunate, but the AI has been tweaked to make it possible to actually score a goal, although you will still need a fair amount of skill to do it, so that's actually pretty good. It's a good challenge. Even on the lowest difficulty settings, this is a challenge. And being able to play this one player means we can actually enjoy a decent game this time around. There are fouls and power plays. The goalies and the other players can be knocked over. So if you're not very good at the game, knocking the goalie over means that you've got a much better chance of actually scoring. And all in all, this is a very fun game. Even compared to the modern hockey games, this one still holds its own for the most part, and I had a lot of fun playing it. But we can't just sit here all day playing in television, can we? Atari wants its try as well, so let's move over to the 2600 era and try out some ice hockey Atari style. Ice hockey came to us via Activision, who were the gamers' publishers of choice back in the 2600 era because they produced some spectacular stuff. When they brought us this game in 1981, they backed it up with the most ludicrous advert you can imagine.
Think you're ready for it? One of the roughest video games around?
So apparently this is the most roughest, intense game of hockey around. It's like a battle in sports form with some very colourful characters and lots of action. Shall we see for ourselves? Yeah, this is pretty much what I expected from a hockey game on the Atari 2600. The controls, they're really smooth. They respond far better than they did on the television, but the number of players on screen is severely reduced. We're also playing vertically now rather than horizontally, which means that the playable area feels far smaller than it did on the Intellivision. Whether that's a good or bad thing is up to you and how you prefer to play, but for me it feels a little bit cramped. The goalkeeper now is player controlled, which means that you're far more likely to actually score a goal. That's both a good thing and a bad thing. It's actually nice to score a goal in a game where that is the aim of the game after all, but it also means that you do have to constantly keep your eye on where your goalie is, because if the computer scores, well, that's on you. Despite its flaws though, this is a really good hockey game on the 2600 and I had a lot of fun playing it. There are some nice tactical options with it, since you can use one player to lure the opponent's player out of the way of your other player, then pass the puck to score a goal. That's nice. The problem is, the game feels a little bit cramped, and the lack of players on screen also makes it feel very empty at the same time. It's a weird dichotomy, but there it is. Nevertheless, I actually had a lot of fun while playing this game. It's not a game that, I admit, it's not a game that I will come back to all the time, but if I got my Activision Anthology discount on the PS2, I'd probably boot this up after I've played a quick round or two of whatever I'd actually gone in to play. Which, to be fair, is how a lot of us played Atari back in the day, so there's nothing wrong with that. But let's jump ahead a few years, shall we? Because across the ocean from where Atari and Intellivision were mainly duking out for their main rounds, we had our own set of computers with our own set of hockey games. So here on the UK side was the Amstrad, the Spectrum, and even the American Commodore 64. And they brought hockey in a different way. So let's take a look at what they had to offer. With the ZX Spectrum dominating the home computer era in the UK, it's a wonder that there weren't more hockey games produced for it. I spent quite a while looking around, and it turns out that while several were planned, most never actually saw release. As a result, we only have one hockey game to show you on the Spectrum, and it's a compilation called Winter Sports. This is a compilation set of winter-based, or at least cold-themed games, one of which is ice hockey. And I'm sorry to say, this is probably the worst hockey game that I have ever played. It's slow, it's jerky, the players get stuck on one another because collision detection is broken, and there's next to no sound. It's possible to lead the opponent's goalie out of the way so that you can score an open goal, and that's probably the best thing I can say about this game. It's not good. The game also came out on the Amstrad CPC, and it's pretty much a straight specky port. Now, anyone who knows the CPC knows what a specky port is. It's usually a sign that the game was dumped directly from the RAM of a ZX Spectrum into the RAM of the Amstrad CPC, and then tweaked a little bit to get the game to actually run. Since both machines used the Z80 processor, that was a quick and dirty way of getting a game onto the Amstrad without having to code more for the system. Amstrad, of course, being the third player in a three-horse race, so the amount of money for development time of a game for the CPC was severely reduced because you wouldn't get as much back from publishing a game on that system. So you reduced your expenses to maximise your profit. It's not great, but that's what happened. And as a result of this min-maxing for profit, we tended to get a lot of low-colour, slow and jerky games because the CPC would essentially be pulling double duty having to cope with code that wasn't optimised for it. And that's exactly how playing this version of the game feels. It's even slower and more jerky than the ZX Spectrum version was, which is not a good thing. So you know what? Avoid it. Just avoid both versions of this game. You can do better than this. Speaking of doing better, here's Slapshot for the Amstrad CPC. I used to play this game all the time when I was a kid, I've been a big fan of ice hockey since my early teenage years, and this was my go-to ice hockey game until I moved on from the CPC to the Mega PC. Slapshot may share a name with the Intellivision game that we played earlier, but the similarities, they end there. This is a great game with great graphics, but really weird controls, and I do mean weird. There are 9 keys that you have to use to control your player, one for each of the compass directions, plus a fire button, which is right in the middle, and it's very annoying that it's there. There's no joystick support, you have to use the keyboard, and if you want to play 2-player, that means one of you is on one side of the keyboard, and the other is on the other side. It's very strange, and it kind of works, but you have to get used to it. The fire button is clustered into the middle of your 9-key control set, like I mentioned earlier, and it makes working out the best way to control this mess quite a hassle. But once you get the hang of it, the game is a lot of fun to play. To make it a little easier on those of you who are struggling to control your players, you don't have to worry about your goalie. Both teams' goalies just float up and down the screen patrolling their goals. That's all they do. Scoring is therefore a matter of timing. Oh, did I say goals? Yeah, they're not. In this game, they're called goals. G-O-L. Goals. Yeah, they misspelled a 4-letter word, which just happens to be the aim of the game. I'm not kidding here. There's a spelling mistake in the game in a 4-letter word. Goal became a running joke amongst my friends and I. Whenever someone scored a goal, we would shout, "Goal!" Yeah, we were easily pleased. You had to make your own fun back then. Anyway, Slapshot on the Amstrad CPC is a superb game. It was my go-to hockey game of choice back when the CPC was my main computer, and it only got overtaken once I discovered the joys of NHLPA hockey on the Mega Drive, which we'll get to later. Slapshot never came out on the ZX Spectrum. There was a version planned, but it never came out, which is a real shame when you think about it, because I would have loved to have seen how people would have managed to get 2 players onto that tiny rubber keyboard for the Spectrum. That would have been so funny. But alas, it was not to be. However, the Commodore 64 did get a version, and we're going to take a look at it right now. So, how did the world's most popular 8-bit computer fare on the hockey front? Well, it's in this version of Slapshot that we see a lot of similarities to the Intellivision game from earlier. They were released around the same time. You've got to remember the Commodore 64 was out at the time that the Intellivision was also on the shelves. And although the 2 games are separate productions, as far as I can tell, the game does look a lot more on the Commodore 64 version like the Intellivision version than the CPC one, even down to the monochrome characters. And the game plays an awful lot more like the Intellivision version did as well. It's even 2-player only, which doesn't make for the most riveting experience when you're playing on your own. Now I realise there are only so many ways that a game of hockey can be rendered on a computer or a console. It just seems weird to me though that 2 games called Slapshot should look so similar and play so similarly despite being completely different games that just happen to be called Slapshot. Anyway, thank goodness that there's a sequel that improves on this game in every way. This version has a 1-player option, and it's damn hard too. Even on the lowest difficulty setting, you will be getting quite a challenge, which is great because it keeps you coming back. The speech is also very nicely done, and the gameplay is a lot of fun, although it's worth noting that it seems to be joystick only, at least for the 1-player mode. So if you don't have a joystick, you're out of luck with this one. Out of the 2 Slapshot games on the C64, I have to recommend the sequel. It's better in every single way, and you'll have a lot of fun with it. Now, I'll grant you, the graphics on this version aren't as good as on the CPC, which is, you know, just one of those things. But it's a challenging game that plays very nicely, and I really have enjoyed it. But there is one thing that you'll probably be asking yourself. You'll be wondering why so many games are called Slapshot. Why on earth would it be? All of these hockey games have the same title. Well, the fact is, you can't copyright the term Slapshot. It's a hockey term. It means to hit the puck really hard with a shot that makes a slapping sound because of the strength of the shot. So it's a term that hockey players and hockey fans will all know, but you can't put it as one particular game because it's just a generic term. It's kind of one of those things. It differentiates ice hockey from other kinds of hockey in the same way that calling an NFL game touchdown would separate it from any other form of football if instead of just calling the game football. It's one of those things. That's why you get so many of them. Anyway, we've had a look at the 8-bit home computer range, and some of the games have been pretty good. But let's go back to the consoles, because once the home computers had had their time a little bit, the consoles started to come back in, didn't they? With the Sega Master System in particular here in Europe managing to take a bite out of the market. So, let's go back to the consoles and see what Sega has to offer. And I'll bet you won't be able to guess what they called their game. Sega's Slapshot has all the typical Sega flair that you've come to know and love. There are cutscenes when someone scores a goal. There's an interesting fight mechanic which took me a little more time to get the hang of than I'd care to admit. And there's plenty of colour with well-defined graphics. It's a decent 8-bit hockey simulation. Admittedly, it's not that much of a step up from the home computer versions once you get into the game itself, aside from the cutscenes and the Sega polish, but you do get to choose your teams, and the controls are very responsive for the era, so all in all, it's a decent game. But hockey didn't stop on the 8-bit consoles, did it? Now, as I've indicated before, I had a lot of fun with the Intellivision, even with the weird PC series from the 70s, that would be the PC50X series, but hockey didn't stop there, of course it didn't. You wouldn't stop on 8-bit systems, would you? As we already saw with the Intellivision, a 16-bit system could definitely run a game of hockey. So I think it's time that we introduced what became my go-to hockey game, and which solidified my love of hockey. Let's take a look at NHLPA 93, on the Mega Drive. I'm going to come out and say this right from the start. This is the pinnacle of the ice hockey console games up to this point. It's the one that I played so often as a child. If you play this, you don't need to play any other hockey game on the Mega Drive. It's arcade action, crossed with simulation, and it has all the flair, all the polish, all the gameplay tweaks from every game that we've seen so far. It's basically the best hockey game that I ever played in my youth, and it kicks arse so hard that the arse will fly around the world and come back for seconds. I still come back to NHLPA 93 even today. I never had a copy as a kid, I'll admit that straight off, because my friend had a copy and we all used to go round to his house so that we'd play a tournament. But when I left university and started getting back into retro games, I did source a copy from eBay that I've still got right now. It's still as good now as it was back when I first started playing it at 13, when I was playing it for the first time. Nowadays, I am able to see the lack of fluid animation and the fact that you don't turn quite as quickly as you'd like, but when you're playing it, none of that matters. It's an absolute gem, and you need to give it a try. Oh, and in case you're wondering, yes, this is where my love of the St. Louis Blues first started. I was playing a season of NHLPA 93 with my friends, and naturally, we had to all pick a team, because that's what you do in a season. I chose the Blues, and I can't actually remember why, but I think it was because their logo looks pretty damn cool. But by the time the season was over, when we were playing, I knew that it was my team for life. It's just funny how things work out like that, isn't it? Now, normally this is where I would jump to the next era of gaming and bring in a PS1 title to show you what comes next. But I'm not going to do that this time. I've saved the CD and DVD sections of this for part 2 of this video series. There's 2 parts. So that I can talk to you all about home computing and cartridge gaming in this particular episode. So what have we got left? Well, we have one more cartridge console to cover in this outing. And you might say, I've saved the best for last. I have 2 hockey games on the N64 to show you. There are more. There are more on every console that I've shown you. But I can only cover the ones that I have available to me. So, let's start our 64-bit adventure with a game that takes a very different look at hockey to what we've seen so far. This is Wayne Gretzky's 3D Hockey. Wayne Gretzky on the N64 is more like an arcade game than a hockey game. In many ways, it's the NBA Jam of hockey, complete with goals bursting into flames when a particularly souped-up player scores. Goal! The puck has a speed line behind it. When you shoot it, the players all move like they have a rocket on their back, and the game is far more fast-paced than you are likely to ever be used to. It's an intense game, and I can't help but love it. It's fast, it's super smooth, it's amazing fun, and it's just great to play. Wayne Gretzky's 3D Hockey is the game that you put on when you have friends round and you all want to play something that's incredible fun. This isn't a simulation of ice hockey so much as it's a simulation of the spirit of ice hockey. Give it a try. Even if you're not the biggest hockey fan, I think you'll enjoy it. But for those of you who want something that's more like the simulationist, arcade simulationist at least, version of hockey that we've all come to know and love, I have saved the last one for you. This is NHL 99 on the Nintendo 64. I have to admit, I did not expect this to be as good as it is. I'll be honest with you right up front. The NHL series can be a little hit and miss, depending on which year's offering you're playing. Every year they tweak things. A little change here, a little change there, just to see what will work and what won't. As a result, if you like the game one year, you may not enjoy it quite as much the year after, but the year after that, it could be great. It's a weird way of making games, but they do seem to make it work. In the case of NHL 99 on the N64, the balance between arcade action and simulation is almost perfect, so it all comes out good. This is very much like the NHLPA 93 of the Mega Drive, only enhanced to boost it past the next level. It's smooth, it's responsive, it feels like you're not only watching a hockey game, you're really part of that hockey game. If I'd had this back in the day, I'd have stuck with it for the long haul. I'll freely admit that, because once you've played this, you don't need any other hockey game for your console. This could be the one that you play with your friends round, if for some reason they're not into Wayne Gretzky and the fun and wackiness that comes from that, but it's also the one that you'd put in and play when you're on your own and you want to really take your team all the way this season. It's great. Hockey has come a long way since the early days of bat and ball basic Pong clones. We've gone from abstract designs and stickmen right the way through to being as close to a real game of hockey as you could get with the technology that was available. It's been a great ride, and I'm eager to see what comes next. So I hope you'll join me next time when we see what the next iteration of gaming can be when CD-ROM and DVD start to enter the fray. I'll see you then.
GameHammer. Classic games.
Last time, we saw the rise of the bat and ball Pong clone that only barely felt like a game of hockey. We saw that prehistoric game crawl out of the primordial soup and evolve into stickmen knocking a square around a rectangular rink, and then evolve further into a recognizable game of hockey. It was a hell of a ride, but now the technology has taken another quantum leap. Using the super science of laser beams and the power of the CD-ROM, the secrets of the DVD, and even the mysteries of the Blu-ray have been laid bare before us. What can these cosmic technologies bring to the table? Let's find out in part 2 of our journey through the history of ice hockey games. Handheld LCD games are quite hit and miss. Either they turn out to be simple, fun games like the Turtles LCD game, which I reviewed a while back, or they turn out to be pointless, monotonous crap that exists only to give the smallest amount of distraction possible to the poor kid who was suckered into forking out some of their pocket money for this plastic tat. Blades of Steel from Konami is in the former camp. Based loosely on their NES game of the same name, this is a basic rendition of hockey that's simple to learn and fun to play. You have to make your way past 2 rows of opposing players who move up and down the screen to keep you away from the goal. You can only move forward if there's an open space in the opponent's line to get through, so you have to watch out for where they are and how quickly they will move to block you. Once you get close to the goal, there are 2 defenders. You can't get past them. You have to move yourself up and down the screen to try and make an opening so that you've got line of sight on the goal. The goaltender, strangely enough, he doesn't actually matter for this game. What matters is the line moving up and down behind the goal. This is where you'll hit if you go for a shot. You need to make sure that when you strike from whatever position on the rink you are, the puck reaches the goal when that line is either at the top or the bottom of its arc. Those are the only 2 points where you'll score every other time the goalie will catch the puck. It's harder than it sounds, and that's why the game is fun to play. You have a limited time in each period in order to score as many points as you can, and if you manage to score a goal, you get points. At the end of each period, you get a chance at some bonus points, using basically the same mechanic but with fewer opponents. This will let you make up some extra points if you had a bad round in the last period. The entire goal of the game is to beat your high score. The game is surprisingly skilled and surprisingly fun. Now, it can be quite difficult to find here in the UK due to the fact that hockey games weren't that popular back at the time that these were out here in the UK. But if you take your time and check eBay and other places like that, then there's a good chance you'll find it at a decent price. And if you do, you've got some decent, fun hockey portable gaming. But now I have to address something that is a bit of an elephant in the room. Last time, I skipped over the NHL series on the Mega Drive, and the reason is I didn't know I had a copy. I'd completely forgotten. I do actually have a copy of NHL 94, the Mega Drive game, and it's a really good game. However, I don't have it on the Mega Drive. Funnily enough, it's on the PlayStation, and it's not in one of those compilation packs or anything like that, like stuff that we usually find the PlayStation. It's on a copy of NHL 2006, and it's right there on the menu. While I was playing NHL 2006, I looked down and thought, hang on, that can't be right. But it was. The complete NHL 94 is there to play on the PlayStation 2. So let's take a look at it. It has the same basic look, feel and gameplay of NHLPA 93, the game that we already saw in the last episode, and I felt right at home playing this. It's great fun. First and foremost, this is emulated, so if anything looks or sounds off to you, that's why. It's on the PS2, it's not the original cartridge running on original hardware like I normally aim for in this show, but it is a superb game, and it's all here. The controls are smooth and responsive, the game plays wonderfully on this new hardware, and it's still just as hard as it ever was to properly line up your guys for a swift pass then score. It's hockey, 16-bit style, and I love it. If you can find a copy of NHL 94 or NHL 2006, then grab it for some classic hockey fun. It's a really good game, and you can see why this became a winning franchise for EA.
This is Jim Houston with Bill Clement. And if you wanted action, boy, did you come to the right place.
For the last console hockey game of the 20th century, as well as the last of the PS1 era that we'll be looking at, NHL 2000 is quite a shock. The N64 NHL 99 was an amazing looking game that played excellently. It was a real achievement in ice hockey video gaming. This PS1 incarnation though, it's quite a step backwards in comparison. I don't know whether the jerking up and down that the players keep doing is a glitch due to playing this on a PS2, or whether the game is just like that for some reason, but when it's the first thing you see the players are doing after you've played on the N64, it's not a good first impression. The PS1 is a 32-bit system, so I came into this expecting it to look rougher than the N64. But even with that in mind, the players, they look blocky and jagged. Also, well, the controls. When this first turns on, the analog stick will be off. It's set to digital only. As you might expect, PlayStation 1, they often defaulted to not expecting you to have the analog sticks. The original DualShock, the original PlayStation controller, I should say, the DualShock, of course, came with the dual sticks, that's why it's called dual, but the original PlayStation controller doesn't have them. So a lot of PlayStation 1 games default to digital only. So you can turn on the analog sticks if you want, but I'm not entirely convinced that you will want to, because they don't work that well for the game. So stick to the D-pad for movement and you'll find the game controls a little bit better. There's a lot of momentum though, and that is, well, it's not great, let's put it like that. If you can get past all that, the standard NHL game that you've come to expect from EA is here. It's just buried quite deep. The game could have done with a lot more polish to see out the end of the PS1 era, and it's sad that we didn't get that. But oh well, hopefully the start of the shiny new PS2 era will be different. In the year 2000, the 128-bit era of PlayStation gaming arrived with the launch of the PlayStation 2. This behemoth would come to dominate gaming for the next decade, thanks to exceptional games, a huge back catalogue baked in thanks to backward compatibility with the PlayStation, incredible marketing that even saw rumours that Iraqi dictator Saddam Hussein was buying up PS2s to link them together and make a supercomputer. I am not joking, that actually was a rumour. And, of course, the console's ability to play DVDs. The PlayStation 2's hidden gem was the fact that it was people's first DVD player in many situations. The first household DVD player, because the kids went, Mum, Dad, we're wanting a DVD player, well why don't we get this? That way you can watch films and you can rent the latest DVDs from the video shop, and also we could rent a game every now and again. That's how it got into a lot of houses. There are some PlayStation 2s that I am pretty sure have never been used to play a game because it was a cheap DVD player. It wasn't the best one on the market. There were lots of better ones with better ways of controlling them. But it was a good DVD player, and it was a cheap DVD player, which is how it got into people's houses. And as a result, it sold a lot, and a lot of people started gaming who not necessarily would have. But that's not really what we're here for, is it? Because we want to have a look at all of the range of PlayStation 2 ice hockey games. There was the EA Sports NHL series, Sega's 2K series, NHL Hits courtesy of Midway, and even Konami got in there with some ESPN hockey. Hockey on PS2 was big, and everyone wanted in on the action. The PlayStation 2 had ice hockey games in droves, so what better way than to settle in, and since we've already just had a look at NHL 2000, we'll begin with the NHL series at NHL 2001. Now this is the kind of hockey game that I like. Forget NHL 2000 on PS1, grab yourself a copy of NHL 2001 on PS2. The game is smooth, super smooth. It's responsive without losing the feeling that you're actually controlling a real person out on the ice, and it looks pretty good as well. The players are starting to look properly like players instead of bulky lumps of polygons in the shape of a hockey player. There's still some issues here and there with the way the players move, especially in close-up shots, where sometimes a player's neck will bend like it's broken, but aside from that, this is a decent looking game. It's also quick to get into, with controls that work exactly as you'd expect them to. Sometimes in NHL 2000, I'd feel like there was a bit of lag after I pressed the button, but not here. NHL 2001 is an excellent game to pick up and play. In the past, I've talked a lot about the perfect balance between simulation and arcade feel for a sports game. Ideally, you will have that perfect balance of the two that will fit your gameplay style. NHL 2001 leans into the arcade style of things, without losing too much of the simulation, but it's definitely more arcade feel. So if you're into that, you'll have a lot of fun here, and I do recommend it. Now we come to the hockey game that I have played the most, even surpassing NHLPA 93 on the Mega Drive. This is NHL 2002 for the PlayStation 2. It's a fast-paced, arcade action game with a reasonable amount of simulation in it as well. For me, it's the perfect balance between arcade and simulation, and it's an incredible amount of fun. I've been playing the season mode for quite a while now, and I absolutely love it. In typical EA fashion, this is very much a tweak on the previous year's game, refining the graphics, adjusting the gameplay here and there, and basically just trying to improve what can be improved on top of just refreshing the uniforms and all of the rosters. However, there is some indication of what was to come for the series in this one. These here are cards. Some allow tweaks to the game, others are just collectible. You unlock them as you play, and they're a fun addition here that you don't have to worry about if you don't want to. But if you've seen what happens with the card packs in EA games now that microtransactions are always part of these things, well, this fun side project to add a bit of extra replayability to the game, it really comes back to bite us in the end, doesn't it? Despite the first glimpses of the trouble that was ahead, NHL 2002 is a brilliant addition to the series, and may well be my favourite hockey game. I play it a lot. even when I'm not reviewing games and I just want to relax in front of my console for a while. It's very cheap to pick up too, thanks to the general nature of sports games being seen as disposable year after year. So if you want a good hockey game for the PS2, I can recommend that you pick this one up. So we have 2 great NHL games in a row. Can this streak continue for the years to come? In a word, no. While the graphics improved and the soundtrack is great, as is the hilarious banter with the commentary tracks, the overall gameplay has taken a hit. This is one of those issues with continuous tweaking on a year-by-year basis. Sometimes you have ideas that get implemented which just don't work out. With NHL 2003, the camera has become a big problem. The default camera puts the viewer too close to the action. It's up close and gives a really nice view of how detailed the players are this year, but it doesn't show enough of the ice to see where your guys are and what you're going to be doing. This makes passing really annoying, and passing is a big part of the hockey game. So the first thing I did was switch to an alternative camera angle. Thankfully you can do this during gameplay from the pause menu, but the options are all terrible. There's an overhead view, a view that makes it look like you're watching the game on TV, a classic view that makes the game look like you're playing from the same viewpoint you had in NHLPA 93, and an ice view that is pretty much the classic view, so I'm not sure why these are both here. But even then, the classic view doesn't seem right. There's something off with it. None of these views are as good as the default view was in NHL 2002. The best you'll get is Ice or Classic. But these have a major disadvantage now that the resolution is higher than it was back on the Mega Drive era, because suddenly it's not as easy to pick out a referee from a player in a white uniform. If your team is wearing white, you will, in the heat of the moment, attempt to pass the puck to the referee. I guarantee it. Speaking of passing, the AI has taken a hit this year too. I made so many passes that I expected to land, and they just didn't. I don't know what's happened to the passing mechanics, but even when I think I've aimed and lined up a nice passing shot, it will just go wide and fly off to somewhere on the rink that doesn't even have a player on it. It's frustrating, and it really hampered my enjoyment of the game. Given how many other great hockey choices we've seen so far, I have to give NHL 2003 a miss. NHL 2004 tweaks the game engine once again, going more into the simulation side of things this time. It's a big improvement on the previous year's outing, and I actually quite like it. Graphically, this is the best the game has looked so far, but it's starting to push the limits of the PS2's resolution, which is a bit of a worry, because we still have 5 more editions to get through before the NHL games on the PS2 stops being released in our PAL regions. What we end up with this time, though, is a great looking hockey game that runs well and has a lot of detail on the rink this time out, so it's visually impressive while you play as well as while you watch. There is still a problem with the camera, sadly. The default is now to the ice view, and it's still rendering the players that little bit too small to quickly differentiate between a player in white and the referee. Still, I do think this is going to be a problem with all of the annual releases in this series from here on in. I hope it isn't, but I have a feeling it will be. But we'll see how it goes on, shall we? As I said before, the gameplay this year is leaning more into the simulation side of things, and that includes your shot options. Passing now has power levels to it, so you can hard pass, soft pass, and do somewhere in between as well. You can now make slap shots using the standard shot button, with a held press on the pass button, and by using the R3 button, an option that I didn't expect to work all that well, given you have to take your thumb off the buttons to use it. But oddly enough, it's actually a great idea, because it seems that you can add a little extra control to the pass by angling the right thumbstick while you press and release R3. That's a nice touch. If you're into a more simulationist than arcade hockey feel, or you just want a larger range of options on how you play, you'll find a lot to enjoy with this one. After the pivot to a more simulationist version in 2004, NHL 2005 really surprised me. It's back to being the arcade-leaning, fast-paced action game that 2001 and 2002 were. The controls have changed again though. Now the speed boost has moved and we have multiple shot options on the buttons. Square and circle are now both shot buttons of varying levels of power and control. It takes a little getting used to, but I will admit it does work. The graphics have been upgraded, and this is even better looking than before, with really clear visuals that don't have the smallness problem of the previous games when viewed from the high-level camera, so they finally worked the camera issues out. Passing is far better this time as well. Passes are quick and accurate, so you don't get deeply into the game with a lot of fluid movement and tactics. This is a really, really good update to the NHL formula, and it may well rival NHL 2002 for my favourite from the franchise so far. It looks great, it plays great, and it's incredibly good fun. I highly recommend this one. Okay, we are now halfway through our look at the NHL series of games on the PlayStation 2. We have had 3 good games, 1 decent enough game, and 1 game that it was alright, but I can't rate it because it wasn't up to the caliber of the others. We have 4 more to go. So, can this series hit on goal, or is it going to get knocked aside? And yes, I did attempt a spotting metaphor. Deal with it. Aside from offering a complete copy of NHL 94 right there on the disc, so this time EA Sports is literally in the game, NHL 2006 brings us the best version of the modern NHL franchise yet. This feels an awful lot like the team behind 2006 have seen how good 2005 was, so they've just tweaked a couple of things here and there to make it as good as it possibly could be. That's not a bad thing though, I want to emphasize that right away. In fact, it's exactly what I like to see when I'm making these franchise history and comparison videos, because it's what makes a good game even better. What we get here is a great looking game with even more visual detail on the ice than before, and brilliant looking players. It's a visual delight. It's also a delight to play. The controls feel a little heavier than in 2005, but that's not a bad thing, and the passing feels enhanced as well. The result is a game that feels great to play, even better than NHL 2005, which was a high bar to reach. And the addition of a copy of NHL 94 built right in, well, that has to be a game of choice, doesn't it? You're getting 2 for the price of 1, and both are great, so I can't recommend NHL 2006 highly enough. For the first time, this entry feels like more of the same. NHL 2007 plays a lot like NHL 2006. There are few changes that immediately come to mind. The controls are a little different. Almost everything is now on the bumper buttons by default, everything from speed boost to passing to both shot types. That's not a good thing in my view, because using these buttons all the time isn't as comfortable or as natural to someone with small hands as using the standard 4 buttons on the front of the controller. Perhaps this was designed and only tested by guys with big hands, but for people like me, it's a bit of an issue. Previous iterations of this franchise got controls decently, so don't mess with perfection, guys. Even if you can redefine the buttons to make them perfect again, I shouldn't have to redefine the controls just to play the game properly. My hands ache when I hold them like this. My hands are not big enough to be grasping the controller like that. I work best with that, not with that. If I have my fingers here, click, 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 that's fine. But like that, it just doesn't hold right. Especially when one of my fingers doesn't bend properly, so I'm not even gripping the controller the way it's expected in the first place. Use the proper controls, don't mess with perfection. Despite the control issue, the game is fluid and really good fun to play. It looks great, it plays great. The flow of movement on the ice is even better now than it was in NHL 2006. So on the whole, this is another great entry in the franchise. Just be careful about the button layout and you'll be fine with it. There's no extra NHL 94 this time though, so if you like 2 great games on one disc, you're still better off sticking with the 2006 version, which is likely to be a problem for these comparisons from here on out, isn't it? I mean, this year's version couldn't be just good, it had to be great in order to make up for getting 2 games the year before, and I'm sorry to say, it doesn't quite clear that high bar. NHL 2008 addresses pretty much all of my concerns regarding the control issues of NHL 2007 and even manages to bring a very nice extra to the mix. You have now excellent analog stick control for the shots. You now not only control how strong your shot is, but which exact direction you'll hit the puck in using the right analog stick. It works so well in this version of the game, and I loved it right away. Passing is back on the buttons rather than being hidden up in the bumpers, and while the speed boost is still on L1, that's where it's traditionally been for most of the PS2 era, so I'm used to it. Basically, this game is NHL 2007 with all the control issues fixed, and it's great because of it. If you're looking for a really good, excellently balanced hockey game with great graphics on the PS2, NHL 2008 may be the one for you. Either that, or stick to NHL 2006 for some old school arcade action, because that's still an excellent choice, or NHL 2006 because you get 2 games for 1. So what can this final NHL game for PlayStation 2 in the PAL regions bring to the table? Can it top the great experience that we had with NHL 2008? Or will it just crash and burn? Let's load up NHL 2009 and find out. Well, the first thing it brings to the table is a guy on the cover who looks like the Matt Smith Doctor Who is taken up playing hockey. That's pretty cool, but it won't be enough to take the top spot in our comparisons. So let's get into the game. Well, this is actually quite a surprise. NHL 2009 is basically a graphical enhancement of NHL 2008, and that's it. It really does feel like it plays exactly like the 2008 version. If there are any gameplay tweaks, they went into background things like shot AI and the skill of the computer player rather than to what the player will immediately spot when playing. The graphics have clearly been tweaked a little bit, and now they're a bit sharper than in 2008, which already looked amazing, so this is essentially icing on the cake. The sound is also mostly new, with new commentary pieces and even the chance to hear players talking to one another during the gameplay. Whether that's to your liking or not will, of course, be down to your personal preferences. Personally, I can take it or leave it. Despite the fact that the core gameplay seems unchanged, I am happy that NHL's final entry on the franchise in the PS2 era ends on a high note. This is a great game. Hands down, it's great. It's a great game with excellent controls and fantastic visuals. Given that it is the last one, it can be quite hard to track down, so if you want a fantastic, great hockey game that you'll have a lot of fun with and which shows off the PS2's power to the max, go for NHL 2008, it is easier to find. But if you absolutely have to track down the final NHL game, you won't be disappointed when you actually get it. This one is good. But EA's NHL series wasn't the only set of hockey games on the PS2, not by a long shot. There were several other contenders, so let's take a look at those as well. First up is EA's biggest rival on the PlayStation 2. It's the 2K series from Sega. From back when, on the Dreamcast, Sega really needed to try and coax software houses back to them after the fiasco they had with the Saturn. To make it seem like more than just Sega were producing games for the Dreamcast, the boys from Osaka put together their own sports games franchises in the form of NHL 2K, NBA 2K, and NFL 2K. These series were massive hits, and the NHL series continued up to 2K11, which was weirdly only available on the Wii and mobile phones. So now it's time for us to see how they've fared on the PlayStation 2 scene. I have to admit, first and foremost, I do not have the complete PlayStation 2 set, or at least I think I don't. It's a bit weird. For the PAL regions, NHL 2K10 may or may not exist. I have seen one listing for it for sale, and it was in Australia only. But only one listing. So did this come out or did it not? I don't know. As a result, I have NHL 2K3 up to 2K9. Despite the fact that all of the names keep changing, I do have that set. Whether 10 exists or not is still up for investigation. We just don't know what the full PAL set is for PlayStation 2 yet. It's only been 20 years since the PlayStation 2 came out. It's still too early to find out, apparently. So, let's see what we've got and see how the franchise moved on. So, we're going to start with NHL 2K3. If you were expecting massive changes when we switched to a new series like we saw on the N64 between NHL 99 and Wayne Gretzky, then you're going to be quite disappointed. It's clear that with the 2K series, Sega were trying to make their game look and feel as close to what players would have come to expect from a modern ice hockey game as possible. This game looks amazing, especially for such an early entry onto the PS2 scene. Sega have clearly spent a lot of time and a lot of effort making their hockey experience as close to perfect as they could. The game looks like the later NHL games from EA would look, but it's coming out at the same time that the early NHL games were released. That is a big plus point toward the 2K franchise here. The controls are also very fluid. This is an easy game to get into because it just flows. It's not hard to get used to the different controls, and they are different because you can't expect to win while playing with NHL controls on this one if you're used to those, but the movement is fluid. And it is a little light compared to the NHL franchise, but not too bad, and there doesn't seem to be any inertia. Everything is liquid smooth. All in all, this is an excellent start to the series. I'm impressed. For the next outing, the Sega squad have clearly been taking the funny pills, because instead of calling their sequel game NHL 2K4, they instead decided to call it ESPN NHL Hockey, which confused me and caused me to spend ages looking for a copy of 2K4 so I could review it. It's pretty clear Sega knew this was going to be a problem as well, because if you look closely, there is a little 2K4 notice on the front of the game. Thanks Sega, never stop being weird. Anyway, what does this game play like? Okay, that doesn't sound right. Now, I had to source this game off eBay because it's ridiculously difficult to find, and it turned up covered in fingerprints. So, if you give me a second, I'll just go and clean it up, okay?
Hi, everybody, and welcome to our Bristol, Connecticut home and ESPN's NHL Hockey.
Okay, now it's working. You know, it doesn't matter whether it's a cartridge that you need to clean the connectors on, or a disc you need to keep clear of fingerprints, there's always something that will make your games glitch. Still, it is an easy fix on this case, so let's play some hockey. Not a lot has changed for 2K4 compared to the last game. It's still a silky smooth experience where it's a hell of a lot easier to both gain and lose the puck compared to EA's NHL franchise. While playing this, I was reminded a lot of Sensible Soccer back on the Amiga. That game just felt good to play. You could get the ball, lose the ball, and turn the tide of a game in a split second. It was an absolute pleasure to play and a real classic game. The same is true here. I've long been a fan of the NHL series because of its history with the NHLPA Hockey 93 game that I keep coming back to during these reviews, and it's what was really cementing me as a hockey fan back in the day, and I stuck with the franchise as a result. But this is good. Really, really good. This may yet become my favourite franchise, and I don't say that lightly. ESPN NHL Hockey, as ridiculous as it might have been to lose the 2K moniker for this one, is a delight to play. It has a different feel to it when you're playing compared to the NHL series, but that's not a bad thing. If you want to try a different take on hockey, or if you didn't quite gel with the NHL franchise, you should try to track this one down. It is great. But the 2K saga didn't end there, did it? It continued for at least 5 more years on the PlayStation 2. So let's see how the series developed. Can it maintain its peak? Or will it go downhill from here? There's only one way to find out. The 2K name returns to the title this year with the arrival of ESPN NHL 2K5. It's still cumbersome in terms of titles, but it works, so let's just go with it. NHL 2K5 is one of those games where the annual tweak just doesn't work, however. The game's AI has clearly been adjusted, and for the most part it makes for a very fun game with a lot of challenge. Speaking of challenges, those are here and they show up a lot during gameplay. Win 5 face-offs, score the first goal, and so forth. But all of that fun pales when you're faced with one very distinct set of problems. Firstly, the passing mechanic has been tweaked, and now the fluid pass-pass shot on goal technique that you may have developed from playing the previous games simply won't work here and there. It's frustrating to think that you're passing to a player to line up a nice shot on the goal, only for the puck to fly in a different direction. I don't know whether it's my aim that's off on this game, or whether the AI has had some new tweak that makes it necessary to ensure the player can see and target their teammate, or what's going on. It's just not working for me, and it gets in the way of the gameplay from time to time. Not always, but that's the part of the problem. You can't predict it, and it gets frustrating. Secondly, the camera is atrocious. The default camera is for this 3/4 view, not quite overhead, but not quite decent either. And it's zoomed far too far out. It gives a very good view of the rink, I'll grant you that, but it's too far from the action, and as a result, the puck can sometimes get lost from view. When you put that next to the fact that occasionally you don't pass in the right direction, and all of a sudden, you're running your players around trying to work out who has the puck and where it is. All in all, it's one of those years where the annual adjustments have just managed to line up and create a mess. 2K4 is still the one to go for. Avoid this one unless you really need to own the whole set like me, for better or worse. And let's hope the next year's entry is better. With NHL 2K6, we finally go back to actually having a naming convention for this franchise that actually makes sense. This is the first game in the franchise where Sega is no longer involved, however. It's now 2K Sports as their own independent studio. And to be honest with you, very little has changed. There are new commentators, and the passing AI has been adjusted to deal with the problems from the last game, but aside from that, it's very much the same thing. The camera still sucks, and as a result, it's still very easy to lose track of the puck. To compensate for that a little, there's now a very large shadow around the puck, but if anything, that's just highlighting how much of a problem there is. The players are still too small, the action feels too far away from you, and it ruins the experience. There is a great game in here. It's a lot of fun to play, and the game mechanics are all now solid. It's just that everything is too small because the camera has screwed up. Oh my goodness. I hate to kick a franchise when it's clearly on the way down, but what the hell happened to the 2K series? I started off praising this franchise when it first appeared on the PS2, and now I'm struggling to be able to find something positive to say before laying into the bad points. The camera is still atrocious, and now they've added a default mode that's somehow even worse than before. It's clear they're still trying new things to see what will work and what won't, but it's bad. The players are tiny, it's still too easy to lose track of the puck, and I just can't find anything good to say. Even if you switch to the least worst option for the camera and zoom it right in, it won't help. And there's not even that much of a difference between the zoom levels either. It's just bad. Gameplay is about the same as it was in 2K6, so at least there's that. There is still a good game in here. It's just being hampered over excessively by the problems with presentation of this thing. So please, 2K Sports, get it together for your last few couple of outings. Please. Well, it's better. Kind of. The gameplay mechanics have been tweaked. Well, a little anyway, to make the game more analog when it comes to passing. There's this weird pro mode where if you press the right thumbstick you get to do hook passes, hook shots and so forth. That does add a nice little additional level to the game, and when you get used to it, it works decently. Unfortunately, it's not enough to save the game from failure. The camera is still your enemy. It swings around like a drunk is holding it. It's still zoomed too far out, and it's still incredibly easy to lose the puck. The puck problem is now exacerbated by the fact that your players don't have as much control over it as before. With the NHL series, getting near to the puck makes your player lock onto it and control it unless someone manages to come and get it off you. With the 2K series, that's never been the case. You've always had the chance to leave the puck behind if you're not careful. I equated that to how sensible soccer worked earlier, and it was true. And it actually improves the realism, making the game feel a lot better and a lot more fun. But sadly, this mechanic has been taken to the extremes here, and you'll just not bother to take the control of the puck sometimes. I had players charge after it, look like they got control of it with the stick, and then leave it behind when they turned. Nobody else was near, so it wasn't like control had been taken off me by another player. They just left the puck behind. What is the point of that? Avoid this one. It's just not good. Okay, there is one NHL 2K game left on the PS2 now. NHL 2K10 may or may not exist. I've never seen it. I've only seen one picture of it. It did say PAL on it, but that could be photoshopped. I don't know. I've never been able to confirm its existence. So, we only have one entry left. We're going to go and see how good it is. Can this 2K franchise reclaim the absolute glory that it had in its first few outings? Or is this going to be the final fart before it rolls over and dies? Let's find out. Well, it's decent. The camera still sucks, and there's still a major problem with players simply not latching onto the puck. Even the computer players are doing it now, by the way. But the other aspects of the game mechanics and AI have been tweaked. This is a fun game to play, despite its visual and puck-based flaws. I enjoyed playing it. It's a good game of hockey. The problem is, that wasn't enough to save this franchise. 2K couldn't just put out a good hockey game after years of not being as good as the NHL series. They had to come in with a winner. They had to release a great hockey game. And unfortunately, this one just doesn't do it. It's a sad end to the franchise on the PS2. It almost had it, but not quite. Now, as I've said before, I don't know if 2K10 came out on the PlayStation 2 or not in the PAL regions, but at this stage I'm erring on the side of it having never actually been released, despite the fact that I've seen a listing for it. So, I also don't have a copy on PS3 or Xbox 360, so I can't show you those. Therefore, the next time that we see a 2K game, it has to be on the Wii. Let's go and take a look at it. The Wii was the only console to receive a release of NHL 2K11. There was a mobile phone version of it as well, but I don't have that and I'm not going to be trying to track down a phone that could play it or a place that you could buy it. It's not on the App Store, so I can't grab a copy with my current phone and just show you that. A lot of Wii games live or die based on how well the motion controls are implemented. Or whether they're implemented at all, in fact. The Lego and Monster Hunter game franchises managed to do well because you can ignore motion controls for most of the gameplay, which means you weren't taken out of the game by having to waggle your hands and hurt your wrists a lot. Something that may or may not seem all that important to kids and younger adult players, but which become really important when you're past 40 like I am. Believe me, nobody wants to have to end a game session early because you've sprained a wrist trying to pull off a move that should have been a simple button press. It happens and it's infuriating. Motion controls can have their place in gaming. I don't know what place that is, except for maybe Wii Bowling or something like that, but I'm sure it does exist in a wider context, and it's usually not for activating core gameplay mechanics. Anyway, let's get back into the game. How does this final 2K entry hold up here on the Wii? Surprisingly well. While the graphics have taken a bit of a downgrade, most likely to allow this game to look like it does on the mobile phone version, although, as I've already mentioned, I can't quite confirm that, since I can't find anywhere that's still selling that version. The gameplay is still all here though, and that's what's important. NHL 2K11 is fast-paced, it's fun, it's mostly easy to control. I'm really not happy that shots have been stuck on the motion controls because, as I said earlier, I don't want to sprain my wrist while playing a game. You flick the Wiimote up to shoot, which is not great. Shooting should be on a button. I'm sorry guys, but it should. I don't care that someone thinks it's more immersive to do a wrist shot by actually flicking your wrist or whatever it is that they want to do. It just doesn't work for me. Thankfully, if you have a Pro controller, you can use that instead. But I don't have a Pro controller. It's nice that the option's there for those that do, but I've got to review it as I see it. All in all though, this is actually a decent game on the Wii, and it's nice to see the 2K series actually ended on a pretty good game. So, now that the 2K series is gone, what else could there be? Well, Konami wanted in on this hockey action too, and they teamed up with ESPN for a series of games, not just hockey, but a series of games, before Sega and 2K even got a chance to bite that cherry. Let's take a look at what they managed. This team-up only produced one game, but that gives us a question that we need to know the answer to. Was there only one game because it was bad, or could this have been the start of a great series? There's only one way to find out. This is ESPN National Hockey Night on the PlayStation 2. The first thing to take away from this game is that it's by far the best looking hockey game of the early 2000s. Released in 2001, this blows away the look of the NHL 2001 and 2002 games. It has big, realistic looking polygon players and a great level of detail on the rink. It's a very good looking game, despite the default camera making it look like you're watching from far back away from the ice. The second thing is that this is by far the most tactical, simulationist hockey game that we've looked at so far. Konami have come at this from a very different point of view to both EA and Sega. You have changeable tactics right there in the game, accessible from a pop-up menu on the L2 button. You can change how the AI-controlled players react on the fly. The right calls in this menu can make or break a game. The periods are all 20 minutes long by default, rather than the 5 or 10 minutes of the other franchises. Now, you can, of course, change this in all the games, but the default settings definitely give you an idea of what the feel of play the developers intended was. ESPN National Hockey Night was going for making this look and feel like you're both playing hockey and also experiencing it like you would on one of their shows. It's rather good in that respect. You don't hear a lot about this game online, which is a shame. It's a deep game with a lot to master if you want to get into it. I really enjoyed playing it, and I think it's definitely one to come back to time and time again. This game is definitely going to reward repeated play. Okay, we're coming to the end of the PlayStation 2 set now. We've taken a look at a lot of games, more than any of us would have expected to find on one console, I'm sure. There's just one final franchise to take a look at, and this time we also get to do a comparison, because I've actually got one of those games for both the PlayStation 2 and the GameCube. This is the NHL Hits series, from the arcade game masters at Midway. If you ever wondered what NBA Jam would look like as an ice hockey game, I'm happy to present this to you. NHL Hits is not a simulation of ice hockey. It's a frenetic arcade action game featuring the rules of hockey. You choose your team. You choose 3 players from that team, and those are your guys. It's them plus a goaltender of the console's choosing. The opposing team gets 3 guys plus a goalie as well. After that, you've got to get straight onto the offensive because your opponent is not going to stop until they've pounded you into the ice. If ESPN National Hockey Night was too simulationist for you, and NHL or NHL 2K wasn't arcadey enough for you, Midway have got you covered. This is action-packed, fast-paced, and not ashamed of any of it. Grab this series, grab 2 controllers, and invite a friend over for some intense gaming. The other games we've looked at can very easily be enjoyed for a long session of hockey fun just there on your own. Midway's NHL Hits can technically be played by a single player, and it's a decent game if you want to go down for that mindless action route, but where this franchise really succeeds is in multiplayer. This is, first and foremost, a game you play with friends, and it's great at it. When I first bought my GameCube, it was a bundle from eBay. I just left university, I had my first job, and I was still living in rented accommodation with housemates. When I came home from work, we would usually choose a game to set up and we would play multiplayer for a few hours because that was what we did. One of the games of choice was NHL Hits 2002 on the GameCube. Like its PS2 counterpart, this is a game that excels in multiplayer. If anything, this game feels even more polished and more fun than it was on the PS2, although I fully admit I may be having a little bit of nostalgia speak for me there to some extent. I remember when I first played this game back in the early 2000s, I thought the single player mode was too hard. Straight up, I thought it was too hard. Coming back to it now, almost 20 years later, and my goodness, does saying that make me feel old, I have to admit that the opponents feel tougher on the GameCube version than they did on the PS2, but they aren't that bad. They really aren't. You still have a great time playing this single player, although I still highly recommend a multiplayer session as the best way to experience this game. So with only 2 games left in this franchise, let's see whether this arcade smash can sink or swim on its way to the final. In the same way that Mortal Kombat 2 feels like a refinement of Mortal Kombat 1 or NBA Jam Tournament Edition was the original game cranked up and let loose, NHL Hits 2003 is NHL Hits 2002 with all the dials tweaked for better performance. This is a refinement of the idea from the last game. It brings a few nice extras to the table with some nice mini-game challenges, but the core gameplay is always going to be what you're really here for. It's still fast-paced, it's still action-oriented, and it's still a lot of fun to play. It's just that the AI has been tweaked to be better, and the controls feel a little bit smoother. It's hard to decide which of these to recommend, comparing this to its 2002 iteration. They're both great, so if you want to play this franchise, take whichever version you can get your hands on, because you'll have fun with either of them. But can the final game in this short-lived series bring anything new to the table? Or is this going to be one of those situations where the last game is really just a few tweaks on the final one to try and perfect the franchise before it ends? Let's take a look. In a word, yes. This is the ultimate version of the NHL Hits franchise. The 3-on-3 format is gone, replaced with a full team. The camera is pulled out a little so you get a better look at the whole rink for a better idea of what's going on, but all the action, all the intensity, and all the fast-paced hits, they're still here. While playing this game for the review, I kept being reminded of how Speedball 2 took the idea of Speedball from the original game and then made it into one of the most intense sports games I have ever played. NHL Hits Pro has done the same for the Hits games. This is perfect. It really is. If you love arcade action in your sports games, you're going to adore this. Grab yourself a copy, you're in for a fun time. And that's all there is for the PlayStation 2 era. We have seen some immense highs and some rather deep lows when it came to our journey through the NHL franchise games. And we've even had a look at the GameCube while we're on our way. But there is one console that we left waiting in the wings. So it's time to finally bring it out. We don't have to wait any longer because there is only one game that we need to take a look at. And this is Microsoft's own XSN, sports network type of games, entry into the NHL franchise. NHL Rivals was Microsoft's XSN sports label's only attempt at a hockey game on the original Xbox, which is rather sad because having only one game in what was clearly meant to be a franchise suggests to the average gamer that maybe it wasn't worth picking up. The thing is, it definitely was worth picking up. This is a good, fun game. It has solid graphics, they look really nice, especially for an early game on the system. And the controls are solid. Passing is decent, shooting is easy enough, and the game is challenging enough to keep you going for hours of solid gameplay. There is absolutely nothing wrong with this game, and it's a huge shame that this one entry is the only one that we got. The Xbox could have had a solid franchise here, and it's a shame the series didn't take off, because it would have been great to see where they went with it. Hockey games have come a long way since the early days of bat and ball games. We have seen things go from the most abstract idea of hockey through to realistic sports simulations, and we've had a lot of fun along the way. I think you'll agree. I've certainly had an awful lot of fun. If there are games that I could highly recommend, the NHL, ESPN NHL, of course, 2003 was excellent. For the NHL series itself from EA, 2001, 2002 was a great highlight, but 2006, my goodness, get that because you get the Mega Drive stuff. Speaking of Mega Drive, NHL PA 93 was amazing, I still love that game. NHL 94 was excellent also, but consider getting NHL 2006 on PlayStation 2 because you still get the 2006 and the 94 game as well, so it's a bonus. For the Xbox, there's only one choice. Get NHL Rivals 2004 and wonder why they didn't continue the series because it was great. And on GameCube or PlayStation 2 or even Xbox, my goodness, NHL Hits Pro, so good. We've gone through a lot of hockey games today. It's been quite a journey. I hope you've enjoyed that journey. I certainly have. So that is it for now, but next week, given that we've just had an epic series, I think we're going to go a little bit further down low. We're going to relax into an arcade style game. I hope you'll join me then. But until next time, I hope you have a great time. I've been Zoe Kirk Robinson. You've been watching GameHammer. I'll see you later. Happy gaming.
Hello, I'm a monster.
Do you have to say that every time you appear?
Yes, it's in the contract. Anyway, I'm here to give you your next assignment.
You're not going to ask me to review an entire genre again, are you? I barely survived that hockey saga.
No. This week you get something simple. It's just one game.
Oh, cool. What is it?
Pleiades.
What it is?
Pleiades, the arcade classic from Tekken.
Tekken is a game, not an arcade manufacturer.
Not Tekken, Tekken. They became Tecmo. But before they did that, they made Pleiades. Now go and review it.
All right. Oh, here we go, guys, here we go. So, Pleiades, it's one of those Space Invaders clones from the early arcade era that cunningly managed to bypass the complete cultural zeitgeist of the time and therefore not show up on home computers because of a very effective marketing technique. It launched in 1981, the year before the Commodore 64 and the ZX Spectrum even hit the market. That means that by the time those computers had a foothold on the home computer market, this game had completely bypassed everyone's memory. Games like Galaga, which were released in the same year, managed to push Pleiades out of the limelight, ensuring that the game didn't last long enough on the arcade floor to let people remember it well enough to want a home version. I would honestly not have known about this game if it wasn't for the fact that it's on Tecmo Classic Arcade for the original Xbox. Xbox exclusive as well, so even fewer people managed to actually see this game. So, is this going to mean that it's one of those hidden gems that absolutely has to be played on this game that has to be tracked down because you must see it? Or is it one of those early coin guzzlers that was pretty good but not good enough and whose arcade cabinet could be repurposed for some other game that was more profitable, a bit like Black Widow could? There's only one way to find out. We have to load up and play this game. So let's boot up the old Xbox and give Pleiades a try. Well, that's a great start, isn't it? The game's name is misspelled on its own title screen. It's supposed to have two E's in it, like the mythical Greek heroine Pleiades. Not that ancient Greece actually has anything to do with this game, mind you, because this is a static space shooter. No ancient Greek heroes, gods or villains or anything like that have anything to do with any part of this game. The game is split into 4 stages, each of which has a different style to it, like Golf, which also came out in 1981 and which also managed to overshadow this game. In the first stage, you fire up the screen at enemies that will come down in waves and attempt to swarm you. The enemies can fire 3 rockets at a time, while you can only fire 1 laser beam at a time. So it's really fair. You have a small refuge area down on the left-hand side, similar to the barriers in Space Invaders, but the enemies can also construct a barrier if you let them get to the bottom of the screen, so it's in your best interests to shoot them before they can get down there and do that. So far, it all sounds pretty straightforward, but there is a definite strategy to the game. If you want to win at this, you have to be aware of what's going to go on. When you get too close to an enemy, it will start spamming rockets down at you. Since the enemies can move in formation, and usually will unless you've shot them, this will cause a section of the screen to essentially be filled with rockets, practically guaranteeing that you will die. To prevent this, you've got to learn the timings. Notice how quickly the enemy moves compared to how quickly your laser moves. When you've got that worked out, you can time a laser blast to hit an enemy as it moves into range, letting you stay safely on another part of the screen and avoiding the rocket spam. Once you've got that worked out, you can defeat the enemies with relative ease and progress on to the next stage. The second stage will be one that fans of Golf, Galaxians and any number of similar games will be very familiar with. Enemies fly down the screen in waves, moving randomly. Your goal is to kill them all. Sounds easy? It's not quite as easy as it first seems. As the enemies move down the screen, some of them will become larger. These larger enemies require 3 shots to destroy. 1 to the left wing, 1 to the right wing. You can do those in any order. But when those are hit, the middle opens up and a final shot to the center will finish that enemy off. The larger enemies are also faster and are far more likely to target you as they move, so your best bet is to shoot as many of them as possible when they're still small, because the last thing you need is for the screen to be filled with a swarm of large enemies that are way harder to deal with. Once that's done, you get to the third screen. Now this feels an awful lot like the final screen of Golf. You have to defeat an enemy space station, which requires a lot of hits to its main hull, plus the destruction of all its weapons. The space station is protected by several waves of enemies, which you will need to deal with if you're going to get a clear shot on the station without being destroyed by enemy fire. The best trick is to spam the station with repeated shots until the enemies appear, then to deal with the enemies so that you can get back to fighting the station. Rinse and repeat until it's destroyed. So far, so standard early 80s shooter, right? Well, it's not a bad game, I have to admit, but it really hasn't changed anything that we've seen before, has it? So let's get ready for the final stage, because that is a surprise. In the 4th and final stage, you've been called back to Earth via an emergency broadcast. You need to get there quickly, but there are derelict enemy ships in the way, so you're going to have to dodge and weave through them. You can still shoot, but you won't have time to destroy anything. And to be honest with you, I'm not entirely sure that you can destroy anything on this stage. They certainly aren't one-hit kills if you can do it. The controls are fairly sluggish. There's a lot of momentum to your ship, and while the course looks simple enough when you're watching it, it's a lot harder to actually bob and weave through than you would expect. If you get the chance, you can pick up flags on your journey. these give you bonus points, which is nice because that is essentially what you're playing for. It's an early 80s shooting game. What you're playing for is the high score. Once you get back to Earth, that's it. When you make it back to Earth, the stages just repeat, and you get to play the whole game all over again. So as you can see, Pleiades is actually a decent enough early 80s space shooter. It doesn't exactly bring a huge amount to the table, save for that final stage, which I have to admit I was very surprised at and actually quite enjoyed seeing. And let's face it also, most players aren't going to see that, because the first few levels, they're tricky. Not massively hard, but tricky. But as games go, it's fun enough, and I have actually enjoyed playing it. But if it wasn't included, let's put it this way, if it wasn't included on the Tecmo Classics arcade system, I don't think I'd be all that fussed to have missed out on this. We've seen a lot of what it has before, and it's always been done better. Aside from that final level, which was a nice novelty, most of what we've seen in this game has been done before and better in Golf, Galaxians, and any game like that. If you see this game around, it's worth a few plays. I certainly enjoyed playing it, and I think it has got something interesting to it. That fourth level, that was quite nice. It brought an interesting different challenge to the game, and I wasn't expecting it, so that was good. But for the rest of it, a lot of this has been done before and done better. So it's not one I would recommend you hunt down above all others, but when you see it, give it a shot. Anyway, that's really all we've got time for this week, so thank you so much for joining me. Until next time, I've been Zoe Kirk Robinson, you've been watching GameHammer. Please do remember to like, comment, subscribe, and do all those things that YouTube requires in order to not get buried by the algorithm. And I'll see you next time. Happy gaming!
Somewhere in the dim and distant past, where retro gamers go, sits an ancient library. Deep within this dank and disturbing place lives Dr. Scrime's Spook School.
Hello!
An overlooked graphic adventure game from Mastertronic. But that's nothing compared to the horrors that lurk within the game's code, for there's no full walkthrough out there. None to help. Anywhere on the net.
Yes, it's time for GameHammer! Grab your games and let's play. Be careful with that GameHammer, because you might break something.
Dr. Scrime's Spook School is a graphic adventure game released in 1988 by Mastertronic. It features a limited set of menu commands that set it apart from other graphic adventure games like Dizzy or Pajama-Rama. You play as Alfie, a kid who's somehow won a scholarship to a school that trains ghost hunters. Apparently it's the only school of this type in the world, and I can't imagine it will last very long, because if Ofsted finds out about this place, it's getting shut down quicker than you can blink. When you begin the game, Alfie has just arrived at the school. It seems an awful lot like he's the only pupil, because there's nobody else around to greet him. The first person you'll meet is a hunchback. He's one of the monsters you're expected to learn how to defeat. If you wander into any of the rooms, you'll also meet a ghost that will kill you pretty quickly. That's when you will notice the time limit, and it's pretty short. This game gives a time limit for every single one of the tasks, and quite often they will run out pretty quick if you're not paying attention. This game will not hold your hand. It also doesn't give you any hints about what you're doing or how to do it. If you're not taking meticulous notes along the way, you will not succeed at Dr. Scrime's Spook School. My first encounter with Dr. Scrime's Spook School was back in 1988, when I found a copy in a branch of Woolworths in Durham. It had an interesting cover, and it wasn't available on any other computer at the time, which made it interesting to me, because I usually had to sift through the Spectrum and Commodore 64 copies to find the single Amstrad version of a game. In my young child's mind, no copies for other computers made this game special, and it was about ghosts, which I really was into at the time. So I bought it, I took it home and I played it. It was great. I had no idea what I was doing, and I never seemed to get any better at it. But I loved the look of the game, and the idea of attending a school for Ghostbusters was really cool to me, so I persevered with it. I even managed to make some headway on the first task after a long time of playing. As a result, I have always had something of a soft spot for this game. It's an Amstrad CPC exclusive, but unfortunately it was buried beneath a slew of other games that were coming out in the late 80s, so hardly anyone remembers it. I looked online and there is only one walkthrough for the game, and it's not complete. The final part of it isn't there. No one seems to have ever wanted to claim credit for completing and writing a walkthrough for this game. So it's something quite special. And as a result, this Halloween season, I've decided I am going to play and review Dr. Scrimes' Spook School, the exclusive graphic adventure game for the Amstrad CPC. There's only one thing left to do now. Let's load it up and play it. Once we're in the game, we have to find Dr. Scrimes. He never leaves his study during the game, and that's probably for the best, because there is only one safe spot in the entire game, and it is Dr. Scrimes' study. He will give us some tests when we meet him. Based on my own memories, the order of the tests never changes, and there will be 8 of them. Your first task is to block 10 of the holes through which the ghosts are coming into the building through the walls. You were given a hammer by Dr. Scrimes, and a fairly generous time limit, so let's get to it. Apparently, between tests there are bonus sequences. As a child, I had no idea what those were, because I could never complete any of the tests. So let's see if I can overcome that low bar now that I'm older and more experienced with this kind of game. We've got the hammer. That means we're probably going to have to hammer something in order to complete this test. So the first thing we need to do is go to the workshop, which is just on the next screen from Dr. Scrimes' study, and find some nails. We're also going to need something that we can hammer those nails into. So, thankfully, through many years of playing this as a child, I happen to know there are lots and lots of wooden tiles in the mansion. Let's go and fill in some spook holes. You'll notice that there are a lot more than just 10 of these spook holes around the building while you're finding the materials to complete the task, which means that even if you fill 10 of those spook holes, the place is still going to be infested with spooks. I have a bad feeling about this. Anyway, we've got the nails to use with the hammer, so let's go and look for those wooden tiles. Thankfully, I happen to have memorized from many years of playing the game the fact that there's a wooden tile in the room where you first started, and another one in the room just off the hallway room where you first started. So we grab the one in the hallway and we fill a hole. Then we grab the other one and fill another hole in the same room. This will reduce our chances of being mobbed by both the spooks and the monsters that roam the halls. Now, the first 2 holes are filled. We just need to do 8 more of them. Then we can go back to Dr. Scrimes and see whatever bonus he has in store for us. You may have noticed that there are many, many spooks. Every time you go into a room that's off the hallway, there is a spook. You cannot get away from these spooks very easily. If you leave the room and come back in, a spook will generate again, perhaps not in the same position, which means that you have a chance, if one is right above you when you come in, of going out, coming back in, it'll be on the other side of the room, which is nice, but equally there's a chance it will still be there, coming right at you. The spooks will never stop. Thankfully, you can deal with them, kind of. There is a gun in this game. You can shoot spooks with a gun. That is right. The forces of darkness can be assaulted with a gun in an era before Doom. That's quite good. However, you will not have noticed that there is a gun in this game. You will have noticed that there is a piece on your score bar for bullets, but no gun in sight. It's hidden. This game does not hold your hand. If you want that gun, you have to have picked it up in Dr. Scrimes' study, where it's hidden in a cupboard. Once you have the gun, it will just sit in your inventory as if it's just another item, because you need to assemble that gun by combining it with some bullets. Where are the bullets? Who knows? They are randomly placed around the game. Get the gun, get the bullets, combine them together using a menu option, then you will be permanently carrying the gun. None of this is in the manual. Anyway, if we fill those holes and pump some spooks full of holes along the way, we'll eventually complete Task 1. Now, it's time to go and find out what Dr. Scrimes wants us to do next. Apparently, apparently, for this bonus sequence, Dr. Scrimes wants us to fix his generator so that the place has a bit of electricity. So now we're off to find some rubber gloves and a fuse. Where are the rubber gloves? Well, naturally, they're not in the same place. One is in one place, one glove is in the other. You will need to get both, and that means fighting more spooks. The first rubber glove is in the workshop, where you'll also find the fuse. That is slightly logical, which can only mean trouble is ahead for us, surely. Grab them both, and let's head off to the fuse cupboard. Actually, that does sound a little bit too easy. What's going on here? Okay, let's drop the act. Yeah, the fuse and the gloves, they're pretty easy. In fact, the entire bonus sequence is pretty easy. And, well, when you think about it, fixing those holes with a wooden tile and some hammer and nails, that wasn't too hard either. The actual puzzles in this game aren't that difficult. It's just a case of finding out where the stuff is, keeping notes so that you know where it is so you can come back to it later, and being able to avoid the spooks long enough to fix all of those holes. So, now that we've done this first bonus sequence, what's our next objective? Fill more spook holes. He wants us to fill more spook holes. Surely that's not the objective for this entire thing, is it? I've got to look up this walkthrough. I'm sorry, guys. I need to check this walkthrough, because surely we're not just here to fill spook holes. We're going to learn a bit about ghost busting or something, aren't we? Let's check. There is only one person online who's got close to completing this game, and he's written a guide to what he did on the CPC Pal website. According to him, each task is different because it involves filling in a different amount of spook holes. So yeah, this game, in its entirety, according to this walkthrough, is about filling in those holes in the walls. All of those holes that we saw, that obviously there were too many to just be part of one particular task, yeah, that's because they're all of the tasks, all of them. So this entire game, looking at this walkthrough, is about not learning to be a spook smasher, it's about learning to be a janitor or an odd job man. Imagine how conned you would feel if you got a letter telling you that you could now apply and become a student at an exclusive school for learning how to be a spook smasher, and when you get there, all you're doing is odd jobs for some guy who never gets out of his chair. I would feel pretty conned in that situation, and I think you would too. Just like now, after 40 years of trying to play this game, succeeding now but failing for many years, I have learned that the entire game is basically one big joke. You're not doing what it says you're doing on the cover. You are the odd job guy for some random dude who has created a school in order to trick a child into fixing his house. My goodness, talk about a trick or treat. If you like the show, please consider supporting me on Patreon. It really does help create future videos. That's patreon.com/Zoe Kirk Robinson. And I've got an extra special thanks going out to Chief89, Sam Yates, Retro Mickey 82, Mo Henry, and George Bortorini. Thank you so much, guys.